Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. On today, for a very special episode, I'm going to be discussing one of my favourite franchises of all time, which is about to celebrate its 30th anniversary. And that franchise is Power Rangers. Please join me as I discuss the history of this show, which most people do not realise has been running as long as it has because it keeps reinventing itself. Let's have a look at the entire Power Rangers franchise from Mighty Morphin right through to Cosmic Fury. This episode, like many others, was one that was originally planned for 2023 and was specifically planned to align with a major franchise anniversary or something else that would serve as a talking point for the contents of this episode. However, like many other episodes, it was being released or recorded during the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA strikes against the American Motion Picture Association. As a result, this episode and many others have been held back because the clarification regarding content creation from SAG-AFTRA and the WGA specified that review content was allowed, including critical appraisal and/or analysis of shows and films, however not discussion, interview, comedic conversation, watch-along, rewatch, or reaction content. As I felt that this stipulation was something that would prevent me from discussing some of the topics that I wish to in the way that I wish to, even if the works I was discussing were not related to films that were in active development or were previous films. I did not want to breach the strikes, as I fully support the WGA and SAG-AFTRA in their strikes, as well as anyone else who decides to strike. If there is a strike, I am always on the side of the union striking, never on the side of the big corporate entities behind it. As a result, this episode has been held back. It is being released for you now that the strikes are over. I hope you will enjoy this content. I've worked very hard on it despite everything else. Please enjoy. So, Power Rangers. I don't think there's probably anyone who hasn't at least heard of Power Rangers. If you've been around the last 30 years, you've heard of the Power Rangers. Even if all you've heard about is the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and you just knew it was kind of a thing, Power Rangers were huge when they came out. You know, the time this came out, there was nothing else like it on Western television. You know, most things we had were cartoons. It was things like, Transformers, Masters of the Universe, Ninja Turtles, G.I. Joe. Those were the big toy cartoons, the kids' toy shows. And, I spoke about this before. Power Rangers was something different. The main big difference with Power Rangers was it was live action. It was, it had these ridiculous special effects, martial arts sequences that quite tame when you look at them today in contrast to what's out nowadays. But, were really advanced for the time. And that was because Power Rangers wasn't completely an American show. Power Rangers actually originates with the Toei company in Japan and their franchise Super Sentai. Now, Super Sentai originally started in 1975, with the first series, which I think is Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger. And essentially it was about a special squad of costumed heroes. The heroes would transform or henshin into their characters. They worked for an elite government agency. They fought space aliens and all these characters with A lot of their villains were sort of themed around their masks. Like one I saw that came back in a future Sentai series was Baseball Mask. It was a dude with a giant baseball head. Excuse me, I've got a horrible throat at the minute. And yeah, that was the origin of what became Power Rangers. Well, the origin is a bit more complicated than that, because it also involves Marvel. Basically, the Toei company began work on these form of tokusatsu live shows. They'd actually begun them the previous year, 1974, with Kamen Rider, and there'd been a few others that followed across the years. A lot of those original characters were created by a man called Shotaro Ishinomori. Ishinomori was essentially a Japanese Stan Lee, is the best way to describe him. He came up with these original concepts for heroes, solo heroes, team heroes, and worked with Toei Company to start getting them produced. Some were produced as anime, such as Cyborg 09, or 009, I believe it's called, which is about a team of heroes. And some, like Kamen Rider and Go Ranger, were done in live action, along with some of the others that came later, such as Kikaida and Kaiketsu Zubat and Roboto Keiji, which stands for Robot Detective. So yeah, this is what didn't necessarily originate Tokusatsu. Like the whole idea of the Tokusatsu hero, Tokusatsu literally translates as like visual effects or special effects. And essentially it was a sort of special filmmaking that was used in Japan at the time. Lots of flashy effects, pyrotechnics, sometimes miniature or model work. And the idea of what tokusatsu is quite broad, like in terms of Japan. Like certain things like the old Thomas the Tank Engine shows or Thunderbirds count as tokusatsu when they're released in Japan. Doctor Who as well. I'm not sure you would necessarily count them as tokusatsu by what the sort of the modern definition of the term is, where people will think of, your heroes like Ultraman and Kamen Rider and Super Sentai. And Ultraman actually predates Kamen Rider. I think Ultraman came out in the 60s. That was released by a rival company, though, which is, I believe, was Surabaya Entertainment. But yes, essentially, the idea of these transforming heroes and heroes that got special powers. Like, for example, Ultraman, Ultraman himself was a member of an alien race who bonded with an Earthman, and he could transform into Ultraman, and Ultraman was gigantic. Like, he would literally tower above buildings and fight giant monsters. And so you had a lot of this special effects filmmaking things were done on the small sets. Obviously, a lot of the original kaiju movies, things like Godzilla, they also count as tokusatsu, and that's sort of similar to what Ultraman was doing. There was also a load of like masked characters on TV, like there was a character called Moonlight Mask, which was sort of similar to the kind of vigilante disguise heroes that you get from like Green Lantern, not Green Lantern, Green Hornet, but perhaps with a bit more of like a Japanese flair. But yeah, Shotaro Ishinomori created a lot of these characters, and the first two teams of Sentai were two of his creations. They were Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger and Jack Denji Kitai, I believe it said. Jaka, JAKQ, stands for Jack Ace Queen King. Jack Ace King Queen, because they were based around card suits. And they were teams of heroes, and they were government agents, and they used special vehicles, but their special vehicles didn't transform. They didn't have the robots yet. The robots came about after the release of the Japanese Spider-Man series, which was 1978, I want to say, 77, 78. The Japanese Spider-Man series was obviously a co-production with Marvel because Stan Lee had been out in Japan and had seen some tokusatsu while he was out there and was obviously blown away by it. He thought it was amazing, visual effects and everything like that. So he got in touch with Toei Company and he worked out a deal where they would put Spider-Man, or an adaptation of Spider-Man, because that version of Spider-Man is not the same as the comic version. A character that goes around calling himself the emissary of hell is not the same as the Marvel Comics character. But yes, they bought in Spider-Man, and Spider-Man got given a giant robot. It was his ship, the Marveler, an alien ship that was the ship belonging to the person who gave Spider-Man his powers. This ship transformed into a giant robot called Leopardon. And the Leopardon suit was quite new. It was quite a new technology at the time. It was a very big, very bulky suit. And the Leopardon suit actually got damaged while they were filming, and they did not have the time or budget to repair it. And so, as a result, a lot of Leopardon's later battles involve Spider-Man literally summoning him, transforming him, and immediately using the finishing attack, which is something that Spider-Verse in the comics actually made a joke about, because they do bring in that version of Spider-Man in the original Spider-Verse comic, complete with Leopardon. It's hilarious. Now, this Spider-Man show was obviously quite successful, and Marvel Comics was quite keen to continue this partnership. And so they looked at creating an adaptation of the character of Captain America. Now, this led to the first official Super Sentai show. Now, the Super disclaimer was the fact that, unlike the first two Sentai shows of Go Ranger and Jaka, this one would feature a giant robot in a similar vein to Leopardon. And that robot was the Battle Fever Robo. And that is because the team became Battle Fever J. Featured sort of Captain Japan type character. Battle Japan, I think he's called. There's also a Battle France, Battle Kenya, Battle Cossack, and Miss America. And their suit designs are bizarre, to say the least. Like Miss America, especially with the molded helmet face and then obviously the blonde wig over the top. Very, very bizarre. So weird. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll probably see a picture of it on the screen right now. It's very weird, but it was clearly trying to be something, and it was successful. Like, this was their first Super Sentai show. It was following in the vein of Spider-Man. It was doing something different. It was popular. It was bizarre. Like, I've seen bits of Battle Fever J. I haven't seen all of it, but it's very bizarre. And obviously, this partnership continued. Marvel carried on working for the next two seasons as well, which were Denji Man, I've forgotten the full title for that one, and Sun Vulcan, which was the sequel series to Denji Man, featured some of the same villains, although a completely different team. And then after that, each successive year of Sentai would feature a new set of characters, new team, with new theming, new powers, and new villains for the most part. And like I said, I think Sun Vulcan is pretty much the only exception in that, where they actually keep a villain from the previous series. And Super Sentai went on to continue and eventually, became this huge franchise, started having crossover movies and other things like that, where the previous team would encounter and fight before teaming up with the newer team of Sentai heroes. But essentially, Super Sentai keeps itself very much self-contained. Like, each season, you can watch as its own thing. Like, if you just want to watch the 35th anniversary series for that, for example, which was Kaizoku Sentai Gokaija, you can. It's an anniversary season that celebrates the whole franchise and features a lot of guest stars, but you don't necessarily need to have watched all those previous seasons to understand everything. you know. And if you watch a more self-contained season, like Juden Sentai Kyoryuger, which came out a few years later, you can enjoy that as a complete standalone without watching anything else, without watching any of the crossovers. You don't need anything to watch other Super Sentai shows. And it, while there are some connections there, there's so much that's completely separate. And it's good, and it clearly works for them. The Sentai seems to be constantly in production. Same with Kamen Rider when that came back in the 2000s as well. These are constantly in production. Like Super Sentai, pretty much the week one show airs, the next week the new show begins. And there are movies throughout the year, both the team up movie, but then also a summer movie, which is usually a double bill with Kamen Rider, or even a triple bill because they might team it up with one of the anime series, such as Pretty Cure. Um, and other crossovers as well, maybe that they might do, or special event movies, or V cinemas, which are when they put straight to video movie out, which is not as doesn't have as many negative connotations in Japan as it does like in the West. If you say something went straight to video, it's usually as a derogatory term. V cinema in Japan is much better than that. It's essentially like a special episode of the show. So they've done that a few times where they've brought like the whole cast back and done like an epilogue episode that's about an hour long, or brought them to do a special story that is a bit longer and a bit more drawn out as a story. Not always worth it, but a lot of the times they're very good. So yeah, that's what Super Sentai is, and Super Sentai continued to be popular. Marvel eventually stopped working with Toei on it, but Toei kept it running, kept it its own thing. And this was how it drew the attention of Hayam Saban. Hayam Saban is a Jewish television producer, head of Saban Entertainment. Saban Entertainment were linked, obviously, in the 90s to a lot of quite successful shows. Things like the X-Men animated series, the Spider-Man animated series, Digimon. Those were things that were all done with Saban. They did a lot of localization. They made some of their own shows. They did a lot of music for other shows, right? But Hayam Saban in the 80s, when he was in Japan, saw the 10th series, I believe it was, of Super Sentai at the time, which was Chudenshi Bioman. And just like Stanley before him, he was blown away by it. Because this didn't look like anything he'd seen in the West at all. And he was watching it, with, obviously as a fan, going, this is amazing, I really like this. But also saying, this is a money-making opportunity. You could turn this into something and release it in the West. And the way he was looking at it was, when the characters are transformed into their superheroic personas, their faces are completely covered. Right? It's just dialogue with ADR. The battle sequences and the fight sequences with both the Rangers and the not Rangers, the Sentai themselves, as well as their mecha, their robos, are all self-contained and visually spectacular. Like great footage, things that would cost a lot of money to reshoot in the West. However, you could take all of that footage and still have around 10 minutes per episode where he thought you could probably put in a framing story, put in some Western characters that you could film doing some stuff, and then have their voices over the top of the fight footage. And so as a result, he bought the rights to a couple of episodes of Bioman and made a demo tape, as his pet project. And he tried shopping it around. Not very successfully, but he did try shopping it around. A lot of people just did not get it. But he came up with this idea called, I forgot what he called the original one. It wasn't called, I think it was just called Bioman. Like, he came up with it called Bioman. Came up with these 5 characters. Bioman as a team has this. It's got the 5 main heroes. It's got a robot sidekick and the giant robot that they're fighting as they fight with, as well as their the monsters that they fight. And he worked it all out, and he came up with names and concepts for all of them. And the idea was they were going to be teenagers in school who get given these powers and go out and fight bad guys, fight evil aliens. But like I said, he was unsuccessful in shopping it around. And when I say he got the rights from Toei, he apparently wowed them with it. He did his homework. You know, this was someone who became very much a fan of Sentai while he was out in Japan, and bought a lot of it and watched it, even not understanding the language, you know, because subtitles weren't a thing back then. It's still very, very hard to find official subtitled versions of Super Sentai unless you're in North America. And, you know, everything else is fan subs that are available online. And a lot of those fan subs, when they get the official American release, a lot of those links go down because the community in America quite rightly wants everyone to support the official release. But those official releases aren't released everywhere. They're only really in the US. So, you know, for people like me in Region 2, but anyway, that's a different discussion. Now, so yeah, he had the tape. He went and wowed the Toei producers. He did it by literally, he was singing the songs. Like, they asked him what he knew about them. He sang the songs for the Sentai. He watched them all. You know, he knew the villains, he knew the heroes because he'd heard their names and everything. He knew it. And it wowed them. And they were like, okay, maybe it's in the right hands with this guy. But he took it away and didn't have much luck with it. Then he met Margaret Loesch. Margaret Loesch is someone who was working at Fox Kids at the time. However, she had previously worked at Marvel. And during her time at Marvel, she had worked quite closely with Stan Lee. In working with Stan Lee, she had become aware of Super Sentai because of the work that Marvel was doing with Toei. In fact, she became quite a fan of the shows herself. You know, she was aware of them. Stan Lee had showed her the tape, or she showed him the tape, I believe, and they became, you know, she became aware of it and became a fan of it. Haim Saban was obviously working with Fox Kids at the time on X-Men. X-Men had become this runaway success in its first year. And, you know, was expecting great things from it. So Margaret Loesch calls him into the office and says to Haim Saban, what else have you got? Have you got any other ideas? And he says, well, I've got this one thing. And he pulls out his demo tape of Bioman, puts it on. He's watching it with Margaret Loesch. As soon as the Sentai footage started, she said, I know this. And that was the moment where everything clicked. Because through just fortuitous circumstance, Haim Saban had found probably the only producer in America who was familiar with what Super Sentai was as a concept. And not only was she familiar with it, she immediately saw the potential in it, just as he had, because she had worked with Stan Lee to attempt to bring this to the West 10 years earlier. So yes, she knew all about Super Sentai. And the two of them then got it greenlit. They worked. She was, like I said, she was now head of new programming at Fox Kids. She got, I think they worked out a deal where there was quite a lot of licensing rights for it, for Power Rangers, which is why it became such a toy phenomenon that it did, because that helped get the show made. And before long, Power Rangers went into production. Hayao Saban's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And August 1993, that show was about to hit the airwaves. And it took the world by storm in a way that I think very few things have ever equaled. Like, people in the 80s talk about things like Turtle Mania. Turtle Mania had nothing on the fever that hit when Power Rangers came out. And like I said, a large part of that is because this looked like nothing else on television. The live action footage, the complex martial arts choreography, the fantastic visual effects and miniature work done with the Zords as they became named, and then the Megazord fights. You know, it helped as well that the series that they chose to use was the series that had aired the year previously in Japan, and it was Kyoru Sentai Zyuranger. It was focused on dinosaurs. Not only was it focused on dinosaurs, it also introduced a sixth ranger for the first time. A sixth ranger in the process of the show, which meant they had another character that they could market almost immediately. They had these amazing Zords. The Zyuranger Zords are, while not the first realistic mecha in Super Sentai, are some of the most detailed animal mecha in Sentai. There was one a few years beforehand called Live Man, which had a lion robo, which had moving legs and everything like that. So, you know, when it appeared, it ran across the desert and, you know, morphed by combining with the others and turned into the giant robo. You know, this wasn't a single robo anymore. It was 5 mecha that combined together. Zyuranger did that with all of them. It had a flying, you know, a pterodactyl that flew through the air. It had a T-Rex, which was a man in a suit. It had 3 puppets of a saber-toothed tiger, a mastodon, and a triceratops. And they were all doing different things. The compositing visual effects for all of those techniques looks incredible. And it's just simple camera trickery. You know, I've seen making of footage, simple camera trickery, but it looked incredible because it was real puppets, real things on screen. You know, as cool as things like CGI are nowadays, there's always something to be said about having something real on screen. And like I said, Power Rangers took everyone by storm. It was like nothing we'd ever seen before. And if you were a kid, you know, as I was, growing up at the time, all you've seen is either live action shows, you know, that aren't big dramatic shows like this, or if they did, they looked a bit cheap, right? Or cartoons. And then all of a sudden, Power Rangers comes on. Half an hour of fantastic visual spectacle with this pumping heavy metal soundtrack. You know, the original Bioman demo tape used Electric Eye by Judas Priest over its battle music. And as a result, it's completely easy to see why they then got Ron Wasserman, the guy behind the X-Men animated theme tune, to make the amazing music that he did for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You know, from that theme song to the Zord music to all of the battle themes, it was all him, and it was incredible. Like I said, this show was like nothing you'd seen before. And that's why I think Power Rangers became such a sensation, why it continued to become such a sensation. But there's the thing about Power Rangers that I think has helped it sustain such an interest, besides obviously the amazing work and the fact that it keeps reinventing itself by using a different Sentai every year as its source footage, you know, is the fact that for a while anyway, it had a continuing narrative. And then even when it did start reinventing itself in the same way as the Sentai, there's still continuing connection. Quite a lot of it. This is a franchise where each installment, and especially recently, in recent years, each installment has built on what has come before. This is a world that feels very connected in a way that, a way that is becoming more and more common nowadays. But, this was Power Rangers is a shared universe. People might not think it is, but it is. It's a shared universe. Not even a shared universe, it's a shared multiverse. And a very, very good one. So, yeah, I just want to talk a bit about Power Rangers. I'm going to go a little bit through every season, talk about some of the characters, some of the cooler moments. If you'll indulge me, I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm definitely going to have a lot of fun revisiting some of this stuff, and hopefully I can convince you to check out some amazing episodes of quite silly kids TV show, but despite its cheese and its NARM factor, I do think there's a lot of very good stuff here. And there's a reason this thing has stood the test of time, why it has the fan base it does among adults and children, and is just pretty dang cool. So yeah, let's talk Power Rangers. Now, for reasons that will become more apparent in a bit, Power Rangers fans tend to classify the franchise in terms of eras. And the first era is called the Zordon Era. Now, this is where it started with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers ran for 3 years. It took its suit designs and original, like season 1 fight footage from Kyoru Sentai Zyuranger, as I mentioned before. It took its second series fight footage, as well as the concept of the White Ranger, from Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger, which aired in 1993 in Japan. And it took its third season fight footage, third season Zord footage, I should say. Most of the fight footage by this point was being filmed in America. And that came from Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger. Now, all 3 of those series are very, very different in Japan. Zyuranger is very focused on an ancient group of knights almost. Not quite knights, but ancient group of warriors using dinosaur powers to fight against an evil space witch who's trying to kill children. Dai Ranger is about an ancient, the latest descendants of an ancient group of warriors who use myth and things from the Chinese zodiac to fight an extra-dimensional enemy called the Gorma tribe. And Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger features ninjas fighting against an army of ghosts and yokai. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers expounds on none of those themes. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers features the ancient being known as Zordon. Zordon is a giant head in a glass jar who is described as being stuck in a time warp. He exists on Earth in his power chamber, his command center, with the aid of his robot assistant Alpha 5. And he is alerted one day when a trip to the moon, like a manned astronaut mission to the moon, opens what's described as a space dumpster. It looks almost like a giant trash can, but except gold and bejeweled and things like that. And these 2 astronauts open it up, and inside is the ancient evil witch Rita Repulsa and her gang of miscreants. who have been imprisoned there for 10,000 years. She promptly sets herself back up in her palace on the moon and starts forming an army to send towards Earth because she plans to destroy the nearest planet. Zordon then gathers a group of teenagers from the local town of Angel Grove, which is implied to be somewhere in LA. We don't know where, but it's somewhere in LA or near LA. It's definitely California. Yeah, 5 kids who attend the local high school. These 5 kids are, quite fortunately, all talented martial artists and all good friends. And they are Jason, who becomes the Red Ranger with the power of the Tyrannosaurus, Trini, who becomes the Yellow Ranger with the power of the saber-toothed tiger, Billy, the nerdy one, who becomes the Blue Ranger with the power of the Triceratops, Kimberly, the cute valley girl gymnast, who becomes the Pink Ranger with the power of the pterodactyl, and Zack, the streetwise dancing black guy who becomes the Black Ranger with the power of the mastodon. Now, yes, the Asian American is the Yellow Ranger, and the African American is the uh, Black Ranger. They did not notice this apparently at the time. The reason being is that Walter Jones, who auditioned for the role, who got the role of Zack, originally auditioned for the role of Billy. So he was moved, and that's why they didn't quite twig it, apparently. But anyway, that's one of those things that's become quite picked up on over the years. Now, there's other characters in the show as well. Rita's main henchmen are her warrior Goldar, who is this giant golden armored flying monkey, essentially. And Finster, who creates all of her monsters. He looks like a little troll. There's also the bumbling side characters of Squat and Babu, as well, who kind of hang around the moon base but don't really do much. Now, they're sort of occasional threats, but despite the fact one of them looks like a vampire and one of them looks like a troll, they're not really threats at all. The Rangers themselves get told by Zordon they have to keep their identity secret, but they can use their powers to morph and transform into heroes and use their powers to fight against Rita and her minions. And to do this, Rita is able to make her monsters grow to gigantic proportions, and so the Rangers can also summon the power of their Dinozords, giant robo creatures that look like the ancient creatures from which they draw their power, that can combine and form a Megazord. And the Megazord essentially being a giant robo that they can use to fight the enemy, quite often with a finishing move involving a giant power sword that they summon from the sky, and usually, again, with a kick-ass heavy metal soundtrack. Now, this series carries on in much the same way. It's very episodic, kind of creature of the week, monster of the week, and for the most part, there's no real growth. There are some occasional other things in the episode. For example, there are the characters of Bulk and Skull, who initially come across as like bullies, but this is gradually softened down and actually showing that despite their bumbling and their kind of antagonism towards the main five at points, the main five actually seem genuinely fond of them, at least as the series goes on, like to the point that they consider them friends. They don't necessarily hang out or anything. This is still high school. But they attend the local juice bar together, where most of the actual rangers themselves actually do like volunteer activities, help out. Jason, for example, teaches a martial arts class. Zack teaches a dance class. I think Kimberly also teaches a gymnastics class there. And obviously Billy is involved with science. He probably does a science club. And obviously, Trini's usually there promoting some good cause or another. A lot of environmental causes from Trini in a lot of early episodes. And yeah, it's perfectly serviceable. What makes it stand out is nothing to do with the character writing or anything else. You know, this show was made on a shoestring budget. You know, it's quite important that we remember when we're talking about, you know, the current strikes. Power Rangers has never really used union actors or writers. This is a very much non-union show, and as a result, as much as I love it, this is a show that features quite a lot of crunch, and especially in the early days featured a heck of a load of crunch. Like, they were shooting like 4 or 5 episodes a day on this because of how the show worked, because of how much of it was Sentai footage. They didn't need to be they didn't need to film a whole episode. They could film loads at once. And what this meant is they planned through all these episodes, and bearing in mind they had 50 odd episodes of footage from Zyuranger to use, they burned through it by episode 40. You know, introducing along the way, as they did, Tommy, the Green Ranger, who comes in as a rival to the others before eventually joining their team. He's actually mind controlled by Rita for a 5 episode arc called Green with Evil. And it's like, when I was watching that, there was a new part every day for a week. You know, how many other shows can you think of that did that? Especially kid shows. So uncommon. And it was really, really good. And, you know, visually watching it, it was impressive as hell. Like, the Green Ranger came in, he had this cool design with the shield. Then they gave him, you know, he fought all the Rangers. Then he grew giant size and fought the Megazord. Then they gave him a Zord of his own, which was this thing called the Dragon Zord. Rose out the ocean looking like Mecha Godzilla. It was so cool. So cool. Really loved it. And obviously Tommy became like a lot of kids' favorite character instantly. Especially because also he seemed to have a relationship with Kim. Him and Kimberly really hit it off. They had a relationship. They were boyfriend and girlfriend from the end of Green with Evil through quite a lot of the show. The Green Ranger in the original Sentai, however, dies partway through, so they didn't kill Tommy off, but they did give him a way to lose his powers using the green candle, which was something that had a lot more relevance in the Sentai. But essentially, yeah, they wrote Tommy out of the show as powered, and then barreled towards the conclusion. The conclusion being the 2-part episode Doomsday, which was episode 39 and episode 40. However, the runaway success of Power Rangers meant that Saban then turned around to Toei and asked for more footage. And Toei actually complied with this, which is, you know, Toei had already filmed some extra footage for the first season of Mighty Morphin, which a lot of people don't realize. Some fans know about the newer footage that was recorded, which was called Zhu 2, Zhu Ranger 2 footage, where they introduced like, I think they gave them about 30 episodes worth of new footage, and they actually put in changes to match Power Rangers. For example, in the original Sentai, the Yellow Ranger is male. And so for a lot of the time is standing and posing as a male because he's played by a male actor. As I think the Pink Ranger was as well. But the Pink Ranger was clearly meant to be female, whereas the Yellow Ranger wasn't. For the Zhu 2 footage, they made an effort to have the Yellow Ranger's actor stand in the suit actor, as they're called in Japan, have the suit actor stand and pose in a way that matched the Pink Ranger, so that, you know, he had more feminine posing. This is, for example, why the Pink Ranger has a skirt, the Yellow Ranger doesn't. You know, you can usually tell which Rangers were women in the Sentai because they have a skirt. The men don't. So that's an interesting tell if you ever watch Power Rangers. But anyway, you know, and they asked Toei for more footage, and Toei, like I said, gave them like 30 episodes more of footage to use with new enemies, completely new creations, some of which have become really famous in the fan base. You know, they're the ones that have gotten action figures. Like there's one called Pumpkin Rapper who does these really bad, ridiculous raps while fighting with putty patrollers who were like the standard foot soldiers with giant pumpkins on their heads. You know, he got an action figure recently, a really good one as well. And, you know, it's one of the more notable episodes, despite the fact it's silly and it's you too, so it comes quite late. And yeah, you know, they did other things as well, but there was originally footage that they shot before, way before Zhu2, like Michiko Soga, who is the actress who played Rita Repulsa, well, her counterpart Bandora in Zyuranger. They recorded new footage of her, so they had her mouthing different things, and then they could just dub her over with voice actress Barbara Goodson. They also had you know, they had the Goldar suit quite early, the Gryphosaur suit, quite early compared to a lot of the others. So they filmed a whole load of extra footage with him as well, so that they could have him. You know, he has a vow of silence in the early parts of Zyuranger. He's a lot more talkative in Power Rangers because they have the suit, so they could actually film him expositing. And obviously with the over the top gesticulations, because obviously with the Power Rangers, so much of it is gesticulation, because of the suits, because you can't see the actors' faces. You know, arms are pumping and moving while they're talking and gesticulating and pointing. There's lots of high, very enthusiastic thumbs up. It's great. It's so much fun. But yeah, what I was saying about the crunch is obviously when they got all this new footage from Toei, they then had to come up with the new American footage to go with it to actually turn these into episodes, despite the fact the episodes themselves had a story, because that's how Toei worked. They structured the fight scenes around a story. So there was already like a basis for these episodes there. But you know, obviously Saban still had work to do. So for the work they did, they were doing things like you know, Jason Narvi and Paul Schreier have spoken about this. They're the two actors who played Bulk and Skull. They were filming Christmas Day 1993 in the Megazord set for a dream sequence that appears in one of the later Zhu2 episodes in towards the second half of season 1. Like that was their Christmas for 1993. Christmas Day they were filming. That's the sort of thing that only a non-union show can get away with. And as a result, you know, the whole non-union thing is what led to one of the first major changes in Power Rangers, which was that partway through season 2, as this series was getting more and more big, you know, season 2 started with introducing a brand new villain called Lord Zed, who was this, you know, completely American creation. He had this sort of flayed skin appearance and this metal skeleton's terrifying mask, to the point that kids were legitimately terrified of him, and like parents wrote in to complain. And you know, Lord Zed was terrifying. And the first 3 episodes, the Mutiny, where he appears, they aired in prime time in America. Like season 2 of Power Rangers aired on prime time. That's how big this show was. You know, on like Fox on prime time. And yeah, season 2 of Power Rangers, you know, they introduced that, you know, they brought Tommy back as the Green Ranger as part of the Zhu2 footage, but his days were numbered. He would eventually lose his powers again, which is something that Toei had already worked into their footage. But they brought in this new villain, and when they brought in the new villain, they also, by that point, Saban had the rights to the Die Ranger footage. So then they started horribly splicing the Megazord footage that they had from Die Ranger with the Zhu2 footage, which obviously used the Zyuranger Megazord, and all sorts of things like that. It's absolute mess in terms of how they did it, but a lot of the time they pull it off, which is the most crazy thing. And then Die Ranger itself, when they start using the Die Ranger monster footage, you can tell because the Die Ranger monsters are weird. Lord Zed, they came up with the goal of him using like him. He always comes across as really petty, like he uses like random things and turns them into enemies because that's how Die Ranger worked. It was very weird. And yeah, it looks good, but Power Rangers was obviously hugely successful. The second season had begun airing in prime time. You know, I think it was just the first 3 episodes, but still, it was a prime time show. This thing was making money hand over fist. Toys were selling like hotcakes. Like 1993, Christmas 1993, Power Rangers was the most in demand toy, and I think still was throughout most of 1994. By the time 1994 ended, they were also talking about the film. I think the film had actually started filming by that point. So, you know, everyone knew there was going to be a Power Rangers film. It was inevitable, right? And this is when 3 of the actors, Austin St. John, Thuy Trang, and Walter Jones, turned around to Saban and said they wanted more money, which was completely fair. You know, that like I said, this was a non-union show. They were working hard. They were crunching. They were only young. You know, I think that, you know, they weren't necessarily teenagers themselves, I think, but I don't think many of them were over 20. They were still young. They just look older, you know, because they're playing 15-year-olds and none of them are clearly 15. But, you know, none of them are over 25 at the very least. And so they wanted more because they knew what was coming. They knew everything that was planned, the movie and everything. And Saban said no. You know, Saban was very happy with the money he was making. And he said no. You know, this is a non-union show. It's made cheaply for maximum profit. I'm not going to pay you more. And so all 3 of those actors walked off set. So that was Jason, Trini, and Zach gone. And that meant for the next few episodes, they had to immediately hire replacements, which they did. They hired Steve Cardenas as Rocky, Karen Ashley as Aisha, and Johnny Young Bosch as Adam. Hired them all pretty much immediately, put them to work, didn't immediately make them the new Rangers, but introduced them as characters in the show, and then used stock footage from previous episodes, like from the Western segments of previous episodes, in the same way that they would use the stock footage from Japan, and just dubbed it. Sometimes with really bad sound likes. And, you know, at this point, they were also doing ADR on the first few episodes that brought back Tommy as the new White Ranger. So, you know, they slipped a line in there about how Tommy would now become the leader of the team. So that, knowing that obviously Jason had left, so, you know, anyone who's seen that in the episode White Light and wonders why that seems so sudden, that's why. And then they arranged something called the power transfer. You know, they had the Rangers go off into space, grab a sword, come back with the sword, transfer the powers from red, yellow, and black to Rocky, Adam, and Aisha so that they could take over as the Power Rangers, and the other 3 Rangers could leave and go and represent Angel Grove at an international peace conference. Yes, that was a real plot they came up with. It's very bizarre. But hey, that's Power Rangers. They're going to represent Angel Grove, one city in North America, at an international peace conference. 3 hand-picked teenagers who haven't graduated high school. The comics came up with their own reason as to why they left, and the comic version is much more interesting. However, how canon the comics are to the TV show is a different question entirely, and one I'll probably cover in a future episode. So yeah, that was season 2. season 2 carries on from there. It's pretty uneventful. The biggest change is while they were filming the movie, they obviously shot some episodes out in Australia. When they did that, the main actors were obviously off filming the movie, so a lot of the show was filmed using the suit actors, meaning that the Rangers are in suit, in costume for most of the time, because obviously Power Rangers used an official stunt team in a similar way to the Sentai, how the Sentai did. So they had suit actors who portrayed the monsters, portrayed the putty patrollers, and obviously by this point, they weren't using the foot soldiers from Die Ranger. And while they were using the White Ranger suit, they weren't using the main Ranger suits. So a lot of the actual fight footage that wasn't Megazord based was being filmed in America. And obviously, Power Rangers, as a result, then needed its own stunt team. And they were working, obviously, on the movie, and which was filming in Australia, and on the series. So they were filming episodes of both at the same time. So the stunt team was incredibly overworked as well. But they countered this by filming everything very, very slowly. Like, a lot of modern stunts will film things at real speed. Power Rangers' stunts are filmed slowly. They're very choreographed and very well rehearsed, but they're filmed on a high rate camera, which means when you put them to normal speed, they look fast and frenetic. And it works. It really does. You know, you can go and watch things like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie that came out in 1995 with those ridiculously bulky suits. But the fight sequences in that are still pretty good. It's a lot of wire foo, but it works, and it's still, it's a few years before the Matrix, and it's doing the same sort of wire foo things that the Matrix would do. The only thing it doesn't have is the bullet time, to really make it stand out. Because it's trying to the stunt team was doing the same sort of visual language as the actual stunt team in Japan. The movie actually works as sort of the basis for what would come in season 3. Season 2 brought back Rita. Zed had sent her away at the start of the season. They brought her back and made her younger, so now she was played by a Western actress, Carla Perez, who I've actually met in real life. She's absolutely lovely. And Carla Perez was playing this younger Rita Repulsa, who uses a love potion on Lord Zed to get him to marry her, so that she has like a seat at the table again. And this was done partially to sort of appease parents by sort of softening Zed and making him less of a threat. And, season 3 does it with, because the movie is technically not canon to the show, as good as it is, and it is good. It's one of my, not even a guilty pleasure film. I unashamedly love it. But yeah, the film features Rita's brother, Rito Revolto, who's this skeleton warrior, like literally a warrior. He's half camo painted and half bone painted. He comes in, and for his wedding present, he unleashes heck on the Rangers and destroys the Thunderzords, which then leads to them having to go and get these new ninja powers for the 6 of them, so that they get new ninja zords so that they can fight. And that's season 3. And season 3 does other things as well, like by this Bulk and Skull got a new plot for season 2, which was that they were trying to find out who the Rangers were, and series, for financial gain. But series 3 saw them initially with the idea of trying to pick up women, joining the junior police cadets, because by this point they'd washed out of high school, I guess, or they were a bit older and they'd graduated but hadn't actually graduated very well. And yeah, they joined the local police cadets, and which was again bizarre but a lot of fun. And this was the 4-part episode Ninja Quest, which was one of the few episodes to actually feature Western-made Thunderzord footage. You didn't get a lot of Western-made Zord footage back then. Still don't, to be honest. And yeah, so this is what season 3 was. Season 3 was the characters building up, but season 3 also became very involved when it introduced a lot more of ongoing story threads. and a lot of them centered around the character of Kimberly, because Amy Jo Johnson, who played Kimberly, also wanted to leave the show by this point. And but she did it. She actually was planning her exit, and as a result, a big chunk of season 3 is devoted to actually her leaving. She gets offered a place on the Olympic gymnastics team, but then she also has her power coin stolen by an agent of Rita's called Catherine. And Kat steals the power coin, gives it to Zed and Rita, and they start draining the energy from it. But then, of course, Kat ends up with her spell broken, joins up with the Rangers, takes the place as the new Pink Ranger, so that Kimberly can leave and go and perform gymnastics on the Olympic team. It's quite sweet. Goes over a couple of episodes, has some quite good twists and turns in the story. Like there's a point where Lord Zed has actually like captured one of the Zords, captured Ninja, who gave them their powers, and even manages to come into the command center to sort of blackmail the Rangers. It's very cool. And then, of course, season 3 itself doesn't end in the way you would expect, and that actually leads to the second half of the Zordon era. Season 3 of Mighty Morphin featured a MacGuffin for an early episode called the Zeo Crystal. Now, Zed was after the Zeo Crystal, and in fact, no, actually, it wasn't Zed. It was Rita's father, Master Vile, who was after the Zeo Crystal. And it was revealed that Lord Zed had tried to claim it in the past, and this is why he would look the way he did. He'd been horrifically injured by the energy field guarding it. And it was claimed that only someone pure could actually claim the Zeo Crystal. And we found out it was buried underneath Rita's palace on the moon. Now, Tommy actually claimed it, and there was nervousness on Tommy's behalf as to like whether he could actually claim it, having been an evil ranger in the past. But no, he was actually able to claim it, and Zordon sent it into a time warp. I think the Rangers actually broke it into 5 separate crystals and discarded them in a time warp to lose them throughout time, so that the villains could never claim it again. As Series 3 was carrying on as well, as it approached its end, there was also something called... There's a series of shorts that aired before each episode, which were basically called, I think they were It's Coming, and they were sort of gearing up towards something, but not very many people, most of us kids watching had no idea what. It was just something cool was coming, and it was the idea that there was going to be new enemies, and something big was going to happen. And these little shorts, they featured Rita, Zed, Lieutenant Stone, Bulk and Skull, none of the main characters, but it was implying that something was changing, something was on the horizon. There's about 50 of them all told, and they all kind of built together. Now, the end of season 3 itself actually saw Zed and Rita win. Basically, Rita and Zed, along with Master Vile, activated a time warp, which sent the entire planet back about a decade. The kids were all teenagers again, but like preteens. They were all kids, the Rangers. And one nifty thing for this was that there was actually been an episode in season 2 where Zed had already tried this, and it had lasted for an episode. And they actually brought back the same kids who had played the young versions of the Rangers in that episode back for this new one. Except for Kat, who wasn't on the team back then, because that had been in season 2. So obviously it was Kimberly rather than Kat. So yeah, but they brought back these younger versions of Rocky, Adam, Aisha, Tommy, and Billy, and brought them into the team. It was quite cool. Now, essentially, with the world and Bulk and Skull as well, because they've been in that previous episode as well. So with the world reversed, and back in time, things had changed quite drastically. The Rangers no longer had access to their powers, but they did still have their memories. Whatever Master Vile had done, it was different to Zed's previous time warp. It wasn't as easy to undo. So Zed and Rita attacked. They actually grew giant themselves and started attacking the city, knowing that the Rangers couldn't stop them. So as a result, we got the Alien Rangers miniseries, and this was 10 episodes where Zed and Rita brought in a group of alien rangers. They were called the Aquitian Rangers because they came from the planet of Aquitar. And the makeup budget for them is terrible. However, basically, there's only really one of them that gets any real definition in the Alien Rangers series itself, which is Delphine, their leader. She's a white ranger. And, you know, the lead ranger she's the leader technically, but in most of the footage the red ranger is still the leader because it was basically a way to use a lot more of the Sentai footage because now they could actually use the Sentai fight footage. So yeah, anyway, it was interesting enough, and they brought them in. It was quite cool. And yeah, the Alien Rangers had access to their powers, but they had to also recharge because they were a water-based race. So they had to keep hydrating. And when they came in from Aquitar, Zed then brought in their villain, who was called Hydro Hog. And I think as well, Master Vile, like, pissed off like halfway through this. Like, he'd done this, but then, like, left anyway. So the Rangers, first of all, tried to age themselves back, and Billy was the only one who was able to do so. And then the rest of the power coins got destroyed by Zed and Goldar and Rita. Like Goldar's like holding them and they crumble to dust. It was quite dramatic. So Billy had been turned adult using the power coins, but now the power coins were destroyed, and they didn't have access to Ninja because time had gone back. So there was no way to recreate the power coins now. So they decided to get new powers, and they decided to use the Zeo Crystal, which meant that the Zeo Crystal became the only MacGuffin from an episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers to actually make a return. But of course, now the Zeo Crystal is scattered throughout time. So the 5 remaining child Rangers, so Tommy, Rocky, Aisha, Adam, and Kat, go through time to rescue pieces of the Zeo Crystal. And they end up scattered all over the place, but in areas that look mainly like California. And yeah, this is where we learn that Tommy has Native American ancestry, which had never been mentioned before. You know, he's part of the clan of True Heart, or he's got the name True Heart. So yeah, Aisha actually doesn't retrieve her crystal. She sends a young African child called Tanya that she befriends in her place with the crystal. So yeah, it was interesting enough for what it did. And yeah, they return back and they use the power of the Zeo Crystal, and they're able to reverse the time warp. Everyone ages back to how they were. But by that point, Zed has sent Goldar and Rita Revolto, who is Rita's brother, into the tunnels underneath the command center, where they have entered and they plant a bomb. So as soon as the Rangers return with the Zeo Crystal and they're about to use it, they manage to reverse the time warp, and then just as they do that, Rito and Goldar arrive and blow the command center up. So that's how the end of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, or Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers, this miniseries was, ends with the Rangers losing. They've lost their powers, they've lost their Zords, they've lost everything. And this is where Power Rangers Zeo started. The first episode of Zeo brings the Rangers back into the power center, where it's revealed that they can, Zordon and Alpha are alive. They're hidden underneath the power center, the command center, in a new room called the Power Chamber. And I really like the design of the Power Chamber because it had their original Ranger suits in like tubes at the back. with their weapons, sort of like a museum of the past. But then the Rangers themselves were able to draw their own power from the Zeo crystals, which meant a lot of the Rangers now changed their colours. So Kat remains as the Pink Ranger. Tanya takes over Aisha's role as the Yellow Ranger. Rocky now becomes the Blue Ranger. Adam becomes the Green Ranger. And Tommy now becomes the leader of the team, the Red Ranger. Billy now joins Alpha in the command center as an extra supporting character for the Rangers, which I thought was quite cool. A lot of people, there's been a lot of backlash to this in some places, but I don't know. It always felt like a more natural fit for Billy to be there. As much as I love Billy as a Ranger, and I do, and I think if, like I said before in my review of Once and Always, if I identify with any Ranger, it's probably Billy. And yeah, but the footage that this show is now coming from was O-Ranger. O-Ranger is a government-sponsored team of Rangers, so all them Zords had to be built, and so that's what Billy was doing. Billy was now building Zords and creating weapons for the team. O-Ranger was actually the 20th anniversary Sentai season, and it aired not long after the 1995 sarin attack. I think was airing during that attack, and it kept kids, because there was the sarin attack, and wasn't there also an earthquake in 1995 as well? So obviously it was distracting people, distracting kids especially, and the toy sales did really well. And so they kept introducing new things and bringing things in because it kept the toy sales active. As a result, O-Ranger is not quite the dark and serious series that it was meant to be originally. And Zeo, as a result, is also not quite as dark and serious as it could be because they are more limited by the footage. The new villains, however, introduce themselves quite well. They are the Machine Empire, led by King Mondo and his family. Yeah, they are pretty cool. Some interesting designs. They're soon. King Mondo himself is eventually destroyed, replaced by a robot of Rita and Zed's, because Rita and Zed go into hiding as soon as they arrive, because the Machine Empire basically take over the moon base. And Rita and Zed send in a robot of their own called Louis Kaboom, who then turns on them and takes over the Machine Empire. And then there's also Prince Gasket, who comes back later on as well. And Prince Gasket and his princess Archerina, who in the Sentai, Gasket's counterpart is he's like a rebuilt version of Prince Sprocket, who is like this King Mondo and Queen Machina's child. But in the Power Rangers, they kept them as brothers, which I thought was quite cool. So Gasket is like the heir to the throne. So any scene where you see Gasket and Sprocket on screen together is an original Power Rangers sequence. Zeo isn't bad. It does some very weird stuff, but it's also trying to keep with the continuity. There is a continuity going on. For example, there is one episode where Kimberly sends Tommy a Dear John letter breaking up with him. And this is what leads to Kat and Tommy starting to develop a relationship between themselves, which I'm fine with. I thought they had great chemistry. A lot of people hate the idea that they're together, but in the modern shows, they've actually confirmed that no, they are still together and they have a family together. And in fact, a future, like a Christmas episode that I think had come out during season 3 or at the start of Zeo actually showed, no, it must have been season 3 because it was called I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger, had showed that in the future they had kids and they were together. So obviously this was just sort of making that canon and moving towards that timeline. There was also the quite uncomfortable way that Billy left the show, because it means that Kimberly is the only one of the original 5 Rangers who actually gets a decent ending to her story, because it was planned. It was an actual ending. David Yost walked off the show, and I mentioned this before, I believe. He walked off the show because of what he alleges was homophobic abuse that he was suffering. He's never specified exactly who this abuse came from. And, he seems quite amicable with the rest of his cast members. Like, they've all done many convention appearances together. So I'd imagine if it was any of the cast members, apologies have been made. And not just made, but like actual recompense has happened and forgiveness has taken place. However, if it was some of the screenwriters or people behind the scenes or directors, etc., that would make more sense. But essentially, apparently, one day David Yost just left the set. So as a result, he comes back for an episode, and they're now having to write him out of the show, and they've used a stunt actor who's older and vaguely looks like David Yost to basically say that, yeah, Billy is now aging really fast because of the whole time warp shenanigan. And so they have to write him out. And they write him out by sending him to Aquitar, which he'd already been to earlier on in the season. Like, he left with Sestro, the Blue Ranger from the Alien Rangers, and went to Aquitar with them to study. And it was revealed that while there, he fell in love with someone called Sestria. And so he sort of goes back to Aquitar with Sestria. And yeah, that was how they write Billy out the show. It's awkward, but it's done due to circumstance. But this is also what makes it even more awkward. Is before that they were also used Billy as one of the red herrings for the potential Gold Ranger reveal, because they introduced the Gold Ranger, who was going to be the 6th Ranger for the Zeo series. Now the Gold Ranger comes in, and in each of his first few appearances, a character disappears. The first one is Billy. The second one is Skull. And I've forgotten who the third one was. I think it might have been David Trueheart, who was Tommy's estranged brother. But yeah, it turns out that it's none of those. It's actually a character called Trey of Triforia, who is an alien group of triplets that are able to like combine into a single form, and they are the Gold Ranger. However, there's a problem. His powers are breaking. He's separating into 3. They need to. He's unable to be the Gold Ranger, so someone else has to take over. And Tommy says, "Don't worry, I can get someone. I know the perfect person." And then we next see him running through the desert with this perfect person, who everyone believes was probably going to be David. Instead, it turns out to be Jason. The original Red Ranger, Jason, has returned and is now the 6th Ranger. He is now the Gold Ranger. And this is pretty cool. I do like this as a twist. He comes in with a whole proper, like, guess who's back, which is kind of cool. And yeah, I always like Jason, so this is pretty cool. Now, Zeo itself doesn't really have an ending. It's kind of awkward. Like, there was actually a hoax a few years ago called Scorpion Rain or something like that, which kind of explained like this lost episode as to what actually happened. The whole thing was like a fan fiction type hoax. But yeah, the Zeo itself doesn't really end. Trey gets his powers back, so he takes the powers back from Jason. The Rangers don't really go out with a big finale. Like, they end their series with their powers still intact. And there's also other changes, like Bulk and Skull by this point have left the police, and they're detectives alongside Lieutenant Stone. there's a lot of things going on. But then we transition into Turbo. And Turbo starts with a Power Rangers movie. Now, this was the second Power Rangers movie. And that's because the first one was non-canon. The first one was the one that I think everyone knows. I love the first Power Rangers movie, like unashamedly love it. It's not even a guilty pleasure. I think I love it. It brings me so much joy, and it is, it's naff in so many ways. Is it just naff? But it brings me just pure joy. Mainly through the actor playing Ivan Ooze, who I think is just hamming it up in the best way. Like, he understood the assignment. Just come on, be a big ham, and have a load of fun. And what the Power Rangers movie does is it basically adapts the season 2 to season 3 transition. And it's a pretty good movie. It stands quite well on its own right. I think it's got its own good elements, but while it was filmed at the same time as the series, it was not its own. It was not considered in canon with the series. It involves different suits, different set designs. So much is different about it. And by design, in a lot of cases, it was designed to be big budget. The Turbo movie, though, while being a completely Western-made production, like it doesn't use any Sentai footage, is essentially the transition between one set of Sentai, the O-Ranger source footage, with the next set of Sentai, which was Car Ranger. Now, Car Ranger, as you may guess from that name, is car-focused. Car Ranger was also a bit of a parody. It was not serious at all. And that was because O-Ranger had started very serious and it turned people off. So O-Ranger was actually a season that... Car Ranger was one that did very, very well in Japan because it sort of brought a lot of new fans back to the show. Its adaptation in Power Rangers Turbo, is something that almost killed the franchise. Which is a real shame because, I mean, it starts promisingly enough, but the problem with the movie is there's clearly a lot that's been cut out of it. A new villain comes in called Divatox. She is planning to challenge the Power Rangers. She's essentially a pirate queen. She's played by someone who is, again, just hamming it up. There's two actresses that play her because one went on maternity leave, and I can't remember which one of them is actually in the film. No, one of them is Hilary Shepherd. But yeah, they're very. It's very interesting, and yeah, she basically decides to attack the Power Rangers, and by this point, Jason and Kimberly get abducted by her troops, the Piranatrons, because Jason and Kimberly are just kind of around. Like, it was actually the Turbo film that Jason had come back for, like Austin St. John, the actor, had come back for. And then they said, oh, by the way, do you want to be the Sixth Ranger? And he was like, yeah, okay. So, yeah. So Jason and Kimberly, without their powers, get captured and get brainwashed by Divatox and get sent against the Rangers. Rocky gets injured because the actor Steve Cardenas had actually injured himself in a Mortal Kombat tournament. In like a fighting tournament, he'd actually injured himself and was unable to perform. He badly injured his back. So the other Rangers get seen by a child called Justin, who sees the other Rangers teleport out of Rocky's hospital room. And because Justin was there because he feels guilty because he feels like he got Rocky hurt or something like that. And Justin is also like a child genius, so he's in like the same year as them at school and everything like that. And so Justin, the Rangers get told to go and find this this new power or something like that. I've seen Turbo once. I'll be honest, it's awful. It's a really bad film. Like, it's so messy and jumbled and narratively all over the place because Divatox is trying to bring back someone called Malagor, who's like she calls her fiance, and he's like this lord of evil. And the Power Rangers are trying to stop him. So they get given cars, which Billy built, presumably, to go travel out. But supposedly these cars make them more powerful than the Zeo powers, but the Zeo powers were shown as exponentially increasing in power to the point that one of the final episodes of Zeo, the Gold Ranger, literally makes them all grow giant so that they can fight the villains. And they have a giant fight between Rangers and villains. Yeah. Turbo's not very good. It's also got Bulk and Skull and Lieutenant Stone back in the police force somehow with no explanation. When we last saw them, they were about to go to Paris and become like detectives. So yeah, it's very, very weird. And yeah, the movie itself, I mean, the action sequences in it are interesting enough. It has some American shot Zord footage. They build they have their own Megazord suit and they're fighting Malagor's suit. It's all done with Western techniques. And the third act of it is pretty decent, where all the Rangers come together and they save Jason and Kimberly and fight Malagor. That's pretty good. Then it leads to the actual series itself, and the series is not great. Like, a lot of people hated Justin. Blake Foster, who plays him, I don't know if he got like hate mail, but I would not be surprised. Personally, I don't think he's that bad. He's grown up. He's said some problematic things in the past, like some of his statements towards some of the other young actors playing Rangers now. But I mean, by all accounts, he seems like a relatively nice guy, and he has grown up and done martial arts, and he's earned his place as a Power Ranger. And Justin is probably one of the best Rangers in Turbo. Turbo is not a good season. And even with these returning characters, it's not great. But Justin is always quite clued in. He's a very capable character. But yeah, the series goes on. It drags a bit, I'll be completely honest. But then it's only around the halfway point that Turbo really starts to show some promise. And that is because they start introducing some more meta plot elements. Because Turbo wasn't doing well, and they knew it. So they had a goal to try and end Power Rangers, to bring the story to a conclusion. So first they introduced the concept of the Millennium Message, which was a character from the future called the Blue Centurion, who was a robotic police officer, who came back and had this message of an united alliance of evil. Because we saw Rita, Zed, Divatox, all fighting a group of Power Rangers. But the message itself was actually lost before it was really seen by anyone. So we don't know who those Rangers were, and we don't know who the other threats were, and so on. Blue Centurion joins the Rangers along with another character called the Phantom Ranger, who is very mysterious. We have no idea who the Phantom Ranger is. In fact, I still don't think it's really been explained ever. The comics have tried to do their own thing with it, but I don't know how canon the comics are with the show. The Rangers themselves, though, by this point, Jason David Frank, who was playing Tommy, and Catherine Sutherland as well, I believe, who was playing Kat, were both considering leaving. And Nakia Baris and Johnny Young Bosch, who were playing Tanya and Adam, hadn't really expressed any desire to leave. However, the showrunners decided to take the opportunity to get rid of them as well. And apparently the way this was explained to, like, Johnny Young Bosch said he came in for makeup one morning and there was just, his pink slip there saying that he'd been fired. And he had like a few episodes left. It was his notice. So that's pretty terrible. but they did actually introduce prospective two new Rangers. The first they introduced was Ashley, who was in an episode where she teamed up with Tanya, and the other one was Carlos, who was in an episode where he teamed up with Adam. And it was suggested that those would be the replacements for Tommy and Kat. So what would presumably have happened would have been Adam would have become the Red Ranger, Carlos would have become the new Green Ranger, and then Ashley would have become the Pink Ranger. However, when they decided to change it and get rid of the other two as well, they rushed the transfer and introduced two new characters of TJ, played by Selwyn Ward, and Cassie. And they were introduced quite quickly. And they, Ashley and Carlos also returned in this episode. And Ashley and Carlos's debuted episodes, they also found out who the Rangers were. And this one episode brought all four of them together. And then by the end of the episode, had them take over the roles of the original four Rangers. TJ as red, Carlos as green, Ashley as yellow, and Cassie as pink. And so they took over as the new Power Rangers Turbo.
So the second half of Power Rangers Turbo obviously featured these new characters taking over. I say second half, I don't think it's actually a full half of the season. I think it's around... I think Turbo ran for about 40 episodes, but I'm pretty sure the transfer of power happened at least 25 episodes in. Like, they'd done a significant part of the show already by the time these characters took over. But yeah, it carried on from there. It's decent. I think there was some behind the scenes changes as well. Like, I think this is around the time that Chip Lynn comes in. Basically, the showrunner at the time was Jonathan Zacher. And Judd Lynn, affectionately known as Chip Lynn to most of the fan base, came in as well and sort of joined the team. Both of them had been involved in the show up until this point, but I think now was the time that Chip Lynn actually became the showrunner. And it was Lynn and Zacher together that basically helped. They would now sort of guide the show going forward, at least for the next few years. And so as a result, there was a distinct change in tone and in script writing and things like that. And part of that is because obviously, they were building towards another new message. They were trying to sort of include these new Rangers, make them more important. And for a lot of it, they did have kind of a blank slate for some of these Rangers to build off of. And the Rangers themselves are good. Like, TJ especially is a great leader for the Rangers. I do quite like what they do with him in the sequel series, but I also freely acknowledge the power of representation by having the first black Red Ranger. The first black actor to play a Red Ranger, which is something that we haven't had very often. And here he was leading the team. And I know I've got a couple of fans I've got a couple of friends who are huge fans of TJ for that very reason, because they're also black. And, they grew up with a black Red Ranger. And it's like, that is important stuff. Representation is important. It's always been important. It's great to see yourself represented in something you love, to see people like you. And you get a lot of people say, oh, you don't need representation. It's like, you don't, but it makes a difference and it matters. Like, we'd had black actors in Power Rangers. We'd have actors of all ethnicities in Power Rangers at this point. But to see that one of them could become the leader of the team is important. Ironically, that's not something that happens in Japan. Japan's very a very ethnocentric state, in that makes it sound like a nationalist thing. It's not. What I mean is Japan is very overwhelmingly a Japanese population. There are non-Japanese people who live in Japan. Most notably, there's quite a large Korean population, but the Korean population there experiences a significant amount of racism. Like, they're not even allowed to vote in Japanese elections. And the actual percentages of like non-Southeast Asians in Japan is tiny. So obviously they aren't represented in Super Sentai. But in America, where you have these large populations of other ethnic groups, Latinx people, black people, Asians, it's important that they are represented. And that's something that I think Power Rangers has always done very, very well. And, there's a lot you can say about like diversity quotas and things like that. And there's a reason that sort of thing exists, especially in kids' TV, to try and include and represent people of all identities. And to be honest, I don't think it's a bad idea. Especially for kids' TV, that people get these strong, positive role models for their own races. So yeah, Power Rangers was doing woke way before it was cool. So yeah, the second half of Turbo is generally good, but like there's some very funny episodes in there as well. It's not very serious at all. Like there's the one where one quite notable episode is one where the Rangers get baked into a pizza, because the monster is this Italian pizza chef called Mad Mike, and he bakes them into a pizza. It's hilarious and ridiculous, and is mainly there to use up a lot of Sentai footage, but the episode itself has a certain charm to it. It's one of the few Turbo episodes I go back to. The other one is the finale. So there were a lot of changes with Power Rangers Turbo. Zordon left at the start of the season, took Alpha 5 with him. He was replaced by Alpha 6, who spoke in a sort of jive patois. Instead of the aye, 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 it was kind of a yo, yo, yo kind of thing. And the mentor of the team was now Demetria. And Demetria to me seems to be a way of keeping the original actress, well, to keep the second actress for Divatox around, because the main villain of the series, Divatox, was played by someone different in the movie to when the series started. And I think that was because Hilary Shepard, who played her in the movie, I think was on maternity leave when the series started. So when she finished, they brought her back into the series, but they had the actress who was playing her for the rest of the time was also playing Demetria. And Demetria is from a planet called Inquirus, so she's she doesn't really give the Rangers advice in the same way that like Zordon used to. It's very much rhetorical questions to let the Rangers think of an answer. It's quite infuriating. However, the reason that Zordon had gone off into space was to fight some of his ancient enemies. Eltar was under attack. And, we get towards the finale of this, Demetria disappears. She goes away as well. Zordon is captured on Eltar and goes missing. And it leaves the Rangers cut off. So the Rangers and Alpha basically have to try and defend themselves from some of Divatox's monsters. In fact, I'm pretty sure the episode before is the one before the two-part finale is the one that used up the big Sentai final battle footage. Because every Sentai series, because the Sentai series is very isolated, like each series, they don't have that continuing narrative that Power Rangers does. So each Sentai ends with a big climatic fight where usually the Rangers lose their weapons, their powers, their Zords, sort of sacrificed in the name of destroying the big bad for the series. it's so that everything can kind of get wrapped up at the end. And generally it works. It's not something they've done as much in modern seasons. A lot of the modern seasons, they find a way to try and keep continuing them. But there is still a lot of Zord destruction, especially. So I think the episode before the two-part finale is the one that uses up that footage so that the Turbo Rangers lose their weapons and their Zords and their Megazords, destroying the big villain. They still have their powers, but now they end up cut off and trapped inside the command center. And Divatox, with her crew and her Piranatrons, this army of Piranatrons that she's got, lays siege to the command center. And so the Rangers and Alpha are kind of stuck fighting them off. And eventually they get overwhelmed. And the command center is destroyed. Like, Divatox very happily presses a button on one of her signature big bomb controllers. And the power center goes up in a the command center goes up in a big explosion, gone, and the Rangers have lost all their powers. By this point, there's also been a subplot where Justin's father has gotten a new job at a group called NASADA. Now, NASADA is basically the Power Rangers equivalent of NASA. So it's a space exploration group. And they are currently working on an advanced shuttle, which they are planning to send into space. And I think this is one of those like super advanced shuttles using ridiculous technology, because obviously Power Rangers. And I think the Rangers want to use it with Alpha to go to Eltar. And so Justin manages to help the Rangers sneak in, and they take the space shuttle. And so this is why this final 2 episodes is called Chase into Space. And that's where Turbo ends. It ends on a cliffhanger as these Rangers in their battered civilian costumes, because obviously they were blown up in their Power Rangers form. So they've got like these tattered rags of clothes on. Smoke and everything all over them. Smoke makeup, all their hair's out of place. And yeah, it's only the 4 adult Rangers, though. Justin stays behind on Earth. But the 4 adult Rangers and Alpha go off into space. It's because the shuttle conveniently only had 5 seats. And this is what leads to the opening of the next series, which is Power Rangers in Space. Now, Power Rangers in Space was designed, for a large part, to be the finale of Power Rangers. Like, Turbo had not done well in the ratings, and there was very much a desire, like, okay, we're probably going to get like 1 more year of this. Let's go nuts. Let's take them into space. And the space thing actually came about because the footage for In Space came from a series called Mega Ranger. Now, Mega Ranger, I still haven't seen it yet, but from what I understand, it focuses on a group of high schoolers and uses a lot of virtual reality. Like the very 90s idea of virtual reality, where it's like before we actually experienced what the internet was, and we thought it would be like this and rush of cyberspace where we could go anywhere and do anything, like a giant virtual playground and video game kind of thing. And so they do use ships, like spaceship type things, but I think they're themed based on the games, the concepts in the thing. Now, Power Rangers uses the Sentai footage from the year before. So, for example, Zyuranger aired in 1992 in Japan. Power Rangers started in 1993, which means they were developing Power Rangers using footage from Zyuranger as Zyuranger was airing. And they only would have finished Power Rangers. By the time Zyuranger finished, they would have been really heavily into like production, not even pre-production, but production. But the pre-production stage all happens while the Sentai is still airing. So obviously Mega Ranger was airing in 1995. Power Rangers in Space started airing in 1996. Was it 96? No, further than 1996. No, it is 90. I've lost track of the years. 6 years, isn't it? So 6 years after 93, 99. So yeah, Mega Ranger would have aired in 98. Space started in 99. So they would have been in pre-production work on Space while working on Turbo while Mega Ranger was airing. So they got the original pictures from Toei of what Mega Ranger was and what these ships look like, what the Zords look like, what the suits look like. And they went, oh, it's space. But it's not quite space. Like, the suits for in space have like a hollow black screen at the top with like a hologram of like different pieces of technology. And like one of them is like a computer, one of them looks like a fax machine. You know, that's not very spacey. And you can just about see it in their morphing sequence, which makes it even funnier. But anyway, they had the idea of like, okay, well, let's go into space. And what happened was this made in space really expensive because they had to then, you know, early CGI in a lot of these outer space backgrounds or put filters on their location footage so it looked like an alien planet. Like the sort of stuff you saw in like early 60s sci-fi, like that Star Trek used to do. So that's funny. But basically, the plot of In Space is quite good. Like, I don't want to undersell it. It's probably one of the best seasons of Power Rangers there is. Like, top 3 easily. Like, if you're going to watch any season, Space is one of the ones to watch. And as it starts, we see all of the villains that we've experienced up until now. So Divatox, Zed, Rita, the Machine Empire, all of them. They're all gathered together. And their boss comes up because they have a boss. And their boss is Dark Spectre, who conveniently looks like Malagor because obviously Malagor was a really well-designed suit, so they want to use it again. And Dark Spectre is this giant lava monster. And he basically says that they are his united alliance of evil. And he is about to get ready to attack the universe. And that he is the one who has captured Zordon. And like he reveals the captured Zordon to the assembled group. And this is while they're having a banquet. And they talk about the Power Rangers, and Divatox quite proudly announces that she has destroyed the Power Rangers, which irks one of the group. This is all like in one scene in like the opening episode. It's a great scene, so I'm going to carry on describing it. And basically there's this cloaked figure who reacts to the fact that the Power Rangers have been destroyed and that Zordon's been captured. And Goldar, I think, gets his attention and like pulls the cloak off and reveals that he's a Power Ranger. And not only a Power Ranger, he is a Red Ranger. So he's a Red Ranger without his team, and he jumps on like this space surfboard, has a quick fight with like this drill sword that he's got called the Spiral Saber, I think they actually call it in the show, and flies off. And Rita and Divatox, who have got a bit of a, you know, rivalry going on, both sort of like offer to hunt down the Red Ranger. But Dark Spectre says no, and he tasks the job of hunting the Red Ranger to his daughter, Astronomer. Astronomer, quite well known for her leather outfit, like skin tight PVC leather outfit with like armor padding on, which was, according to rumors, I've not seen this ever confirmed. Apparently, it was one of the leftover costumes from the Spawn movie. If that's true, okay, I can see why it looks like that. And bright purple hair. She has a lot of very colourful hair designs throughout this show. I think she changes hair color and design several times throughout the series. And she's played by a young actress called Melody Perkins. She's quite good. I really liked Astronomer. She's a very different type of villain to the ones we've had before. Very hammy and brilliantly evil. But yeah, she kind of combines like the malice of someone like Lord Zed with kind of the over the topness of someone like Rita and Divatox. So she was a lot of fun. Like some of the faces that she pulls while scowling at characters is a lot of fun. But yeah, so she takes her fortress and her forces to Earth to try and find the Power Rangers. The Power Rangers themselves, their space shuttle docks with a spaceship in orbit. This spaceship turns out to be the home of this Red Ranger, who is revealed to be Andros. And he's an alien, well, I say an alien, he's a human, but he's from another planet. He's from a planet called KO-35. It's just basically explained as like, what, you think Earth is the only planet that has humans? And it's like, that's it. That's the only explanation you get. That's it. Job done. Move on. Which is ridiculously simple, but at the same time hilarious. Like, I can imagine like people in Star Wars and Star Trek production offices just going, damn, why didn't we think of that? That's so simple. Excuse me. So yeah, there's that aspect to it. And yeah, so our existing Rangers join up with Andros and become his new team. And Alpha joins them as well. Alpha gets a new voice box, so it's a bit more similar to the classic Alpha, but with a new voice actress. So it's a very different... It's still Alpha 6, but it's a different Alpha. And regarding the Rangers... So Cassie stays as the Pink Ranger. Ashley stays as the Yellow Ranger. Carlos goes from the Green Ranger to the Black Ranger. And TJ goes from the Red Ranger to the Blue Ranger, which essentially makes him the second in command to Andros. While obviously they're dealing with this, they are also hiding away on Earth, which means Andros comes down with them. Occasionally we still see them going to school, I think, at Angel Grove, which is weird, and I'm not sure why. We also see the return of some other supporting characters, like Bulk and Skull come back. We get someone new running the Surf Spot, I think it's called now. It's like the successor to the Juice Bar now that Ernie's gone and Lieutenant Stone is no longer running it, and it's run by, I've forgotten her name now. But she's played by the actress who used to play Laverne in Scrubs. Which means this was the first thing I saw her in. I saw her in this before Scrubs. And the character she's playing not quite as dry as Laverne, but still quite funny at points. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull have kind of seen the, astronomers' ships, and they're determined to investigate these aliens, and they end up teaming with a character called Professor Phenomenus. So that's funny. Less said about what Bulk and Skull were doing in Turbo, the better. Like, Turbo was not a good series for them. They were trying to do like a Bulk and Skull spin-off, but it never actually materialized. I think they shot a pilot for it though, but I don't know if the pilot ever got released. I'd be intrigued to see it. But yeah, I quite like Bulk and Skull. It was nice to have them back and have them be comic relief again. And Professor Phenomenus is funny enough for what he is. The Rangers themselves, though, their plot carries on. There's a few secrets that spread throughout. Like, Andros has like part of the ship that he keeps secret. Andros and Ashley kind of develop a relationship. It's revealed in the part of the ship that's secret that actually Andros had another ranger who was helping him, who was the Silver Ranger, called Zane. Zane is from the same planet Andros is, KO-35. And Zane was wounded in battle. It's one of the reasons why Andros has been working alone, and one of the reasons why he finds it hard to trust people. So that's a nice bit of development for him, and it works out really well. Like, there's a lot of good character writing in this series. A lot of it tied around Andros, but it is all still there. Like, Carlos has a whole episode where he ends up teaming up with Adam, and we get to see Adam morph as the Black Ranger again. It's an episode called Always a Chance, one of my favorites. Basically, Carlos has like a real like crisis of confidence and ends up going to Adam for support. Justin actually comes back and morphs as the Blue Turbo Ranger again in an episode, which is, again, another really interesting concept. It was fun to see. And they actually used him quite well. It's one of Justin's better episodes. But yeah, the actual episodes themselves, there's a big plot revealed that Andros had a sister who went missing when he was a child. And, this younger sister. And he recognizes one of Astronomer's lieutenants, a character called Darkonda, as possibly being the villain who abducted his sister. And so obviously he wants to know what happened there. So there's that aspect going on. Meanwhile, Astronomer, we find out that she's not Dark Spectre's birth daughter, but she's grown up under him to become the new Empress of Evil. That's her whole thing. And her bodyguard and protector, who acts like her father figure, is a character called Eclipta, one of her other lieutenants. He's very protective of her. And to the point he's got a real rivalry against Darkonda. Anyway, it's eventually revealed that Astronomer is actually Andros's younger sister, Corone, and she was abducted as a child by Darkonda and given to Dark Spectre. And Dark Spectre basically molded her, into this Empress of Evil. And there was a suggestion that maybe he's done this to other figures as well. Possibly Divatox, for example. So yeah, he's corrupted people to become his agents. And eventually Corone finds this out after a while and ends up sort of joining the Rangers for a bit, but then gets kidnapped by Darkonda again and ends up kind of given like a cyborg makeover to make her more subservient to Dark Spectre and make her kind of lose that memory, which is a real shame. This series also features the introduction of the first proper Evil Ranger team. Like, the Evil Ranger thing is a trope that's happened like once a series since Power Rangers started. Oh, I say once, twice, because in some cases, because I think Turbo and Mighty Morphin Series 1 both did it twice. But this is the best example because here we get introduced to the Psycho Rangers. Now, the Psycho Rangers are just great. They are so much fun. The Psycho Rangers are basically an evil group of Rangers with coloured armour, different weapons, and they basically are able to match the Rangers blow for blow, but only to kind of their relevant colour. And when they're defeated, they also get giant monster forms. So, this becomes like an ongoing arc in the middle of the series for about half a dozen episodes, if not a bit longer, where the team, by this time joined by Zane, because Zane's recovered, and has obviously become their sixth Ranger, the Silver Ranger. They have to take down the Psycho Rangers, and that's quite a lot of fun because it's not something they can do immediately. Like, they'll I think they lose to the Psycho Rangers in their first appearance, but then, like, by the end of that 2-part episode, they've taken down the Pink Psycho Ranger. But then it means they've got to whittle down the others, and it's like the Psycho Rangers are hunting them and can kind of attack them before they're even aware of them, and they're able to disguise themselves in human form, which means the Rangers don't know who they are. It's quite a tense arc, really, to be fair. Some really good stuff. And TJ is one of the ones that sort of helps them strategize and come up with ways to defeat them. Like, shows TJ at some of his best, I think, in the episode where they take down the Psycho Blue. But yeah, it all kind of builds to a conclusion where the United Alliance of Evil have invaded the galaxy, and we get the Countdown to Destruction two-parter where Astronomer has invaded Earth. And the Rangers have been beaten, they've been knocked back, Andros has disappeared, Zordon is on her ship, Darkonda turns her against Dark Spectre and ends up sort of destroying both of them. So Astronomer basically takes command of the United Alliance of Evil and vows to destroy the Power Rangers. And we get quite possibly one of Power Rangers' best ever sequences, which is a real sort of I Am Spartacus moment, and it's led by Bulk and Skull, which makes it even more phenomenal. Basically, there's a whole crowd of people in Angel Grove, and again, they're all battered and broken, and they've got the tattered clothing and the smoke and the hair out of place. And Astronomer basically says, "Surrender the Power Rangers." And the range, Bulk and Skull step forward and like, "I'm the Blue Ranger, I'm the Black Ranger," and then like all sorts of other like the Surf Spot owner comes through, "I'm the Pink Ranger," like that. And that's when the Power Rangers appear, morph, fight Astronomer, save the day. But the way the day is saved is by Andros destroying Zordon's energy tube, so that a wave of pure energy comes from Zordon and destroys the United Alliance of Evil, which is so amazing. But yeah, it's a real kind of end of the franchise moment, because it really feels like the conclusion to something. It feels desperate, and it puts Andros in a position where he doesn't want to have to do this. He doesn't want to have to kill Zordon. Like, part of their whole thing has been trying to save Zordon this entire time. But Zordon realizes that the energies inside his energy tube will allow them to defeat the United Alliance. So you see this Z wave, as it gets called by the fandom, sort of pass out from Zordon after the energy tube is cracked, and we see Ecliptor get hit by it and turn to dust, like, immediately, because Ecliptor was fighting Andros on the ship. We see the wave go down to Earth, where it hits Astronomer's forces, as well as Astronomer herself. Astronomer falls down. A lot of her forces turn to dust. It spreads out across the galaxy, where we see the Alien Rangers, who are at the mercy of the Machine Empire. We see the Zeo Ranger, the Gold Zeo Ranger and the Blue Centurion, who are also at the mercy of other enemies. And we see them all taken down. All these enemies just turning to dust. So, Goldar, Rito, the Machine Empire all get turned to dust. Divatox gets knocked down, and then when she comes up, she looks quite a lot like Demetria, which is where a lot of that connection in the fandom's mind comes from. That, like, because I think Demetria does refer to a sister at one point, so it's like, ooh, is Divatox Demetria's long lost sister? I think, although I think this was probably done to not kill the villains with human faces. I think maybe they didn't want to do that for a kid's show. And the reason I say that is because it also happens to Rita. So the energy wave hits Rita and she turns human. She looks normal. But not only does it do that to Rita, it also does that to Lord Zed, which is very bizarre, because Lord Zed was apparently never human, or anything like human, from what we understand. And he gets the most ridiculous, like, dad prep look. Like, he's got a jumper tied around his shoulders and a shirt on, like a yellow shirt, if I remember rightly. It's very bizarre. But yeah, I really think this was done so that they didn't have to kill the villains with human faces. And I think the reason why Zed was also included was because by this point we knew that Zed and Rita were in love. And I don't think they wanted to kill, to kill Lord Zed off and leave Rita alone, which is fair. I get it. And then obviously this is where the Rangers, you know, they come back, they find Astronomer. Andros comes down from space, finds Astronomer, who has now become Corone. And yeah, it's just a great moment. It's a really, really good moment. And just feels like a nice conclusion to things. Like the team break up. I think Andros and Corone go back to KO35 with Zane. And I think the other Rangers stay on Earth for a bit longer. And yeah, it's like if this had been where Power Rangers had ended, it may not have been the most perfect ending. Like, it would have been nice to maybe have included some more references to the past. Like, I know I said the Alien Rangers and the Gold Ranger and the Blue Centurion were all involved in this, but you know, we don't see Tommy or Jason or Kimberly or any of those, you know, previous characters, or Billy, for example. Not even just morphed. Like the Gold Ranger, the Alien Rangers, and the Blue Centurion, they're easy to do because they're just morphed. I don't think they even have their voices. I don't think they even say anything. They're just morphed suits. It's the same way the Phantom Ranger was able to reappear in space. But even just a suit cameo would have been cool. But I suppose part of the issue there is that, you know, do the Rangers still have their powers? Like, if you go back to the Always a Chance episode with Adam, he uses the cracked black Mastodon coin because the black ninja coin had been destroyed and the Zeo powers had been turned into the turbo powers, and the turbo powers had been passed on to Carlos. So it's like, what other power set did he have? You know? But I don't know. I just think at this point we'd had like a good, I think 10 or 11 or 12 previous Rangers that could have been used or referenced in some way that weren't. Because, you know, you've got that original grouping of 6, then Rocky, Adam, Aisha, Kat, and Justin. And Tanya. So, yeah, 12 Rangers that could have appeared and didn't. But hey-ho, it is what it is. And they did a really good job, regardless. Like, the effort that was put in here, it worked. It worked for me. I think it was really well done. Especially considering the budget that Power Rangers is running with. Like, Power Rangers has always been a notoriously cheap show. Like, I think Steve Cardenas actually spoke about it and said when he was hired for the role of Rocky, it was basically like he met with Saban, and Saban basically said, "You're not going to make a lot of money, but you're going to make me a lot of money." And it's like that real kind of blasé frankness about it. Like, yeah, this show is being made cheap, but it's making me a fortune. That's why. You know, I mean, you know, pay actors, kids. You know, pay actors, pay writers. They do work. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But considering how cheaply this show is and has been made, you know, this was an achievement. Like, Countdown for Destruction is a really good episode. It holds up. The two parts, both parts are really engaging. In fact, In Space as a whole was really engaging, and that was probably why it was so successful, because In Space was a huge success. Like, it kind of not to the extent of like the previous Power Rangers. Like, I don't think anything will ever recapture the original mania that Power Rangers spurred. I mean, there is a reason why, despite 30 years of this, it is the original season of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that we go back to for our nostalgia. like any type of fan content or anything like that. It is that original first season that they go to. It's the Dinosaur Zords, it's the Green Ranger, it's those first 60 episodes. And I think as much as, and as impactful as some other things that were included later on were, like Lord Zed, like the White Ranger, like the Ninja Powers, because obviously the Ninja Powers were in the movie. The Dinosaur Zords weren't in the movie, the Ninja Zords were. But we go back to that first season for the nostalgia, and I think a large part of why we go back to that first season for the nostalgia is because that first season was the one that led to that first Christmas of Power Rangers, where that merchandise was selling like hotcakes, where it was a sensation. Like Power Rangers Mania was huge. And it's like that first year and what happened there, that's what led to the live show, to the movie. And it's like, yes, the live show and the movie may have had the White Ranger, but it's the Green Ranger we're nostalgic for because that's what we remember, because that's what hit big. And yeah, nothing will ever recapture that for this series, but Space came very close. It was definitely more of a success than Turbo, and I think was even more successful than Zeo. So it really did well for them. Like good viewing figures, good merchandise numbers, did really well. And so obviously Countdown to Destruction didn't become the finale of Power Rangers because they got told they could carry on. And obviously Super Sentai was in no danger of stopping anytime soon, so they had more footage to use. And that's where we got the next season, which is Lost Galaxy. And Lost Galaxy picks up using the footage of Gingaman. Now, Gingaman is a very mystical, like nature-focused Sentai. Lost Galaxy carried on with the space theme. Right, so Power Rangers Lost Galaxy, like I said, carries on with the space theme. This one does get a bit sci-fi. Like to the point they even reuse the mobile infantry uniforms from the Starship Troopers movie. Like, literally. Basically what they do is they create a space colony called Terraventure, which flies off into space and takes like a whole load of people from Earth with it. And a group of rangers end up on a planet called Miranoi, where they end up taking some quasar sabers, which are able to morph them into rangers. The planet of Miranoi is under attack by a villain called Scorpius. Scorpius doesn't stay the main villain for very long. He gets replaced by his daughter, Trakina, who is one of the more notable Power Rangers villains. She definitely seems to be one of the more popular ones in the fan base. A large part of that is probably due to her look, because she, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, she's sexy. She's got a very kind of femme fatale thing, despite the fact she's got like prosthesis and stuff to make her look like a bug lady. Like she's got quite a skin tight, quite revealing costume, and it's a very good looking woman playing her. Trakina herself, she's quite entertaining. She's a very entertaining villain. Completely unique to Power Rangers as well, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't think even her costume comes from Super Sentai. In fact, a lot of the big Sentai villains for Gingaman didn't really appear in this due to a whole load of issues and things between Toei and Saban. Like, there were suits that were unavailable and things like that. So a lot of the villains that this series starts with were like minor villains. Yeah, their suit counterparts were like minor villains in Gingaman, or they were completely unique creations, as Scorpius himself was. The series itself, Lost Galaxy, I don't remember ever seeing Lost Galaxy at the time. In fact, I barely even saw any advertising for it. So it wasn't one that really stuck with me. That said, from what I have seen since, as while growing up, it's very interesting. It's, for example, there's one whole episode which doesn't, I think, doesn't use the Rangers at all, and it basically does like Alien in space, but in a kids show. It uses a lot more Sentai footage than some of the previous shows had done. But obviously the design of Terra Venture itself and, the constant alien space sets, the sets for Terra Venture are very, very impressive. It looks like a decent sci-fi show of the time, which is very impressive because, compare the budget of something like Power Rangers to the budget of something like Star Trek or Babylon 5, and it's minuscule by comparison. But what we have here does look really good. But Lost Galaxy is the last show that really kind of makes any overt connections to what came before. This is where we start to get the very episodic series of Power Rangers, where, barring the exception of maybe one crossover, a sort of annual crossover that sort of links back to previous teams, for the most part, these shows are kind of standalone. Now, Lost Galaxy kind of skirts on that because Bulk and Phenomenus are actually recurring characters, and although they don't appear as much as they did in Space, because they end up taking the trip to Miranoi with Terra Venture. But yeah, Terra Venture ends up sort of catapulted halfway across the galaxy and things like that. The main crossover comes in the team up with In Space, which happens about halfway through the series in a 2-part episode. One is called To the 10th Power, and the other is called The Power of Pink, I believe. Basically, there's some behind the scenes reasons for this, so I'll get to it. But essentially, a crossover happens with the Space Rangers and the Lost Galaxy Rangers. And this kind of sets the groundwork for how a lot of these annual crossovers will happen going forward by bringing back the in-space villains of the Psycho Rangers. So the Psycho Rangers return. Andros teams up with the Space Rangers. The Space Rangers as well have also... not the Space Rangers, the Lost Galaxy Rangers also have access to the Astro Megaship from In Space and Alpha 6. So he's helping them as well in the same way. So, there's Andros teams up with them on the Megaship, and then the other 4 main Space Rangers. So Zane, I think, is actually absent from this crossover. So it's the 5 main Lost Galaxy Rangers, the 5 main Space Rangers, and the supporting ranger for Lost Galaxy, who is called the Magna Defender. He was the first kind of 6th ranger that didn't have a ranger look. He's got a very armored look. He's actually the 2nd Magna Defender. The first Magna Defender actually dies in battle, and his armor gets sort of passed down to Mike, who's the brother of the Red Ranger Leo. And in fact, Mike was almost the original Red Ranger, based on episodes, events in the pilot for Lost Galaxy. I say pilot, first episode. But yeah, to the 10th Power brings them all together and they beat the Psychos. Except Psycho Pink survives. And this is where you get the Power of Pink episode, because for the Power of Pink episode, again, the 2 teams are still interacting. The Pink Psycho Ranger manages to attack the Pink Ranger from Lost Galaxy, Kendrix, and the Pink Ranger from In Space, Cassie. Separates them both and engineers a trap to try and destroy them. Kendrix, to try and stop the Pink Psycho Ranger and destroy the trap, sacrifices herself and is seemingly killed, making her the first ranger to actually die in the line of duty. Now, behind the scenes, this was done because Valerie Vernon, the actress who played Kendrix, unfortunately had been diagnosed with leukemia and so had to leave Power Rangers to receive treatment. Now, she fortunately made a full recovery, which is absolutely wonderful. But obviously she had to withdraw from the show. The original plan was for Cassie's actress, Patricia J. Lee, I want to say, although I will have to check that. But the original plan was for, Cassie's actress, yes it is, Patricia J. Lee, to take over as the Pink Lost Galaxy Ranger, sort of passing the torch from to the In Space team. However, for some reason, Patricia J. Lee wasn't able to commit long term to Lost Galaxy. And so a secondary plan was enacted in the following episode for the Power of Pink, which brought back Corone. So this is Melody Perkins as Corone, the former astronomer, who now takes over the role of the Pink Power Ranger. And when I watched this back as an older fan, I loved this. I thought this was one of the best redemption arcs we could possibly get. You know, how Astronomer has gone from being the Empress of Evil to becoming a Power Ranger. And I love that it's part of the canon. And yes, Corone remains as the Pink Power Ranger for the rest of the season. Kendricks does return in the final episode of the series. They actually bring her back because obviously Valerie Vernon had recovered. So when they, like, Miranoi had been stuck in stone earlier on in the series. So when they bring Miranoi back as Terra Venture arrives there and they defeat Trakina, they brought back Kendricks. And yeah, it works for me. I thought it was really good. So yeah, I really quite enjoyed that one. We then get the next season, which is the one that sort of helped me come back to Power Rangers. And this is the one that goes the far more episodic route, to the point that it almost feels like a bit of a reboot of Power Rangers as a concept. Like, to the point that I didn't even realize it was fully connected to Power Rangers as a franchise when I first watched it. Now, I got into watching this one because my little brothers watched this one, and this was Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue. Now, Lightspeed Rescue is great. It's a full on it's a rescue series, basically. The Rangers are selected from rescue groups. I say that they're kind of they're all designed to basically be a rescue team. They end up fighting demons, so I don't know how demons really works with a rescue team. You know, the main villains are demons. They use the villains from the Sentai for this one. In fact, they used a lot of Sentai footage, although they did add an exclusive American 6th Ranger, because there was no 6th Ranger in Go-Go 5, which is the Sentai it took the footage from. But there was a Zord that they could use for the 6th Ranger, so they created their own one called the Titanium Ranger. He's quite good, but obviously his appearances are limited due to him only existing in Western footage and the budget for Power Rangers not being as high as it was back during the Mighty Morphin heydays. Now, that said, he's a good character. There's a character called Ryan Mitchell. He's the sister of he's the brother of the Pink Ranger, Dana Mitchell, who's an EMT. There's also Carter Grayson, who is the Red Ranger. He's a firefighter. Then the Green Ranger's a pilot. The Blue Ranger is underwater expert. I think he works with animals. I think he works in like an aquatic center when they recruit him. And Kelsey, who's a bit of an adventure junkie, a bit of a mountain climber, survivalist, that sort of type of person. Lightspeed Rescue is very good. There's a lot of fun with it. It had a PlayStation game that me and my brothers had, and we played quite a lot. We loved that one. yeah, it was just a good time. You know, seeing this whole organization around the Power Rangers. You know, there was it wasn't, you know, some secret space wizard and his robot sidekick. It was an actual support team. You know, in this underwater base off the coast of the city that was helping them. You know, led by Captain Mitchell, who was Ryan and Dana's father. There was Miss Fairweather, who was their tech expert, and who Joel, the Green Ranger, had a huge crush on. Understandably so. She was, again, very beautiful woman. Had a lot of Velma vibes going on. And yeah, they do actually have a team up with the Lost Galaxy Rangers, including Kendricks rather than Corone for the team up, where they fight against Trakina. And Trakina in this returns in sort of the monster form that she had towards the end of the series. I'm not sure if she's even played by the same actress. But yeah, it's a pretty good team up. It's one of the more notable ones. They use the Sentai footage for it from the Go-Go 5 versus Gingaman team up movie, which means there's one point where the Lightspeed Rescue Megazord gets one of the power-ups that is exclusive to the Lost Galaxy team. Because that's something that the Sentai movies do quite a lot, but Power Rangers didn't really do, because a lot of the Power Rangers team-ups going forward tend to be completely unique footage. So I think this is actually one of the last that uses the Sentai footage for a while. The series following that was Power Rangers Time Force. Time Force is based on Time Ranger, which is a group of Rangers coming from the future to hunt down villains who have escaped from the future to the past. The villain of this series, again, completely original. He's a character called Rancic. He's played by Vernon Wells, who action fans might recognize from his roles in Commando or Mad Max. He's very good. He's a lot of fun in this. A very, very good villain. The Rangers themselves as well. Time Force is a really good series. I had a lot of fun with this one. It's probably one of the better written series of Power Rangers. That said, there are still certain Power Rangers trope elements. You know, it's still a kid's show, but generally it's very well written. This sixth Ranger, especially, a character called Eric, who is the Quantum Ranger, played by Daniel Southworth, who went on to do a lot of acting and motion capture work for video games. I don't know if he's the voice actor for Virgil, but he's definitely the motion capture for Virgil in Devil May Cry. He's really good in this. You know, he gets a very, very good arc when he's introduced, and he's basically a second Red Ranger. He looks cool as hell. He's very different to his Sentai origins. He's almost kind of a complete reworking of the character, while still adapting some of those plots from the Sentai. Time Force generally is just really good. It was kind of hampered a bit in some respects by the then recent 9/11 terrorist attacks, because when Time Ranger aired in Japan, the finale of Time Ranger involves a lot of destruction. Basically, time starts unraveling. It's pretty intense. That's the sort of thing that at this time American shows were really trying to avoid. Like, this was only must have been 2002, I think. No, 2001. It literally was 2001 that Time Force was airing, between February and November. So yeah, this was not something that they wanted to really address, and kind of, they wanted to work to kind of edit these things, which is completely understandable. Like, you totally get why, you know, but That means In Space happened earlier than I thought as well. In Space was 1998, must be. But yeah, so as a result, there's a lot of bits in the ending that are changed. Like, for example, in Time Ranger, the Quantum Ranger's counterpart is killed. That doesn't happen here. But this is really good. There's a good love story here between the Red and Pink Rangers. The Red Ranger is also trying to hide. He's kind of a rich playboy, whose father wants him to take a certain path in life, and he ends up becoming one of the Rangers because he's the ancestor of the original Red Ranger, who was the Pink Ranger's fiance in the future, actually played by the same actor. That's how they did that. And you know, he wants to sort of strike out on his own and find his own path, and so he's trying to sort of keep a secret from his dad exactly what's happening to him and what he's doing as a Power Ranger. But then obviously that kind of backfires because during one of the battles the father sees him. There's a proper rivalry between him and the Quantum Ranger Eric. So, you know, Wes and Eric are really kind of at odds for a lot of it. Yeah, it just works really well. I really enjoyed Time Force, and Ransik as the villain is incredible as well. He's a mutant. And they basically explain away all the villains in this as being mutants, with the exception of one of Ransik's assistants called Frax, who is a robot. And there's just some really interesting things that happen throughout this show. Like at one point, Ransik's daughter, Nadira, kind of falls for the Blue Ranger, Lucas. And Ransik realizes that, like, you know, Lucas is his enemy. Lucas is a Power Ranger, but Lucas could potentially make Nadira happy. So he tries to help their relationship along. It's so bizarre. And yeah, it's just a thoroughly entertaining show. It's got a really good cast, really good Rangers. It makes comments on, you know, mutation and assuming the worst in people based on who they are. Like, there's a lot of kind of prejudice angles it takes at certain parts of the story. It's just very good, and I think it shows really well what Power Rangers can be when it's at its best and when it's firing on all cylinders. And yeah, I really do think is one of the best ones. Again, they have a team up with the Lightspeed team. It is called Time for Lightspeed. They actually have all 6 Rangers from both teams for this one. Can't remember if it's a 2-part episode. I think it might just be a single part, and features the return of Vipra, who was one of the it's just a single episode, episode 33. Vipra is a like one of the main lieutenant villains from Lightspeed Rescue, who the actress hired for her, I think, was hired because they could easily splice her into the Japanese footage, because she looked quite a lot like the original Japanese actress. Unfortunately, she's not that skilled of an actress, or at least she wasn't at this point in her career, and it unfortunately shows. It's not that she's not trying, she really is. But I think sometimes the poor quality of writing in Power Rangers and, you know, the how cheap Power Rangers is, it's like you don't have a lot opportunity to do a lot of takes. Really kind of hurts the whole performance overall, which is a shame. The actual footage itself, all of the footage for Time for Lightspeed is shot in America. It's fully Western footage. I don't think they use anything from the Sentai for this, which I think is really good. And I think it looks the part for it. It does mean that the final battle doesn't use the Megazord. What instead happens is we get the two teams of Rangers teaming up. We get a lot of nice, quite good fight choreography. And then the Rangers use their Battleizer forms, which are essentially a gimmick that was introduced in Space, specifically as a Western Power Rangers style thing, where the Rangers, usually the Red Ranger, but occasionally the Blue and Green Rangers as well, would get some sort of enhanced armor. So in this, for the Battleizer attack right at the end, the Time Force Rangers all pull out their big guns. Wes, Eric, Carter, Chad, and Joel all end up with this big battle armor, which they use, or big guns that they use, and they destroy the enemy like that. It's bizarre, but pretty fun. And I like the change from not using anything Zord related. You know, some people be like, oh, Power Rangers needs the Megazords, and it's like, not having them in an episode like that makes that episode stand out a bit more, I think. You know, it already stands out because of the fact that it's not, you know, it's a big team up rather than something that's standing on its own. But yeah, it's just pretty cool, I think. The final series of the Saban era of Power Rangers, as it's become known, is Power Rangers Wild Force. Now, Wild Force, again, pretty well written. It's dealing with a race called Orgs. Now, there are some very overt ecological, you know, pollution and global warming type messages in Wild Force that a lot of them are quite heavy-handed, like badly heavy-handed. But for the most part, when Wild Force was written well, it was written really well. Like, there's a really good story surrounding the main Red Ranger, Cole Evans, who he was basically raised as, like, he was raised in the jungle, essentially. Because his parents died while he was out there, while he was a child, and he was kind of raised by the animals. And there's a whole mystery over what happened to his parents. It's eventually revealed that, like, the main villain of the series, Master Org, had something to do with it, because Master Org is actually human. He's not an Org, who are the evil creatures from this series. It's a pretty good series, and it's got some really great Rangers in it. Taylor, the Yellow Ranger, is a lot of fun. Danny and Max, the Blue and Black Rangers, they are a great pairing, just seeing their comedy as they bounce off of each other. Yeah, just a lot of fun. It's a really, really good team. But Wild Force was also the 10th anniversary of Power Rangers. So they tried to do a couple of specials. They tried to do not only the team-up special with Time Force, which they did, and it was 2 parts, and it was fantastic. It's called Reinforcements from the Future. Also brings back the actors for Rancic and Nadira, and basically works as a full epilogue to Time Force. Like, if you are a fan of Time Force, watch Reinforcements from the Future as just the conclusion to it. Works brilliantly. It's really good seeing all these characters again. And then a few episodes after that, they do Forever Red, which they did as the 10th anniversary special, where they team up all of the Red Rangers up until this point. Exception 1, which is Rocky, because Steve Cardenas was unfortunately moving house, and they couldn't get hold of him. But Jason, Tommy, TJ, Andros, Leo, Carter, Wes, Cole, who's the Red Ranger from this, Orico, the Red Alien Ranger, and then they bring in Eric, the Quantum Ranger, so that they can have 10. And it's very, very good. You get 10 Red Rangers teaming up against a group of new villains who they explain away as being members of the Machine Empire, who are digging up Lord Zed's giant Dragon Zord Serpentera on the moon. However, the villains' suits are the Beetleborgs, so there's that aspect to it as well. Loads of fun. Single episode. The ending for it was basically done to sell a new toy, because that was how they were able to get the approval to do a second team up special, because apparently some of the suits were really not a fan of it. But it's one of those that the creatives really wanted to do it. And Forever Red has some of the best fight choreography in Power Rangers. Like, they do a speed up, slow down action sequence, you know, like the kind that became popular in 300. They do that here for like a fraction of the budget, and it looks good. You know, they did it first, and it looks incredible. No, I'm not saying Zack Snyder copied Power Rangers, but, you know, it could quite easily be a case of like parallel thinking. But it is cool when you see that they did it first, and it looks amazing. Meanwhile, though, there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on. At this point, Saban was trying to offload the Power Rangers brand. And so Saban Group ended up selling Power Rangers to Disney. Yes, Disney. Disney owned Power Rangers for a whole point. And Disney at one point was sort of, okay, well, we'll probably just cancel Power Rangers and we'll just do it in reruns. You know, it's a stable brand for boys, because that's the reason why they bought Marvel and Star Wars. They've always been after a brand for boys. But a lot of the creatives were able to convince them and say, no, Power Rangers is good. There's a market for this. Let's keep it going. And so, despite the fact that the Wild Force ending works really well as another ending for Power Rangers should it need to, Power Rangers carried on. And, you know, good series, good ending, but it marked the end of the Saban era of the franchise. So the creatives had managed to convince the Disney executives to keep Power Rangers going. Now, the way to do this, as far as Disney was concerned, was to do it as cheaply as possible. So they started looking at how to do Power Rangers, a show that was already made quite cheaply, on an even more restrictive budget. For starters, a lot of the previous team was gone. You know, Jonathan Zacher and Chip Lynn, who had both worked on the series pretty much from the Zordon era right up until the conclusion of the of Power Rangers Wild Force, they were both gone. They were ousted. Koichi Sakamoto, one of the action directors who had also worked on directing several of the Power Rangers episodes, he remained, which was pretty cool. But instead, Power Rangers ended up with a whole load of new producers. And so what you got was essentially a reboot, almost. It was still adapting Sentai footage, but it was now no longer being filmed in America, again, to keep costs down, and was now being filmed in New Zealand. Now, this cut down on so many production costs. One, things were cheaper. New Zealand has always been cheaper to produce, sometimes to the detriment of the acting and filming industry in New Zealand. That's a discussion more linked to things that happened with Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, things that are still happening with things like the Avatar sequels. A YouTuber named Lindsay Ellis has done a fantastic video series on that I highly recommend people watching. Basically, The Hobbit and Warner Brothers may have crippled the New Zealand film industry irreversibly. But essentially, Power Rangers filmed in New Zealand. It's based in Auckland. And yeah, but New Zealand is obviously closer to Japan. You're not paying as many shipping costs for suits, footage, things like that. It's a lot easier to get hold of, and to the point that they were able to get stunt teams and action directors from Japan to occasionally come into Power Rangers and vice versa. Like Koichi Sakamoto would go on to have quite an illustrious career directing Japanese tokusatsu while still working on Power Rangers. Even becoming one of the main action directors for a whole season of Super Sentai himself. But yes, Power Rangers continued. And the first series of this new reboot was Power Rangers Ninja Storm. Now, Ninja Storm, I've seen so many people defend. I have to say it's not one of my favorites. I'm not a huge fan of Ninja Storm. I know a lot of people absolutely swear by it. And I will say generally, the Disney era of the franchise is really, really good. It's one of my favorite eras of Power Rangers, because you can loosely define Power Rangers into several eras. Obviously, we've already had two. We've had the Zordon era and the Post-Zordon Saban era. Disney is the next era. The Disney era, to me, has some of the strongest seasons of Power Rangers, because from a creative standpoint, considering this was a show that Disney had pretty much just given up on, they just wanted to print money with it, basically. Like, there were even discussions at some points that by certain Disney executives that is like, well, can't we just dub the Sentai footage? Why do we have to, make anything American in the first place? Why can't we just use what already exists and just dub it? And while I think there is merit to that, because Sentai itself is definitely amazing. Like, I have a lot of love for Super Sentai as a franchise as well, and I'll probably do an episode on the Super Sentai itself at some point. For me, there's something very magical about Power Rangers, because it's not just dubbing it like an anime, it's actually trying to find a way to make it work, to adapt some of those more seemingly outlandish concepts and bring them into a way that people in the West can relate to. Essentially, Power Rangers is a superhero media. And a pretty good one, to be fair. And like I said, the Disney era is very good. It has there's 7 shows in the Disney era, and I think probably 4 of them are in my top 10 for the franchise overall. One of them is in my bottom 5 for the franchise overall, but that's a different discussion. We'll get there when we get there. Ninja Storm is just one that's fine for me. But I've seen a lot of people rate it really highly. It is good. It's just there's a lot going on, and some of it is very Disney-esque. Like, it was a Disney Channel show, and it shows. It's got, it was aired on ABC Kids, not Jetix or Fox. It was almost made for a completely different market, almost a completely different demographic. A different type of audience. And so, in parts, it feels a bit sillier and a bit more nonsensical. But at the same time, it is still pulling all that Sentai footage. And the Sentai footage is coming from Hurrikenja, which is a really, really good Sentai. Very slick action choreography. So, while there are some silly moments in it, there is a lot of very cool stuff in there as well. 6 main rangers, all split into... there's the 3 main ones, and then there's 2 others that get added later on, and then the 6th ranger who gets added later on. And they essentially all come off being completely separate for a while. Like there's two, it's the 3 Wind Ninjas and the 2 Thunder Ninjas, and then the Samurai Ranger. They all have a different look to them. They look almost like 3 complete different groups of Rangers, rather than looking like a full cohesive team. But I think it really works, and it looks good. You also get to see them all come together, work together with the other, work together with each other. The villains themselves, we see the villains we get are led by a character called Lothar. Now, Lothar is being played by the same person who plays their sensei. Their sensei. They're meant to be brothers. They get around this by turning the sensei into a hamster, where he remains for the majority of the series, is a CGI hamster. Lothar is a much more overt comedy villain, and to the point that his main 2 comedy sidekicks, Mara and Capri, who are his nieces, are again also played for laughs. They're very similar to the kind of the Bulk and Skull duo. But for the most part, it works. It has a lot of charm to it. It's just your mileage may vary on some of it. And overall, while I do like aspects of Ninja Storm, it's not my favorite series. It's pretty good, but it's not my favorite. I think the series that follows it is much better. And that series is Power Rangers Dino Thunder. Dino Thunder did a couple of things I really like. For starters, its 4th or 5th episode, one of the really early ones, is called Legacy of Power. Legacy of Power is the 500th anniversary episode of Power Rangers. Because in the 12 years that Power Rangers has been going, it's hit that milestone. And it basically works as a look back on all of the years that have come before, covering the main story beats, introducing the Rangers. It works as a perfect celebration of everything that's brought us to this point, because Ninja Storm is very, very self-contained. You know, it has no other greater reference to the franchise as a whole. In fact, in the first episode, Dustin, the Yellow Ranger, says that he's read about the Power Rangers in comic books. He doesn't think they're real. But for the Dino Thunder team, they bring back Tommy Oliver as their mentor. Now, Tommy is a character that a lot of people have a very complicated relationship to. I think during Mighty Morphin, a lot of people generally agreed he was really good. They liked the Green Ranger arc. They liked him as the White Ranger. There is a lot of controversy among the fan base as to how he's been used going forward, because he does seem to be the member of the original team that gets brought back the most. For a large portion of that, a lot of it was probably Jason David Frank, the actor himself, who seemed very, very willing to engage with fans and to celebrate that aspect of his career. You know, I've never seen anything from Jason David Frank that suggests that he is remorseful or wanting to distance himself from Power Rangers, unlike a lot of the other actors who were involved in the early episodes of Power Rangers. That said, Jason David Frank, not that I want to speak ill of the dead, because obviously he unfortunately passed away from suicide not that long ago. He was someone who had an air of arrogance and kind of entitlement around this role. Like, yes, I'm the original Power Ranger, the original Sixth Ranger. I'm everyone's favorite Power Ranger. And I think maybe it did go to his head a bit. rightly or wrongly, whether I'm right in thinking that or not, that's the impression I got, and that turned me off to him in some respects. But from all accounts, Jason David Frank was a lovely person, and he was more than willing to engage with the fans and to engage with the show, and more than willing to come back to Power Rangers anytime he was asked. And what that results in is a character who is a fan favorite. I like Tommy Oliver, the character. My thoughts may be a bit more mixed about Jason David Frank, the man, but at the same time, his loss is still tragic, both for his family and the people that knew him, but also the fandom and the Power Rangers franchise that he has helped support and champion for a lot of time. It's sad that he's gone. Now, Tommy comes back as the mentor for the Dino Thunder team, and he's really good. He is. He's really, really good. I like seeing him in this. They work around it so that he's not in the whole season, because obviously he had to fly out to New Zealand away from his family. So they come up with some quite contrived reasons to sort of keep him in the suit or keep him in a way where he can't be seen and can just be done by a voice. But that said, when they do use him, we get some great episodes out of it. There's an episode called Fighting Spirit, which sees Tommy go up against shades of his Green Ranger, White Ranger, and Red Zeo Ranger personas, and he sort of battles them for control of his own body. There's the Legacy of Power episode. Like I said, he's the one narrating it, and the new Rangers use it to learn about the Power Rangers that came before them. They use Tommy in such a way that they tie to the legacy of Power Rangers, and it works really, really well. And there's another 2-part crossover with the Ninja Storm Rangers, which again brings back Lothar, Mara, Capri, brings back the entire Thunder team, as well as the entire Ninja Storm team, as well as the entire Dino Thunder team, has them all team up. It's probably one of my favorite Power Rangers team-ups, because like I said, while I may not be a huge fan of the Ninja Storm Rangers in their own series, this team-up was great, and one of my favorite aspects of it is we also get the 2 main villains fighting, because Lothar goes up against the Dino Thunder villain Mesagog, so we get to see the 2 main villains go up against each other and actually fight as well. Which just comes across as one of my more memorable moments from a team up. Dino Thunder itself is just very good as well as a series. There's one episode called Lost and Found in Translation, which is another one that I kind of want to highlight, because Lost and Found in Translation involves the 3 main Dino Thunder Rangers finding a Japanese television show about the Power Rangers. Essentially, they sit down and watch an episode of badly dubbed Super Sentai. One of the more ridiculous episodes of the Super Sentai, but specifically the Super Sentai that Dino Thunder was taking footage from, which is Bakuru Sentai Abba Ranger. So they watch footage from Abba Ranger, and they pick one of the most ridiculous episodes of Abba Ranger to use, and they make comment. You got the Dino Thunder Rangers making commentary about how silly it looks in some aspects, and but how at the same time it's a pretty good adaptation for what it is. It's very, very meta, and possibly one of the better episodes in the franchise. There's also a really good story arc with the White Ranger for this series, who's a character called Trent. There's just some really good moments in Dino Thunder. Dino Thunder has probably some of my favorite episodes, and I think really kind of addresses the legacy of Power Rangers better than some of the actual anniversary series do. Like, there's probably more respect for the legacy of everything that's come before here than there was in Wild Force, which was the 10th anniversary season, and far more than there is in Operation Overdrive, which is the 15th anniversary season that we'll get to. So yeah, it's one of my favorites for that reason, and it remains kind of a guilty pleasure. Even when it's bad, I still have a lot of fun with it. And for the most part, a lot of the more memorable episodes, things like Fighting Spirit and Thunderstorm, the Ninja Storm team up, they're entirely US footage. Well, Western footage, New Zealand footage now. There's hardly any Sentai footage there for those big centerpiece episodes, which I think is how they get away as well with then doing a whole episode where they've basically dubbed the Sentai. I should say as well, something I haven't covered for the Disney seasons, but something that is kind of downplayed a bit in Ninja Storm and Dino Thunder, although Dino Thunder is when it becomes more obvious that this is going to be a thing going forward, is that Disney seems to have come up with a way to give the Rangers powers out of costume. Now, for the most part, they don't actively get used a lot of the time, because once the Rangers morph, the footage obviously doesn't have access to those powers for the most part. Now, with the Ninja Storm Rangers, what they did was they had it be ninja spells that they were using, because ninjas use magic, don't you know? With Dino Thunder, what they said was that the Dino Gems that they use to morph give them special powers. So, for example, Ethan, who is the kind of the tech bro of the team, he is able to get diamond hard skin. And he's got Stegosaurus-based powers, so he's able to get this hard skin. So when he turns into the Blue Ranger has a giant shield. Kira, the Yellow Ranger, she's a singer, so they give her this sonic screech, and she's also a pterodactyl. Tommy, they give him the power of invisibility, which is one of the reasons that they use to kind of write him out of the show for a bit. And yeah, it's fine. I think, again, it's another one that a lot of the fandom are far more irked at than I am. I don't mind it. I think it works. If anything, I just wish it was used more. But obviously, because of the restrictions of the footage, it can't be, which is a shame. I should say as well, the actual Rangers of this team, it's a 3... there's only 5 Dino Thunder Rangers overall. There's the 3 main ones, red, blue, and yellow, which are Connor, Ethan, and Kira. There is Tommy, or as he's affectionately called by the team, Dr. O, as the Black Ranger, and Trent, who is the White Ranger. In sort of the same way of kind of honoring legacy, Dino Thunder does a very interesting thing where it kind of mixes up a lot of the archetypes from the previous Power Rangers, like not just the previous Power Rangers, the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and kind of mixes them up to create the 3 Dino Thunder Rangers. For example, Connor is he's your jock archetype. In fact, in this, he's a football star, specifically soccer, not American football, because New Zealand. So yeah, he plays soccer, and he's a bit sportsmanlike, but he's also kind of a bit awkward, kind of especially awkward with women. It's kind of got elements of both Jason, but then also Billy in him. Meanwhile, the Blue Ranger, Ethan, he is the more technically minded of the group. Not quite a full Billy type, but he's also quite cool. He's got niche interests. In his particular example, and I think from what I remember, it's gaming. And so he's kind of mixing elements of Billy, but also he's got elements of Zack in there. He's got elements of Trini in there. It's quite a good character. Kira is, again, elements of the two female rangers from Mighty Morphin, especially like Kimberly and Trini. But she's also got a lot more of a rebellious streak, which again is elements of like Zack and Jason. She's a musician, but she's kind of a punk musician. She plays guitar. She's got a bit of an alt look to her. She's just quite cool. Trent as well is introduced as kind of like the evil extra ranger, and his father is revealed to be the main villain, Mesagog. But they don't stretch it out like they did with the Green Ranger arc in Mighty Morphin. What they do is they kind of split them off. So there's Trent as the White Ranger, but also an evil White Ranger clone that they can fight as well. It's intriguing. Trent himself is a bit of an outcast, bit of a loner. Again, elements of Billy and Trini in there as well, but also elements of Tommy. His suit design is obviously designed to echo Tommy, but that wasn't something that really Dino Thunder could take credit for, because that also came from the Sentai. He's got the big shield over his main suit. But, he just looks similar enough to the team while also different. Like, for example, he's got a red visor, whereas every Ranger we've ever seen up until this point, with the exception of the Time Force team, has had a black visor. The Time Force team had visors in their color because their helmets were black. So, yeah, it's a good way of taking the legacy and kind of honoring it while also mixing everything up. I really like it. And there's so much stuff in the background as well. So many Easter eggs, like Tommy's little bunker under his base has folders with the logos of different Sentai on them. His associate Haley, who works as the team's kind of tech support and kind of mentor, but she's their tech support, but she also kind of runs the local youth hangout. So she's kind of a mix of Ernie and Alpha and Billy and a few other things. So again, that sort of aspect extends there as well. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. I really kind of enjoy Dino Thunder. And also, again, just little jokes like, that make meta commentary. One of my favorites being when Tommy gets the Black Ranger powers. And, he teams up, morphs with the Rangers, fights, etc. Then at the end of the episode, he gets up and goes to leave and says, if you'll excuse me, I have to go do some shopping. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, I just took a look in my wardrobe and there's a distinct lack of black. Because obviously now he's the Black Ranger and every Power Ranger dresses in exclusively the colors of their Ranger suit. So, yeah, it's just fun little things like that make me really enjoy this show. And I think it's probably one of the better ones to watch as an example of just a way of honoring the legacy while also doing something completely new. Right, so I've just realised I've spent quite a bit of time discussing one series when I've still got like 18 more to get through. So I'm going to try and wrap through a bit faster for some of these other ones. So let's do the rest of the Disney era. The series following Dino Thunder was a very good series as well, which is called SPD. SPD was a logo used throughout the series it's based on, which is Deca Ranger. And they basically turned it into a backronym for Space Patrol Delta. Now, the SPD does actually differ quite a bit from the previous Power Rangers that came before. Up until now, every Power Rangers series has been set in roughly the year that it's been airing. This particular one takes place in the future, specifically the year 2025. and involves a world where aliens have kind of settled on planet Earth. There are just more aliens around. And the Power Rangers are now kind of an organization. Like the Space Patrol is an existing organization with multiple teams, not just on Earth, but across the galaxy, basically designed to help keep the peace. They're a police force. Now, they end up at war with the Trubian Empire, led by Emperor Grum. And, you know, I've been wondering if part of the reason why Grum exists and has built this huge empire out of the out on the fringes past the purview of Space Patrol Delta is because the Power Rangers for the past 20 odd years have been killing off all of his major opponents. But, you know, that's another discussion for another time. But yeah, Grum has basically formed this evil empire that he's leading towards Earth. The SPD-A squad gets sent across the galaxy to fight the Trubians. Meanwhile, the SPD commander, a guy called Doggy Kruger, like literally, that's his name. He's a dog-faced alien called Doggy Kruger. He gathers the, you know, 3 of his cadets and 2 criminals to form the SPD Bravo squad. Or is it Beta Squad? Can't remember. I think it is Bravo Squad. The Alpha Squadron is lost against the Trubian Empire. They lose all contact with them. And the SPD, you know, the Bravo team becomes the new SPD team. They become the new team of Power Rangers. Now, the Red and Yellow Rangers are both criminals who gradually reform throughout the series. The Blue Ranger, Sky, is the son of a former Red Ranger who helped to found SPD. And he is determined to become the Red Ranger to the point that he thinks he should be. And what follows from that is a really good, well-written character arc for him. The other teams are pretty cool as well. There's Bridge, who's the Green Ranger, and Z, who's another criminal, as the Yellow Ranger, and Sid, who is a very, very girly girl, as the Pink Ranger. As the series goes on, the Trubians eventually come to Earth. There's a lot more fighting going on. There's another Ranger who comes back from the future, not that far in the future, but slightly in the future, called Sam. Doggy gets powers as well and becomes the SPD Shadow Ranger. The Shadow Ranger's suit looks absolutely epic. He's got like they've all got a number motif, so all of the main 5 Rangers are named like 1 to 5, and then Sam as the 6th Ranger has VI, so rather than a number he has the Roman numeral VI. Doggy ends up with the number 100 on his suit, and he gets his suit for the first time by defeating 100 enemies. Really cool. As the series goes on, though, it's gradually revealed that the A Squad have actually joined the Trubian Empire. And so we end up with the Bravos, you know, the SPD Rangers now facing the evil A Squad. And, you know, they eventually win. The A Squad themselves, very underdeveloped, with the exception of their Red Ranger, who is given a name. She's called Charlie. She's also the first Red Ranger in the series. It's not really explained why they joined the Trubians. It's kind of implied that they did it off their own back. They did it willingly. And it's not really kind of explained why. Which, if they did, that makes them the first Rangers to voluntarily go evil in the franchise. You know, up until now, any Rangers that have gone evil have done so because they've been mind-controlled. SPD, really good series. I really like it. Again, another organized group of Rangers. There's a big support network to them. Quite a few interesting alien designs throughout the series. Again, considering they're doing a lot of the Western-based stuff with a fraction of the budget of the sort of things that you were seeing on like I said, the the modern sci-fi contemporaries, which at this point would be less Star Trek, although I think Star Trek Enterprise was still recently finished. But Farscape would probably be the nearest allegory, and also Stargate SG-1. And Power Rangers is doing what they're doing for a fraction of the budget. It's pretty impressive. They end up actually having two team-ups with the Dino Thunder Rangers, one of which involves time travel, bringing the Dino Thunder main three into the future, one of which features time travel, sending the SPD Rangers back into the past. Neither of which feature Jason David Frank returning as Tommy, unfortunately. But pretty good. They are decent episodes on their own right. SPD is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. The series that follows it is called Mystic Force. Mystic Force is very magic focused. It's actually based the Sentai for it, Magi Ranger, uses a family team of heroes. So they're all brothers and sisters, and then their mentor is their mother, and their main villain is their brainwashed father, who they eventually recover back into the team. Doesn't quite happen here. I think they do keep the mother, father, and child aspect for the Red Ranger, the mentor, and the main villain, but the others are not brothers and sisters. They're not all part of the same family. The two female Rangers are sisters, though, the blue and the pink Rangers, Maddie and Vida. They are sisters. So there is some family elements to it. I've got to say, Mystic Force, again, not my favourite. It's one... I don't think it's the worst Disney era series, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it used a lot of Sentai footage. Some of its plots, I'm not sure if it was around about this time that I think Power Rangers had its episode count lowered. Up until now, most of the series had 40 episodes. Mystic Force, I think, is one of the first that comes with a 32 episode count. And it feels like that happened quite late in production, because some of the early episodes, the plots kind of meander a bit. So like the main villain, Korag, is beaten, but then he comes back, but then he's beaten again, but then he comes back again. And it means that by the time they actually finish the series, there's a lot to be wrapped up quite quickly, and there's a lot of supporting cast members sort of building up this more mystical realm and some of these more weird things that are going on. I think it's all perfectly serviceable, and it works quite well for what they're trying to do, but it just feels rushed in some points, which is a shame, because I think in terms of the Power Rangers suit designs, they're probably some of my favorites. They've got these quite swish designs. They've got these nice capes. The Zords as well are really impressive. The Zords have all got like a humanoid form, but they've actually scaled a couple of them differently, so that in the Zord footage fights, like for example, the green one, which is based on a Minotaur, is huge, whereas the pink one, which is based on a fairy, is quite small. And then obviously the other three are all around about the same size. Yeah, I don't hate Mystic Force. There's a lot in it that I don't think works for me. But it's not a series to hate at all. There's still definitely some good stuff in it. I just think it's kind of overshadowed by the rest of this Disney era, and as a result comes across as a bit mid, unfortunately. So as a result, it's not one I tend to go back to much. The following series, the 15th anniversary series, is Power Rangers Operation Overdrive. Operation Overdrive is one of my least favorite series in the entire franchise. It's one I've kind of reevaluated as I've gotten older and in recent years, but it's definitely not one of the best. The music for it, the main theme for the show, is a rap song, which I don't think fits very well for Power Rangers, up until now has been very rock focused. The music for the Power Rangers franchise has kind of taken a bit of a downturn throughout the years anyway. The original Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, had this epic rock soundtrack. Sounded like nothing else on television. It was all done by Ron Wasserman, who worked with the Saban group. Ron Wasserman obviously did the main Mighty Morphin Power Rangers theme song. He's also quite well known for the X-Men animated series theme song. I think I might have mentioned that already in this podcast. Anyway, if I am repeating myself, I apologize. Ron Wasserman did a whole load of other songs for Series 2, Series 3. He stayed on with the series. I think he left around about Turbo, but I think it was Julian Sweet who took over for him and ended up doing the music through In Space as well. But what happened is sort of around Lost Galaxy, most of the music in the episodes themselves took a more generic tone. The actual theme songs were still these banging rock songs, but the actual music in the show really didn't capture that same level of epicness, that same level of grandiosity that the original soundtracks used to have. And like I said, they just felt a lot more generic. Like the Lightspeed Rescue, for example, has a lot of quite triumphant kind of brass instrumentation to make it feel kind of triumphant and rescue themed, which works for that show. But, Time Force, for example, is just kind of generic action orchestration, and it doesn't work very well. So the music has been a bit hit or miss throughout the series as it's been going. Ron Wasserman actually came back and did the theme song for Power Rangers SPD and did record a couple of demos for the theme song for Mystic Force, both of which were refused, unfortunately. Mystic Force also uses a hell of a lot of Sentai footage. Operation Overdrive uses a lot less of the Sentai footage, but as a result uses a lot more Western characters. It's got kind of an adventure theme going on, and uses a lot of bit part fill-in actors for these minor characters who might help them on their way to finding one thing or another. The biggest problem I have with Operation Overdrive, though, is that most of the Rangers are pretty unlikable. And I think this is perfectly examined in the 15th anniversary special, which is called Once a Ranger. For Once a Ranger, they decide to bring back one of the classic Mighty Morphin Rangers and one Ranger from each of the previous Disney teams. Now, they selected for this Tori from Ninja Storm, the Blue Ranger, Kira from Dino Thunder, Xander from Mystic Force. Xander was one of my absolute favourites. Proper proud New Zealander. Loads of fun. He's the Green Ranger in Mystic Force. And they bring back the Red SPD Ranger. However, it's not Jack, who retires at the end of SPD, and it's not Sky, who got promoted to the role. Instead, it's Bridge. Now, the original plan was to bring back the actor who played Jack, Brendan J. McLaren. Unfortunately, I believe he was unavailable, so they brought back the actor who played Bridge instead and explained it by saying that Doggy had retired, which meant Sky got... No, Doggy hadn't retired, sorry. Doggy's boss had retired, which then meant Doggy got promoted to head of SPD, which then meant Sky got promoted to head of SPD Earth, which then meant that Bridge got promoted to SPD Red, and therefore head of the SPD team. Yeah, just a simple throwaway line. But essentially, with these Rangers have to come in because a new villain called Thrax, who is Rita and Lord Zed's long-lost son, no idea when he was meant to have existed, considering they only married during the time of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and hated each other before that. And Thrax was imprisoned in a space dumpster by a character called the Sentinel Knight, who is one of the mentor characters from Operation Overdrive. The Sentinel Knight himself was also kind of incapacitated several thousand years ago. So no idea where Thrax is meant to have originated from. But yeah, Thrax comes in and teams all the separate groups of villains in Operation Overdrive, because that was another issue with Operation Overdrive. It had multiple villain groups, some of which were a lot better than others. And all these multiple villain groups come together, they attack the Rangers, and the Overdrive Rangers lose their powers. So the Sentinel Knight brings back these 5 veteran Rangers to replace them. But in doing so, the Overdrive Rangers basically all quit and go back to their old lives. Now, admittedly, they do all find that they don't necessarily enjoy their old lives that much anymore, and some of them have shown some genuine growth. For example, the Black Ranger Will was a thief prior to being recruited as a ranger. He was one of the best thieves in the world. He goes back not to thievery, but to security, to sort of help people improve their systems, which I thought was a great bit of character growth. Will is actually one of the characters that I like the most in this series, which caused a lot of contention for a while because a lot of the fandom believed that the actor who played him, Samuel Benter, was responsible for a bit of thievery at a Power Morphicon, which did not reflect well on his character. The whole thing has had more information come to light recently, which suggests that Benter is innocent of what he's been accused of, but the whole thing unfortunately went on for a long time in the fandom, and I don't think we're ever going to get a complete conclusion to it, unfortunately, because it's been so long now, and some of these rumors are so pervasive with misinformation on both sides. But, you know, Will was a good ranger. He was one of the ones I liked. The Blue Ranger in this, though, Dax, he is insufferable. Absolutely despise the character. Yeah, not a great character at all. The Red Ranger, Mac, he's really good. He's the one that kind of brings them all back together to help get their powers back, and using the sword Excalibur. And yeah, they all team up, and they team up with the group of Retro Rangers and fight all the main villains and defeat Thrax. I will say, I forgot to say which Mighty Morphin Ranger they bring back. They decide to bring back, and he becomes the team leader of the Retro Rangers, Adam, as the Black Ranger. They reform the Mastodon coin. He gets a brand new morphing sequence. He looks really cool. I always liked Adam. He was one of the Rangers from Mighty Morphin that I really enjoyed. So seeing him come back was pretty dang cool. And yeah, it's just not. It's a good episode for showing off the retro characters. It's not necessarily a great episode for showing off the Overdrive Rangers. The Overdrive team themselves carry on after that. It's eventually revealed towards the end that Mac is actually an android and not human. He was built by his rich father. The father's butler as well is a character called Spencer. He's played by the same actor who played the barman in the original Lord of the Rings movie, Fellowship of the Ring, the barman in Bree. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a nice little aside. He's generally just a funny butler. He's quite a lot of fun. They've got these big vehicle Zords as well, which look pretty awesome. Like a lot of the mecha footage for Operation Overdrive is really good. So the series does have its redeeming qualities, but in general is not one of my favorites. And that would also be the last team up that the Disney era would have. The Mystic Force, like I said, didn't have one. Ninja Storm didn't have one. And going forward, the next 2 seasons, Jungle Fury and RPM wouldn't have them either. Jungle Fury after Operation Overdrive feels very much like a back to basics kind of approach. I really like Jungle Fury. Jungle Fury was the series that got me back into Power Rangers as an adult. Power Rangers was one I was aware it was still on, but I had no idea just how successful it still was and how rich it still was until I saw Jungle Fury. Jungle Fury was airing over the summer holidays, the same way Power Rangers used to back when I was a kid, on ITV. And that's where I started seeing it. And I watched a lot of it quite out of order. But it basically featured a new team of Rangers. Again, a red, yellow, and blue Ranger who were training at an ancient Kung Fu Academy, the Paijua School, and one of their fellow students gets possessed by an evil being called Daishi and starts training under these powerful animal-infused monster masters to increase his powers so that he can threaten the world. The Rangers with their own powers, all based on big cats. So the Red Ranger is a tiger. I think the Yellow Ranger was a leopard. And I think the Blue Ranger was a cheetah. Or yellow and blue might be reversed. One's a leopard, one's a cheetah. They end up getting, escaping from their academy and seeking out a new master to teach them. The new master that they seek out is a guy called RJ. RJ becomes the Purple Ranger, the series' first Violet Purple Ranger, and he has a wolf spirit. Like his animal spirit is a wolf, and it's their animal spirits that become their Zords as well. RJ is so much fun. He runs a pizza restaurant called Jungle Karma Pizza, and he's basically Shaggy from Scooby-Doo as a Kung Fu master. It's hilarious. I have so much fun with RJ. He's one of my favorite mentors in Power Rangers ever. This series also features a White Ranger called Dom, the actor of whom went on to play one of the Russian gangsters in the first season of Daredevil. Really quite liked him as well. He was a lot of fun. Doesn't appear in many episodes, but when he does appear, he's cool. He's got quite a cool morphing device as well. The morphing device for this season was sunglasses, which was, again, something that was quite contentious among the fandom, but I genuinely quite like. I think it was very different to all the other morphers that we'd seen, which were usually some sort of wrist device or occasionally a sword or a buckle or something like that. Having it be sunglasses was something much more unique. But one thing I liked about Jungle Fury was it felt very syndicated. I'm not sure how much of this was by design, but in the same way that Daishi was training with all these other masters to increase his power, what that meant is you got new villains who would appear for a story arc, and then when they were all defeated, new villains would appear, and it would carry on like that, and there was a progression of the villains' abilities. Meanwhile, the heroes were doing the same thing, because they would learn under RJ, and they would learn new techniques, and then eventually RJ referred them to some of the other animal masters. So you ended up with Master Swoop, who was a blind man with the power of a bat, who trained, I think Swoop trained the Blue Ranger. There was Master Finn, who was a shark-based ranger, shark-based master, and he trained the Red Ranger, and Master Fant, who used an elephant spirit, and he trained the Yellow Ranger. So you got story arcs as the Rangers were learning new enhanced powers, and obviously then gaining access to new spirits, which became new Zords and new weapons. And then the Daishi was actually able to capture the three masters and use their powers to create Spirit Rangers, who he could use to attack the Jungle Fury team. It was fun. It was a lot of fun, and like I said, felt like a real back to basics approach. Even the theme song felt like this really cool, like fun Disney pop song. You know, it's Jungle Fury is one of my favorite series and one I really enjoyed. Even rewatching it as an adult, I'm like, yeah, this is good. This is pretty solid. Um, you know, it's not amazing, it's not peak television or anything, but it's a lot of fun. And I think if you're just looking for a fun show, and sometimes you just are when you just want to decompress and you want something fun, Jungle Fury is a really good one. And I think all the episodes for it have been uploaded to the Power Rangers YouTube channel. So, in fact, that's true for most of these series. Some of them are still on Netflix, but most of them are all available for free on YouTube now. And they're generally pretty good. Following Jungle Fury, we then got, again, another series that was designed to be the end of Power Rangers. And Power Rangers really decided to go out with a bang with this one. This is Power Rangers RPM. RPM is based on Engine Sentai Go-Onja. Go-Onja is one of the more ridiculous Super Sentai. It features, talking animal-based car vehicle Zords, which all have a character. And so all of the Zords have a character that is able to talk and communicate to the Rangers. So they've all got these big cartoon googly eyes on and things like that, despite looking like, it's a bus that's also a lion. It's an RV that's also technically, not an RV, like an ATV that's also a bear. Or, a racing car that's also an eagle. It's so weird. But they decided to turn it into one of the most serious shows I think I've ever seen. Power Rangers RPM, when I first tried to sit down and watch it, right, the opening episode annoyed me because the opening episode basically does a global apocalypse. Wipes out all of humanity. Like the computer virus called Vengix rises up and exterminates humanity across the planet, with the exception of this one city, this domed city called Corinth, right? Corinth becomes the last bastion of humanity that is under constant assault by Vengix. And that was literally done by the producer so that, it was literally done so that by the producer so that they had a reason for why it was always being attacked. Bruce Kalish was the producer for a lot of the Disney series. He'd left after Jungle Fury, and Eddie Guzelian, who had also worked on American Dragon, Jake Long as an executive producer and Kim Possible as a story editor, he was the one that took over for RPM. It was his first live action series, and he clearly came in with some amazing big ideas. And for the most part, I think it works. But that opening episode felt like such a diversion. It felt like someone trying to make Power Rangers dark and gritty and serious. Fortunately, the series itself changed my mind on that. Now, I don't want to give the impression that RPM is in any way a bad series. It's not. It's really, really fun. Like I said, it comes across like dark and gritty and like a teenager's idea of what Power Rangers should be. But when you watch the actual series, yes, there are elements of that. Like you see for the first time a Power Ranger fighting humans, like not human-shaped enemies, actual humans. Like one of the, I think it's the second or third episode, features a fight in a prison involving the Black Ranger and the Green Ranger. Although they're not in that position yet, but they will be. But this is a show that does some really good stuff, some really intense character development. each of the Rangers gets a flashback episode, sort of showing who they are and how they came to Corinth. For the Yellow Ranger, it's actually a two-parter. I think the only one who doesn't... Well, no, he does. I was going to say the Green Ranger doesn't get a full focus episode, but yes, he does, because while we see him join the team and become a Ranger before then, we do get a flashback showing more about him and how he led to the situation that he was in the first episode. The only Ranger who doesn't really get this sort of focus is the Black Ranger. And that is because his story arc is part of the series. The Black Ranger is a cyborg. And obviously we're fighting robotic enemies, so that leads him to be distrusted. He's also outside of Corinth when the series starts. You know, he's been surviving in the wasteland, and we don't know how. He eventually becomes the Black Ranger. And, you know, he's the bit of the edgy bad boy. Even gets described as such by one of the recurring villains, a character called Tanaya. And yeah, he's a lot of fun. But yeah, it's a really interesting show. And it came with consequences, but so much of it is really well done. Like, one episode features the villain Tanaya, who's also a cyborg. Her hand ends up in the Power Rangers HQ and sort of fights the Rangers. You know, they try to do some interesting stuff. They try and poke fun at the sort of the meta concepts, like the fact that the suits are spandex and that the Zords have these big giant anime googly eyes on them. You know, there's so many things like that, but there's also some real heart here, some really good development, and a fantastic cast. Like, this is the cast that I have seen go on to do more stuff. Like Eka Darville, who played the Red Ranger, Scott, he went on to play a recurring role in Jessica Jones. Rose McIver, who played the Yellow Ranger, she went on from this to star in the television series Masters of Sex, which I've not seen, but I've heard she was one of the better characters in it. But she then went on to star in iZombie, which I really like. She's also in the American adaptation of Ghosts. I love the British series. I've yet to see the American one. I've heard mixed things about it. But the fact that she's the lead actress kind of makes me want to give it a try, because I do quite like her. The actress who plays Tanaya as well, she went on to have a role in The Crown. No, not The Crown. That's the British one. Royals, I think it might be. And yeah, I think as well, even the actor who played Dylan, I think he already had an existing role in New Zealand and Australian soaps, which I think he returned to sort of acting in Australia after the conclusion of the series. So it's definitely one of those shows that's got a proper element of caliber to it. And I think this is perfectly exemplified with the team mentor. The team mentor is a character called Dr. K. She's played by Olivia Tennant, who was a very young actress at the time. She's introduced for the first time several episodes in, where up until now she's been like a disguised voice on a monitor. And then we finally reveal who she is, because the Rangers say that they're having trouble trusting her because they don't know who she is. I think specifically the Black Ranger, Dylan, who mentions that. So she reveals herself to the team. And we then get a flashback episode for her called Dr. K, which is one of the best episodes, if not the best episode, that I think Power Rangers has ever produced, because it is not just a good episode of Power Rangers, it is a good episode of television, because it reveals that as a child genius, child prodigy, Dr. K was abducted. She was taken off of the street after writing quantum mechanics in chalk, and she was kidnapped and taken to a secret government facility called Alphabet Soup. While inside Alphabet Soup, she was encouraged to work on problems and weapons and all sorts of weird things to use her genius to advance Alphabet Soup's goals. And she basically grew up there with hardly any friends. The closest she has to friends are a group of two twins called Gem and Gemma, who she actually can't stand. And my wife agrees with her. Tallulah does not like Gem and Gemma. Personally, I love them. I think they're great. But I can see why. They're annoying. They play into a lot of the twin tropes. They're finishing each other's sentences, etc. They're quite fun, but she's basically told that she's imprisoned in Alphabet Soup. She celebrates her birthdays there. She can't leave. She gets told she can't leave because she's allergic to the sun. She has a skin condition. She's allergic to the sun. If she goes outside, she'll die. She ends up sneaking into a tunnel at one point and feels the sunlight on her skin and learns that that's a lie. And learning that's a lie, she decides to create something to help her, Gem, and Gemma break out of Alphabet Soup. The thing that she creates is Project Vengix. That's right. Dr. K, the mentor for this series, is responsible for creating the Vengix computer virus, the virus that has led to the almost worldwide extermination of humankind. That is really deep. Like, Vengix goes active, she tries to neutralize Vengix, and Alphabet Soup stop her from inserting the key drive that could shut Vengix down before everything gets too bad. And they destroy it and carry her away, and she screams, "I just wanted to go outside." It's really well done. Like, fantastic performance from the actress. Really well done on the direction and the writing. It's really, really good. And yeah, one of the best episodes of Power Rangers ever. Like I said, if not the best episode ever. And yeah, quite heartrending. Like this. And it ends with the character crying while playing one of the most complicated pieces for a single viola player to play. Yeah. Very, very good show. However, RPM suffered because of this increased attention to detail. It doesn't use a lot of Sentai footage. As a result, costs went up. Eddie Gazalian, he brought on with him some writers who had worked on various Disney Channel projects with him, and producer Jackie Marchand, who had been working on Power Rangers for some time as well. And like I said, RPM was supposed to be the final season ever produced. Part of the reason for this was that New Zealand was starting to put up its price on filming permits. And, they wanted to, Disney was trying to make this show cheap. Now, Jackie Marchand, by this point, was one of the longest running veteran on the show. I think she was the longest running veteran on the show since Chip Lynn. because she'd started writing back in the 3rd season of Mighty Morphin. She'd worked with Judd Lin up until the end of Time Force, where she left, but she then, she took a break after Time Force, contributed to Ninja Storm through to SPD, where she got promoted, to one of the key producers. Eddie Gazalian had also worked on Power Rangers during this time. He'd also worked under Bruce Kalish as one of the producers on, again, Ninja Storm through to Jungle Fury. So they were two of the new heads of what RPM was going to be. A few months into the production, however, Jackie Marchand left the show, and she put a message on an internet forum saying, "Welcome to the Peace Conference," thereby implying that in a similar way to Austin St. John, Tui Trang, and Walter Jones, when their characters of Jason, Trini, and Zack were written off of Mighty Morphin by being sent to a peace conference, that she'd been fired. Not long after that, Eddie Gazalian was also fired mid-season by Disney executives, reportedly due to RPM having gone over budget twice. Now, once, understandable, you extend the budget. He'd gone over budget again, and only halfway through the season. Now, Eddie Gazalian has spoken about his plans for what was going to be the end of the series, and it was going to involve, so he was going to build up ideas for Dylan being a new host for Vengix, so that Dylan would become kind of the final villain of the series. That didn't happen. So, Gazalian was fired, Marchand was fired, and Chip Lin was brought in to return the series. Lin had become the head writer of Power Rangers during Power Rangers Turbo because of all the production hell that had gone through at the time. And when he came in, two of the other writers who had been brought on by Gazalian, Matthew Negrete and Madeleine Paxson, who had worked on other Disney Channel projects, apparently left in a show of solidarity with him. And so there was a lot of, issues behind the scenes as the show transitioned back to the old guard, almost, as Chip Lin would have been at this time. There had been a writer's strike during Jungle Fury, and it had been rumored that he may have contributed scripts to Jungle Fury under a pseudonym, but this has never been confirmed. But there was definitely a quality improvement during Jungle Fury during the writer's strike. It was later confirmed to be true. He said he worked under the name of Ali Mondera and contributed episodes under Jungle Fury. And so, yeah, he came on here as, the new showrunner and new head writer for RPM. And his job was to finish the series. And for Judd Lin's faults, he does have some faults. For example, Demetrius' Sister and the Millennium Message were two subplots that were almost immediately dropped after they were introduced when Judd Lin took over in Turbo. And, you can explain, fans can kind of headcanon and say, well, Divatox must have been Demetrius' sister. She must have been abducted in the same way Astronomer was. And the Millennium Message must have been referring to the United Alliance of Evil and the Turbo Rangers that would defeat them. But none of that's clear in the show itself. And also, the Psycho Ranger's identity was, not Psycho Ranger, Phantom Ranger's identity, never explored, never resolved, ever. There's some similar elements here, like Finn, the Blue Ranger, has issues with his father in a lot of his early appearances. They never get resolved. However, what Chiplin was mainly brought in to do was to finish the series' main plot. The main plot was Dylan's origins. Now, as the series had gone on, it had shown Dylan having flashbacks, and in these flashbacks, he's accompanied by a woman who bears a remarkable resemblance to Tanaya, and although blind. And they're trying to escape from like a slave factory that Venjix has out in the wastelands. Essentially, what Chiplin did was repurpose the Lost Sister storyline from In Space. But it actually manages to work quite well here, I think, because he manages to make it work with the footage and the setup that Gazalian had already put in. And it does mean that, you know, we reveal that Tanaya is actually Dylan's sister, that the two of them were cybernetically enhanced by Venjix, but Dylan managed to escape. And you don't get the whole Venjix possessing Dylan. In fact, Venjix makes himself a new body that coincidentally looks like the main final villain from Goonja. But, you know, we do get a very suitably epic finale. You know, in the finale, Venjix arrives, attacks, manages to hack into the morphing grid, and in doing so deletes Gem and Gemma, who by this point have been added as the Gold and Silver Rangers. So they seemingly die. He then manages to delete the Zords, so the Zords are seemingly destroyed, and manages to destroy the Dome of Corinth before Dr. K manages to undo everything he's done. And defeat him, and in doing so bring Gem and Gemma back as well. So yeah, it's pretty good. Like, the conclusion really works, considering how troubled the production was behind the scenes. Unlike with Turbo, with RPM, it's a lot harder to see. The most telling example of the fact that there was trouble behind the scenes is the episode And Action. And Action is essentially a behind-the-scenes look where the Power Rangers, weirdly in character, are showing you how an episode of Power Rangers gets made. That's the weirdest bit, is that it's in character. And the only way I can believe that this exists is because the footage they'd shown off in that episode was written for a plot line that was abandoned, and they didn't want to completely wipe away the footage, and they needed to give themselves some breathing room, so they snaffled something together really quickly and put it out. That's the only reason I can see why this works and why this is included, because it's so out of left field, and it comes, you know, a decent chunk of the way into the series. And like I said, the only way I can see it existing is because they had this footage that no longer matched a plotline they were using. They needed to use it. That said, though, RPM is probably my favourite series of Power Rangers overall. It's really well done. The conclusion is great. The action sequences are really impressive. It's funny. Like, it's really genuinely funny at times. Pokes a lot of meta jokes at the series as a whole. And when it tries to be emotional, yes, it's a kid's show, but generally it hits the notes it's trying to. And like I said, episodes like Dr. K or the reveal of Tanaya and elements there really work. You know, there's a really great moment with Dr. K when Gem and Gemma return and unmask themselves, and she just runs up and hugs them and cries, and it works amazingly. So yeah, one of the better series of Power Rangers, one of the best series of Power Rangers as far as I'm concerned. I would strongly recommend anyone, if you're going to watch any series of Power Rangers, RPM is definitely one to watch. I think it stands really well, not just as a series of Power Rangers in and of itself, but as a pretty good piece of superhero and apocalyptic media on its own. A lot of fun. but also weirdly one that's the most detached from Power Rangers as a whole, kind of by design. So after RPM finished, Disney finally got to do their dream, which was literally, well, not redub the Sentai or anything, but make Power Rangers as cheap as possible. Their way of doing this was to release what has since been known as Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Reversioned. So it was essentially the old Power Rangers, I think about the first half of season 1 of Mighty Morphin. They don't even manage to do the original run of 40 episodes. I think they get to episode 32. But even then, I think some of the ones that they do choose to use are ones that actually come in that second half of the season. Like, I don't think they do the Doomsday episode, but they do Island of Illusion, which is a clip show that was done in the second half of the series. So it's a bit bizarre, some of the episodes that get chosen. But essentially, it's a case of doing Power Rangers again with really bad Photoshop graphics over certain scenes, and not just like action sequences or morphing sequences. They put them all over the place, like really shonky, like movie maker edits, and it just looks bad. Like, it really does look bad. It obviously came with a brand new toy line for Mighty Morphin. The toy line, by all accounts, sold quite well. The show, not so much. And Disney was kind of looking to sell Power Rangers off by the end of it. Just kind of done with the whole thing. And unfortunately, despite the brand recognition that Power Rangers had, there weren't really many buyers. But this is where an old face returned, because the one person willing to buy it was Haim Saban. Haim Saban was no longer part of the Saban group. He was more sort of acting on his own now, and he had the capital now to buy Power Rangers back. And I think he still managed to get up on the deal. I think he still managed to get Power Rangers back for less than he'd sold it to Disney for, and got, I'm not sure how many rights he got to the Disney era seasons, because when he did start back, there was a lot of focus on his earlier stuff, but they did gradually work in more inclusion from the Disney seasons. But yeah, he bought Power Rangers back, and then he started looking around for somewhere to host the show, because obviously it was airing on Disney. Now he needed to find somewhere else. Fox Kids wasn't really a thing anymore. It wasn't something Warner Brothers were interested in. So he eventually secured a deal with Nickelodeon. And the deal with Nickelodeon became quite contentious among a lot of fans. But I have mixed feelings about how well it's helped or possibly hindered the franchise. Because the deal was to have a 22 episode season, but with the adaptation for each Sentai spread across 2 seasons, meaning we would essentially go back to 44 episode seasons. Now, I quite like that. That's a lot of room to tell a story. The only problem is how it was shown on Nickelodeon. We'd get the first 7, maybe 8 episodes quite early on, then a break for the summer, then the last few episodes in sort of the fall. We'd then get a Halloween special, which would air partway through the final run, and a Christmas special, which would air at the end of the season. Now, generally, the Halloween special and the Christmas special might involve a unique framing story, but they were generally clip shows. But it still meant, for the most part, we were getting about 40-odd episodes with a good use of Sentai footage, some good new original stuff, and it seemed promising. And the first announced series was the series from the previous year, which was Samurai Sentai Shinkenja. This was the Sentai that originally followed Go-Onja, so it had aired the same year as RPM. So a lot of fans who had kind of, older fans who had fallen off after RPM had ended up watching the Sentai, and by all accounts, Shinkenja is a very, very good one. I've not seen all of it, but from what I have seen, it is very good. But it is very, very Japanese. It's got a lot of Japanese cultural stuff sort of built into its DNA as a show, such as the whole samurai thing, the there's folding Zords using origami and things like that. And of course, a lot of the monster designs as well, all being based on like ancient Japanese myths and legends and yokai and folk tales and things like that. So generally, it's a good show. It's got a very nice aesthetic. And they did, again, a kind of very back to basics approach with it. They gave, they even brought back Bulk and Skull, kind of. Skull didn't come back, but instead we got Skull's son, Spike, who is going off to train with his Uncle Bulk. Uncle Bulk is determined to become a samurai and is going to train Spike in the ways of the samurai. So, you've got those standard comic relief bits as well. Mentor G was the Rangers team leader. He was their sensei. The Rangers themselves actually get gathered in a 2-part episode called Origin, which actually aired out of order. So despite being the first and second episodes made, and the first story made, actually didn't get aired until much later in the season. So it kind of starts with the team already established and with only a little brief narration at the start of each episode, sort of explaining who the main villains are and where the Power Rangers have come from as like our only real guide of what's going on. There were other things that I think rubbed a lot of fans the wrong way. There was the return of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers theme tune. This time a newer version by Noah Caniel, I believe his name is. It's Noam Caniel. It's a decent version. It's much heavier, much of a hard rock thing. Less lyrics, but because the original Power Rangers song has like 3 verses of lyrics, which a lot of people don't know. But it's kind of undercut by the main characters shouting their names during their cast roll call, which a lot of people got annoyed by. There's also a lot of not necessarily bad writing, just very clumsy writing. A lot of slogans and shouted attacks and things like that. This is something that Sentai has kind of been building up anyway in the background. Like Sentai has a lot of these things that people complain about Power Rangers having. So some of it is just adaptation. The Rangers will announce their big final attack every time they use it in the Super Sentai. One of the Sentai that I see a lot of people praise is Kaizuku Sentai Go Kaijo, which I'll come back to in a bit because it's a big anniversary season. That had plenty of attack announcements every time they did anything, usually coming from their equipment, though, rather than the Rangers themselves. So I don't know if that's what made people give it a bit more of a pass to Samurai, but I don't know. Samurai itself, I think, is perfectly serviceable. I've seen a lot of people say it's almost unwatchable, and I get that there's a lot that is kind of lost in translation from Shinkenja, because this sticks really closely to the plot of Shinkenja, but the plot of Shinkenja does use so much of that key Japanese cultural aesthetics that it does feel a bit out of place with the Western audience and the Western makeup to the show. And so I can see why people think, it does come across as Shinkenja's poor cousin. And it does, but it's not like a 4 kids anime dub bad. Like, it's still watchable. And they do a really good job of trying to break the season up into the 2 halves. They actually come up with a decent conclusion for the first season, featuring one of the recurring villains called Decker, who is actually played by the same actor who played Cole in Wild Force. An actor would go on to have a bit of legal trouble not long after this, which was linked to his role here as a sort of wandering swordsman, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a decent enough show, and I think when it's definitely trying. And I've seen people criticize the Bulk and Spike segments. I really like them. Some of them are quite genuinely funny. Spike the actor playing Spike, I believe it's Felix Ryan. He is able to copy Jason Navi's old skull laugh almost pitch perfectly. And so we get the things where things happen to Bulk, and Bulk is kind of the butt of the joke, and then Skull, or in this case Spike, laughs at him. And it feels very classic. I've missed the kind of comic relief pairings. It's something we haven't really seen at this point since Dino Thunder, I think, was the last one, with Cassidy and Devin, who are 2 news reporters. And yes, it is a bit more back to basics by doing the whole Bulk and Skull approach as opposed to someone like Mara and Capri, but I think it's perfectly serviceable. It's not offensive at all. And the Rangers themselves I quite like. There's a decent story to Shinkenger that for the most part gets adapted here pretty faithfully, involving a big family secret around the Red Ranger. And they managed to adapt that, and it works. Like, it still works just as well here as it does in the Sentai, and the actual conclusion is good. There's some weird decisions, like they give the Power Rangers these armored forms for when they're in the Megazord, which seem to just exist to sell more toys, but Power Rangers is designed to sell toys. And I always thought those armored suits look really cool. Like, the ones for Samurai especially look amazing. They've got a really nice look to them, much better than in the following seasons. So yeah, I generally really enjoy it. I watched it with my kids when they were growing up. This was something, and it was a big thing. The idea that Power Rangers was back, and it was in the hands of the original guy, and he got Jonathan Zakor back as the showrunner. And it was a very clear sort of back to basics approach. Like, they bought them out for Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. They bought the Red Ranger balloon back out. They had suit actors and performers as the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and then the Samurai Rangers came out. It looked really cool. And then, of course, so that was the 18th and 19th seasons, which then meant that the next season of Power Rangers would be the 20th. It would be the 20th anniversary. And this is where they decided to adapt. Well, this is where it gets a bit complicated, because no one really knows the extent of the deal between Toei and Saban regarding the continuation of Power Rangers. But I've seen a lot of people say that because they went back and did Samurai, which by this point was now a couple of years old, like even when they started doing it, and then of course add the fact that it takes 2 years to air their Samurai adaptation. Sentai does a new edition every year. So after Shinkenger, there was Goseiger, then there was Gokaija, which was the 35th anniversary special for the Sentai. Then they were on to Go Busters and Kyoryuger, and so on. They were just carrying on adaptations. So by the time the next season was due to start, which was Power Rangers Megaforce, it was announced that Megaforce would be using the suits and footage from Goseiger. Now, Goseiger wasn't the anniversary season. Gokaiger was. And Gokaiger made obvious sense for an anniversary. It paid a lot of tribute to the previous seasons. It featured a color-changing gimmick where the Rangers were able to, because they were pirates, they sort of pirated the forms of the previous Rangers, and they were able to morph from their standard morphed look into a form that evoked the previous Rangers. They essentially morphed into a previous team. So you could have the red Gokaigers transform into the red Jew Rangers, or not just even the same color, they could transform into different colors as well. And so obviously a gimmick like that makes perfect sense for Power Rangers as a way of having the anniversary. Oh, the Rangers can actually morph into previous Rangers. That's really cool. Not just that, Gokaiger also features, as part of its anniversary scene, a massive battle sequence in one of its movies and in its pilot episode, featuring every Ranger ever fighting this huge armada of aliens, which is pretty cool. And it was kind of expected, they might do that as well. Now, Samurai, when it aired, Samurai was the first year, and then the second season was Power Rangers Super Samurai. With Megaforce, they again decided to do the same thing. So it was going to be Power Rangers Megaforce for season 1, and then Power Rangers Super Megaforce for season 2. Well, the whole concept of Super Mega is a bit ridiculous anyway. But either way, the idea was that Megaforce would adapt Goseiger footage, and Super Megaforce would adapt Gokaiger footage. However, there were elements of the Gokaiger footage from the movie showing this future legendary battle. In the early episodes, it was like something that the Red Ranger character was dreaming about. Megaforce and Super Megaforce are not good adaptations. They're not terrible, and I think there's a real effort here on behalf of some of the people involved to really try. But there's a lot of wasted potential, and I don't know how it all came about or whose decision it was for these things to happen. A lot of blame has been made by the fan community on Jonathan Zacher, due to his seeming annoyance not to do anything that he hasn't previously worked on, and kind of to almost discredit the Disney seasons. I really think they should have skipped Goseiger. I know for the legendary battle footage that they use from the Sentai, though, the Goseiger suits are the ones that are present, not the Gokaiger suits, because of plot reasons in Gokaiger. I would generally recommend watching Gokaiger. It's a pretty good introduction to Super Sentai. It kind of covers a lot of the previous 35 years and gives you a great set of characters to really sort of focus on. The Megaforce team, however, and I think this is mainly to do with direction, rather than necessarily acting skill, although, I don't know much about these actors. I've not really seen them in much else. Power Rangers actors don't tend to do much else, but some of them have spoken about how they were basically told to act pretty emotionless, and it means that large portions of dialogue just feel really wooden from the Rangers, and some of their acting just feels so flat. And I don't know how much of it is them shifting blame or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on things like that, but something happened that really mismanaged so much of this behind the scenes, which is a huge shame, because this is the 20th anniversary of Power Rangers. It had the potential to be something really, really good, really, really memorable. And the footage for Gokaija, you know, the Zord, you know, the Megazord and the Rangers themselves able to use all these previous teams' powers. Like the Megazord for Gokaija is able to incorporate Zords from previous seasons to get special abilities that morphs it into different Megazords and things like that. And you know, I could go on about the actual making of Gokaija. You know, it happened around the same time as the big earthquake and tsunami, which so they kind of really focused on bringing back all these characters and kind of distracting children from all the bad things that were happening, and it works amazingly. But Power Rangers, the Megaforce season doesn't really have that. There's not really many cameos until the final episode. Like Casey appears in one early episode, and Jaden from Power Rangers Samurai appears with Menta-G in an early episode of Super Mega Force, but most of the cameos are kept for the last few episodes, specifically the final episode, Legendary Battle. And then there was all sorts of behind the scenes drama about those cameos themselves. Some people just were not invited back. Some previous Rangers say they were never invited. Some of the Rangers that were invited were basically told, yeah, we'll fly you out to New Zealand, but to film for a couple of days, but your accommodations, your expenses, that's all on you. We can't afford for anything else. And so obviously some of them just couldn't afford to do that. You know, I noticed some of the Disney actors said they never even got an invite. Bridge, the actor who played Bridge in SPD, said he was never invited. I think the actor who played Ryan said the same thing from Lightspeed Rescue. And of the Rangers that actually came back, the cameos are so bare bones. They did an extended edition of the Legendary Battle episode, and it's just, you know, there's a couple of extra lines for some of the characters, notably Corone. They bring back her as like the Lost Galaxy Pink Ranger, and there's a point where basically each of the legendary rangers gets a point where they get like a legend flash, is what they call it, where you see them unmorphed and then their helmet appears over their face for like a brief instant. There's a bit where Corone says, just before they morph for the final battle and just before she puts her helmet back on, she says, "I love being a Power Ranger." And you get like a flash for Astronomer, which that's quite cool, but it's like that's only in the extended edition of the episode. You know, that's a good thing that acknowledges Corone's journey from being a villain to becoming a Power Ranger, and it's only in the extended edition. It's just a nice little touch to include for an anniversary. So what happens is, you know, they defeat the big bad guy, and most of the extended edition features extra footage from Gokaija, which is just basically the Gokaija using all of their powers to just wail on the main bad guy. Which wouldn't be so egregious were it not for the fact that some of the things that they do in that are attacks that were only used in the Sentai footage. Like, for example, there's one where the white alien ranger uses a load of origami attacks, and that's simply because in the Sentai for Kaku Ranger, they were ninja. So she uses a whole load of ninja cranes, like origami cranes, as an attack. But, you know, that's not something that happens in Alien Rangers, so it means nothing in terms of Power Rangers. In fact, there's more that means nothing in terms of Power Rangers. In Gokaija, obviously they morph into any previous team, which includes any of what are called the pre-Zhu Ranger teams, which are any of the suits from the 15 or so Sentai that existed before Power Rangers started being adapted. So before Zhu Ranger, because Zhu Ranger was the 16th season of Power Rangers and became the 16th season of Super Sentai and became the first season of Power Rangers. And several of those suits are kept in for this. Like, there's supposed to be like an upgrade. There's supposed to be a reason for why these Rangers are morphing into the previous Rangers using these keys and stuff like they do in Gokaija. But no, it's not explained. It's just occasionally one of the Rangers will transform into a new form that we've never seen before, which is barely given a name or any kind of development, any kind of explanation for it. And, these aren't things that are going to get figures or anything like that. And then in the penultimate episode, the five main Rangers each take on what they describe as one of their best battle forms, right? For 4 of them, all their forms that they choose are one of these new powers. And this was all a plot reason in Gokaija. These were some of the keys that the Rangers in Gokaija got quite late into their story. Because part of theirs was not just the keys, it was also unlocking the special power of each Sentai team. And for these 5 teams, these were the powers that they'd unlocked last. So that's why they saved them for this final battle. However, they change one of them to Mighty Morphin Red. So why change one of them and not change all of them? Because they're still going to have to film new footage. I don't understand it, and it really doesn't make sense. And it boggles my brain because it seems like those new powers were only included in the previous episodes to explain where they come from in this penultimate episode, where they didn't even need to be in the penultimate episode in the first place. And it's like there's plenty of other Sentai teams that are completely edited out of footage. So I don't understand where it comes from. And that's even before the actual final battle itself, which is literally just an army of Rangers appear. And bearing in mind, some of the Power Rangers have been the same person. Like, why have we got the Turbo team and the Space team and the Zeo team? That's kind of impossible. Justin should be the only Turbo Ranger there, because the other Turbo Rangers are either the Zeo Rangers or the Space Rangers. It makes no sense. But no, they're all there. And then it's like they all come down, they all march towards our heroes, but then only the ones that have actually been paid to appear take their helmets off. And 2 of them, Mike and Emily from Samurai, don't even get a line. They don't get a single line in the entire episode, not even the extended cut. Meanwhile, Tommy gets several. Tommy is the main Ranger that we see. I think Cassie and TJ from In Space, Leo, Carter, and Wes from Time Force, they all get lines. But yeah, Mike and Emily, who are also there, no. Dana from Lightspeed, I don't think she gets a line either. It's so much of it just felt like wasted potential, like it was trying to honor the legacy, but so mismanaged. And it wouldn't be so egregious if it weren't for the fact that we've already had so many better anniversaries. And so, even for kids were like, who are these new characters? Where did those suits come from? You can make the excuse of like, oh, it's a kid's show, but that only goes so far. Not everyone is a lore-obsessed adult fan like I am, but even the kids were just like, what? Why are they doing that? Even my kids, they were watching it and like, what's that, Dad? Where's that come from? Because they didn't know. It makes no sense. Even if you've seen every other season of Power Rangers, some of this stuff just appears from nowhere. And then the mentor for the series had a recurring and often memed line of, there's a simple explanation for that, but we never get the explanation, ever. It's just a shame. So, Jonathan Zaka was fired after Super Mega Force by Saban. Now, I think part of this is, Saban was interested in making money, but he also did quite like Power Rangers. He's a businessman, but it was his passion for Power Rangers that led to it getting made in the first place. And obviously, we now live in an internet age where this show has a fan base beyond its target audience. You know, kids who have grown up with it and have now become adults or teenagers and still watch it and still engage with it. And for a lot of people as well, you know, the return of Power Rangers and the anniversary series did bring in new fans. And so it reignited a lot of discussion online. And you know, a lot of people now as well, now we're living the internet age, have discovered Super Sentai for the first time as well. Shout Factory in America even started releasing Super Sentai DVDs, so box sets of the series that you know, created Power Rangers, that lent their footage to Power Rangers, starting with Zhu Ranger, Dai Ranger, and Kaka Ranger, the three series that formed the basis for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and then progressing from there up until now. I think they've released something like 18 seasons, you know, so they've done a fair few, because they eventually hit a point where they started doing the more modern series and then started working backwards from Zhu Ranger as well. So there's a lot of them that have been released. You know, people have there is a fan base for Power Rangers. There's always been a fan base for Power Rangers and Super Sentai. Like, fan subs for Super Sentai have been a thing for years. And not just Super Sentai, like other Japanese tokusatsu as well. Obviously, your big ones like Godzilla, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, but even more obscure ones as well. You know, there's an extensive fan subbing community, and you're able to get pretty much any season you want. And obviously, back in the day when Saban had Power Rangers, they also had Masked Rider, VR Troopers, Big Bad Beetleborgs. They brought a lot of those shows over here to the West. And, you know, that's what made a lot of people aware of them. And, you know, these are big franchises in Japan. And people, you know, that Toei still makes Super Sentai, it still makes Kamen Rider. You know, Surabaya still makes Ultraman. You know, all these things still exist, and they still make new content for kids and adults today. So, you know, building up this Western audience around Power Rangers makes perfect sense. And, you know, there is an adult growing adult audience that is online, and they were talking about Megaforce, and they were talking about how much they didn't like it and the problems that they had with it. And so of course Saban would notice that, the fans would notice that, the you know, the actors would notice that, and I think a lot of the actors got some quite severe hatred, and I don't think it's their fault. You know, they're young people doing a job, you know. And so, yeah, Zaka was fired, and he was replaced with Judd Lin. So Judd Lin returned to Power Rangers. And I've got to admit, I was kind of dubious about this, because I like Judd Lin's writing on Power Rangers. You know, I've spoken about In Space and Time Force and RPM. But obviously, you know, while he was responsible for writing some of the best of the series, for a lot of that he was also working with Zaka, which is why I was also excited for Zaka's return. But it made me wonder, would the magic be there if you didn't have both of them? Fortunately, the next Sentai that they decided to use was not Go Busters, or it was actually the series following that, which was Sentai Vamala Sentai. No, Vamala's the theme song. Juden Sentai Kyuruja. It's a dinosaur-based one. Kyurangers later. So yeah, it was another dinosaur-based Sentai. It's a very, very good Sentai, in fact. It was one of the first Sentai to have every episode written by a single writer, and I think every episode is directed by a single director, in this case Koichi Sakamoto, who also works on Power Rangers. So it was, on paper, a very, very good season for them to pick. And I think they also had Koichi Sakamoto involved with the Power Rangers adaptation as well, so they kept a very distinctive style between any of their new footage and any of the original Sentai footage, despite the original American footage maybe not being quite so flashy. They also introduced new villains for it. They made the main villain a character called Sledge, who's a pirate, rather than the emotion-based D-Boss army that are in the original Sentai. But yeah, it was a very good, again, another back to basics approach. But, you know, dinosaurs seem to be a popular one for Power Rangers. Weirdly enough, there's only 4 dinosaur seasons and of Super Sentai, and all of them have been adapted into Power Rangers, which I think just says, you know, how much they've wanted to capitalize on that trend. And you know, I really enjoyed Dino Charge when it came out. It's a lot of fun. I really loved Kyoryuger already anyway. It was a Sentai that I'd already seen by the time it was announced to be adapted in Power Rangers, and I was a big fan of it. And I remember really enjoying it when it came into Power Rangers. It's pretty good. The ending gets a bit off the rails. For lack of a better term, because they reveal that it's actually a parallel world where at the end of it they manage to make it so that the dinosaurs are still alive and existing alongside humanity, which raises a heck of a lot of questions. But they even incorporate some of the weirder elements from the Super Sentai series. For example, Kyoryuger has ghost rangers, you know, rangers who have died but still have the power of the dinosaur spirits that they've bonded with. Power Rangers came up with the idea of energems, which were these 10 devices that were, this 10 magical crystals which were able to bond with people. And on bonding with people, these people become immortal. So one of the team members in this is a caveman. It's called Coda. He's amazing. The Blue Ranger, he's a lot of fun. And yeah, he's literally a caveman, you know, speaks in stilted English a lot of the time as well. It's a lot of fun. I really kind of enjoy him, and I enjoy his performance and his performance and portrayal in this. He's played by Yoshi Sadaso, who I think does a really, really fun job making him a really engaging character. So yeah, I enjoy it a lot. It's a bit silly, but it is what it is. And then one of the extra Rangers gets revealed to be the Red Ranger's long-lost father, with the actor only being a couple of years older. And it's because, you know, he hasn't aged since he found the Energem when he disappeared as a child. When the Red Ranger was a child. So, yeah, it's some really interesting ideas in it. But the series itself, a lot of fun. Some good stuff, some good development between the main Rangers. You know, they also hit, I think, the 800th or maybe even 900th episode at this point, which became a big sort of milestone for them. You know, that they actually made use of. Yeah, it was just a fun series. There was a lot of uniquely Western things that they introduced in this one. Obviously, the main villain is completely new. They introduced a new mentor for the team as well, because there is a mentor suit that they could have used already from Kyoryuger, but they didn't. They created a completely new character called Keeper. It looks a bit like a dinosaur version of E.T. in a cloak. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's very interesting. Like I said, you've got Sledge as the villain, and the main villains from the Sentai become his pirate crew, and they work it so that rather than them creating monsters to try and unleash their boss, these are aliens that he's captured on board his ship as like an alien bounty hunter that he unleashes to try and kill the Rangers. But yeah, it was perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And by this point, Power Rangers has a decent budget. They were able to do a lot of stuff in the Western footage that made it almost indistinguishable from some of the Japanese footage. Like, they've been shooting in HD and widescreen since the start of Samurai, but now they were also incorporating some CGI. They were using Western CGI, Western suit stuff, and it all works. Like, anything involving Sledge's ship is a completely Western creation, but it looks fine. It doesn't seem out of place. The one thing that Dino Charge did become known for is it's kind of, and this became a storytelling trope that goes forward with Power Rangers, is towards the end of certain episodes, you would have like something happen, almost as like a cliffhanger into the next one. And this became a way of them doing sort of plot-focused episodes and would kind of keep you hooked and keep you coming back. And it meant that an episode that might originally seem kind of standalone and a bit filler becomes a bit more important in the overall scheme of things, because it's like, oh, it's how this character came back, or it's how the Rangers got this power up, or how the Rangers ended up in this situation. But yeah, personally, I think Dino Charge is serviceable for what it is. It's, again, feels like a bit of a back to basics approach. It's an upgrade from Super Megaforce in terms of writing, acting, direction. It's it's an improvement on Samurai and Megaforce, but especially Megaforce. And it still has the problem of being divided into two, and I think the first season, the actual Dino Charge rather than Dino Supercharge, is the better of the two. But essentially they're two parts of a whole anyway, so you can't really split them in that same way. Chiplin, obviously, this has been quite successful, stayed with the series. It was kind of raised an interesting proposition of like, if Saban can skip Sentai seasons and he doesn't have to adapt all of them, because obviously Go Busters had been skipped. This was one of the reasons why it was believed that Go Sager had needed to be adapted, is because Saban couldn't skip seasons, but then obviously Go Busters got skipped over. Now, Go Busters has a distinct aesthetic. It's that, the Rangers are in kind of like a pleather suit rather than spandex. It's a smaller team. They've got kind of a spy thing going on. Meanwhile, Kyoryuger is dinosaurs and a big team of 6 and spandex and lots of weapons. There were some aspects of Kyoryuger that I was expecting might get changed, but didn't. Like, for example, the fact in Kyoryuger there are 10 main Rangers. And for the most part, all 10 of them are included and given significant enough development to serve what they need to in Dino Charge, although the main team is still 6. There's also a gun morpher. Like, the morpher and main weapon of the team in the Sentai is a gun. It's a dinosaur. It's a bright yellow dinosaur-headed revolver, but it is a revolver. And with a lot of gun violence in America at the time, and unfortunately still today, it was speculated by a lot of the fan base that might be rewritten, might be taken out, but it wasn't. It was kept. And I think that works for the best. They did remove some of the more Sentai elements, though, such as the salsa dancing. For better or worse, I quite like a lot of the music and how it's used in Kyoryuger, but that's just for me. But yeah, anyway, Chiplin stays on, and they decide to adapt the next season, which is not the next season of Super Sentai. The next season of Super Sentai was focused on trains. It's called Tokyuja. Featured a very, very good color-changing gimmick. They decided to skip that because trains aren't really as popular in the West, and they decided to go for Ninja, which is another ninja-based series, which also worked as it wasn't the 40th anniversary season, but it did air during Sentai's 40th anniversary. if that makes sense. Sentai kind of has its anniversary seasons the year after the actual anniversary. So, yeah, Ninja airs the 40th anniversary, airs on the 40th anniversary. But the actual 40th season of Super Sentai is the one that becomes the anniversary season, and that's the following year because Ninja was technically the 39th season. It's because the first series of Super Sentai ran for 2 years. But that's a different story. Like I said, I'll probably do an episode on Sentai at some point. I'll probably have to watch a lot more of it, but yeah, I'll probably do that at some point. Ninja became Ninja Steel. Ninja Steel, again, I think is perfectly harmless. It's perfectly serviceable Power Rangers. The biggest criticism I have seen towards Ninja Steel is its comic relief. Dino Charge, from what I remember, doesn't really have a comic relief duo in quite the same way as Megaforce, and I don't think, as Samurai, and I don't think Megaforce does either. At least not that I remember. Bulk and Spike were a very definite comic relief duo. There isn't really a counterpart in the same way in Megaforce, and there isn't really a counterpart in the same way in Dino Charge, from what I can remember. There is definitely some comic relief from certain characters. For example, Sledge and his crew are quite funny. I find a lot to like in some of their interactions. And some of the other elements that had been a bit more egregious in perhaps the Samurai and Megaforce days were being toned down. Like, for example, the Megazord only suits, which had kind of gone away during Megaforce, probably because of the issues with adapting the multiple Sentai, but had kind of come back in Dino Charge. Ninja Steel, however, brought back things like the suits and the Megazord only suits, for better or worse, but it also gave the Rangers like unique training suits, which looked pretty cool. They were kind of like a black aesthetic with their ninja symbol in their color. But it also brought back the comic relief. And the comic relief for this were a pair of students at the school called Victor and Monty. And it was essentially the big jock at their high school and his nerdy hanger-on, and the incidents that they would get involved into, usually involving some kind of absurd machine that they built, because there was a lot of, they were implied to be very smart children. Like, one of the Rangers has a hoverboard that she built herself. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. It's because Ninja's aesthetics were kind of all over the place. So they have to kind of find a way to incorporate all this stuff. And for the most part, they do, and it kind of works. There's a lot about Ninja's aesthetics, which on paper are so weird. Like the Gold Ranger, who is the 6th Ranger for the team, has a... the rest of them have got a ninja aesthetic. He's got a poncho, a guitar-based weapon, and in the Sentai has a burger morpher. Like, his morpher is a burger. They don't include the burger morpher. However, they do keep the gold look with the poncho and kind of the cowboy hat that's part of his helmet. And they incorporate it along with the guitar by saying that he's a country and western singer. That, to me, works really well. I think that's a brilliant way of incorporating that element of the sort of the weirdness of the Sentai. In the Sentai, it was literally because he was obsessed with America. He was basically a cowboy. But yeah, Japanese cowboy. And yeah, they incorporate it, and I think it works quite well. Same with the Zords. The Zord aesthetic for the main Megazord, it's like there's a robot, a red robot, a blue dragon, a yellow dump truck, a white dog, and a pink train. The pink one, they make the train her hoverboard. The White Ranger, they give her like a husky dog, so the Zord become like her dog. like a Zord form looks like the dog. I can't remember how they work in the giant yellow truck. The Blue Ranger, it's because he's an amateur magician, and he uses a dragon costume for his act. He's also played by Peter Sadaso, who's Yoshi's younger brother, so that's quite cool. Which works because Coda does actually come back towards the end of the season, because they bring back Sledge and everything else for one of the specials, because the Christmas and Halloween specials kind of go away and we get more unique kind of specials that sort of make them their own episode. I think they do still incorporate a clip show somewhere, but it's not necessarily the Halloween and Christmas specials anymore. And yeah, what was the last one? The red one is a robot, and they give him a robot assistant because they say the Red Ranger was abducted by aliens as a child. He ended up on this ship where a whole load of aliens sort of fight in like this reality TV tournament hosted by this game show host type character called Cosmo Royale, who actually used one of the suits from Tokyuja, which was a great inclusion as well. And yeah, he appears and he's quite cool. The Red Ranger escapes along with the person who kind of helped raise him, and who's an shape-shifting alien called Mick Canic, and a red robot that Mick built called Redbot. They kind of land on Earth, meet the other Rangers, get their powers, etc., etc. And yeah, this ship full of these aliens, the aliens get sent into battle by Cosmo Royale. They're trying to compete for views and public acclaim on the monster television networks by defeating the Power Rangers. It's a very bizarre show. And like I said, the comic relief is one I've seen especially get criticized, but the whole show is very bizarre. Like, it's woven into the bones and the DNA of this thing that it is just a bit weird. And a lot of it is because it was already there in the Sentai. Ninja has some very weird aesthetics that they all kind of mix together. And I think they made the decision to adapt Ninja into Ninja Steel. They came up with a good way of doing it. I think Ninja Steel works quite well. And the second season of Ninja Steel actually includes the 25th anniversary episode of Power Rangers. And for this, I've forgotten what it's called now. Day of Destiny, I believe. And yeah, this is not Day of Destiny. That's a board game, apparently. I'll have to find it. But yes, it's basically they bring in a group of veteran Rangers who have been watching the Ninja Steel team. And these Rangers are revealed to be Wes from Time Force, Gemma from RPM, and Coda from Dino Charge. And it's revealed that Ninja Steel takes place in the main Power Rangers timeline where most of the series take place. However, RPM and Dino Charge both exist in their own separate worlds, so creating a multiverse. And the idea is that, excuse me, across the multiverse, most Earths have Rangers. And Time Force has kind of built a device to allow them to dimension hop and kind of meet each other and encounter each other. Meanwhile, Tommy gets attacked at his home, and we later see that Tommy has been replaced by a robot, and this robot has been abducting other Power Rangers. So, Wes, Gemma, and Coda team up with the Ninja Steel Rangers to try and find them. They find that they're being held hostage by one of the movie exclusive villains from Ninja, who's become a character called Lord Draven. And now a lot of people were expecting it to be an adaptation of the character of Lord Drakon from the comics. The comics at this point had been running since 2016, and they'd done the Shattered Grid storyline as part of their yeah, the Shattered Grid storyline had been part of their 25th anniversary there. It wasn't that, unfortunately. Dimensions in Danger, that's the anniversary episode. It's the 10th episode of Ninja Steel. It's pretty good. I really enjoy it. And yeah, it's a single episode, and there is a couple of extended sequence, well, at least one extended scene online. But yeah, basically there's a robot version of Tommy, the original version of Tommy, along with several other Rangers, have been abducted and had their powers cloned to create a robot army for Draven. And the Ninja Steel Rangers, Wes, Gemma, and Coda all sort of arrive to try and ruin the plans. They team up with Tommy, who has managed to escape. Tommy now has a Master Morpher, which allows him to morph into multiple of his different iterations. So in the main episode, we see him morph into the Black Dino Ranger, the White Ranger twice, and he specifically calls out the two different morph calls, so Tiger Zord and White Ranger Power, and also the Green Ranger. And in the extended cut, you can also see him morph into the Red Zeo Ranger, which is pretty cool. And it's just the idea of him having a morpher that kind of combines all of his powers. It's pretty cool. It's a nice inclusion, and you know, Tommy takes a big focus in this episode, rightly or wrongly. I think a lot of people can debate that. But I think for most people, Tommy is the most well-known Power Ranger. He's the one they knew. And this episode also went out on prime time on Nickelodeon. It became the first Power Rangers episode to air in prime time since The Mutiny, which was the opening episodes of season 2 of Power Rangers that introduced Lord Zed. That is pretty dang cool. Like, no matter how you slice it, that is pretty cool. And, you know, it's a lot of fun. You know, I really enjoyed this episode. It brought back Rocky as the Red Ranger, Kat as the Pink Turbo Ranger, TJ as the Blue Space Ranger, Trent as the White Dino Ranger, Antonio as the Gold Samurai Ranger, and Gia as the Yellow Megaforce Ranger, as well as, like I said, Coda, Gemma, and Wes. You get an awesome scene where all 16 of the Rangers morph together and they fight a whole army of robot clones. If anything, the biggest problem I had with this episode is it was too short, because it was a single half an hour. But it's up there with Forever Red for me, possibly even better than Forever Red, as probably the best anniversary episode that Power Rangers has. You know, it's a fantastic episode. I really, really enjoyed this one. And, you know, it's not the only episode of Ninja Steel that incorporates previous characters. You know, Coda comes back for the finale of the series, which is called The Poisey Show. So called because it brings back Sledge and his entire crew. Poisandra is his partner. And yeah, Coda ends up teaming up with Preston, the Blue Ninja Steel Ranger, to sort of stop Sledge after he's kidnapped the other Rangers. So yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a lot of good elements. There's more from Ninja I maybe wish they had included. Like, for example, Ninja has a Green Ranger in one of its exclusive movies that I wish we could have seen incorporated. There were definitely characters that I could see who could have become that Green Ranger, specifically a character called Emma, who is a love interest for one of the Rangers at one point, and is shown to be quite highly skilled and trained. But it is what it is. It's a good show and a good anniversary. And yeah, just showing how much better Power Rangers has become. So the 25th anniversary for Power Rangers was a big success. It was more than just Ninja Steel. The 20th anniversary looks really tame by comparison. For the 20th anniversary, there was definitely an effort to increase public perception of the fact it was Power Rangers' 20th anniversary. But I think because Megaforce was disappointing, that there was some public events, but not as much as there could be. I think again there was the Thanksgiving thing with the Macy's Day Parade. There was something for the actual anniversary itself in August. Apologies for any noise just then. The microphone fell over. But there wasn't much else. For the 25th anniversary, though, not only was there the show, not only was it the fact that we got Dimensions in Danger in prime time, there was other things as well. For example, we got an online series called Power Rangers Hyperforce. Hyperforce was a I don't know, what's the best way to describe Power Rangers Hyperforce? Power Rangers Hyperforce was essentially a D&D style, tabletop RPG play-along game featuring a cast who were not only playing the game, but also interacting as their characters with the Games Master. And it had a cast, of people who had been associated with the franchise, from what I can tell, or at least some of them had previously been. For example, Peter Sudarso, who obviously played Preston, took over as the Red Ranger, Marv. They later brought in his brother, Yoshi Sudarso, as Marv's brother, Joe Shi, who was the Green Ranger who joined later on. YouTuber Black Nerd Comedy, otherwise known as Andre Meadows, who has been a very vocal Power Rangers fan for a long time. He became the Blue Ranger Eddie. Paul Schreier, who obviously famously played Bulk, came in as the Yellow Ranger Jack. And the series featured several guest stars who, actually had been in Power Rangers. Like the very first episode features Erin Cahill reprising her role as Jen from Time Force to actually help set the story in motion, because the story, the Hyperforce team are a group of, they're a group of characters who are sort of students of the future Time Force and end up having to sort of end up traveling through time, due to events in the show. And they had the suits were designed, they got a morphing sequence. There was all these things really kind of working into it, behind the scenes to create a character. And it's an interesting watch, because obviously I think, depending on, for me, it was my first real kind of TTRPG watch along like this, and I'm not sure I particularly like the format. I do think if it was perhaps animated, perhaps with a narration instead of the game master, perhaps with the characters' dialogue incorporated in some way, I could probably enjoy it a lot more. But for what it is, it's pretty good, and I have made a decent effort, but every episode is like 3 hours long. So while there is some great story in there and some fantastic moments from the cast, Christina V especially playing the Black Ranger, Vespa, she gets some amazing stuff to work with as the show goes on. So does Megan Camarena as Chloe, the Pink Ranger. Just some great stuff. But yeah, this was held on Twitch, and it was done by what was the team that did it? It was Hyper RPG, who I think have also worked on other stuff, and I think they developed the RPG game purely for Hyperforce, and obviously worked with Saban to make it. It had its own intro music, like I said, its own Morphin series. They've since appeared in the comics. Several, the Games Master was Malika Lim, who works in this. There was also Zach Eubank as a temporary Games Master, who also was involved. But they brought back several actors from the series, including Jason David Frank a couple of times, Karen Ashley, who played Aisha in the original Power Rangers, Mike Ginn, who played Jem in RPM, Cameron Jabo, who played Orion in Super Megaforce, the Silver Ranger, even Christopher Kamen Lee, who played Andros, returned for an episode. And like I said, I already mentioned Erin Cahill, who reappeared as well. Yeah, they really made an effort to tie this in and work characters in. Like they brought Thrax in as the main villain and kind of explained that away. It was very, very clever, and just kind of touching on all these bits across the lore of the franchise. And you look on the wiki and just look at the amount of characters who appear in this in some form or another, and there's so many. Like, they even flesh out the B squad of SPD by introducing the SPD Green Ranger of Lena Song. And they explain that she is the person who took over for Bridge. So after SPD finishes in the final episode, Jack leaves the team. Sky gets promoted to Red, which means Bridge gets promoted to Blue. Sid and Z both stay as Yellow and Pink for some reason. But they add Lena Song to the team and have her take over as the Green Ranger. So we've got a 5-Ranger team again. So yeah, they incorporate her as a character, and she gets added to the mythos of Power Rangers, which then gets developed further in the comics, where they following Sky being promoted to SPD Earth Commander, which makes Bridge the Red Ranger. They have Lena get promoted to Blue, and then introduce a character called JJ, who is actually the son of Tommy Oliver and Kat, and they have him become the new SPD Green Ranger. So yeah, some really nice stuff that kind of explores the lore, expands the lore much more. There's also the comic series, which again I'll probably do another an episode focusing purely on that. By this point, the comics have been going on for about a year, I think. And we had let me get this right. Yeah, the comics have been going on since 2016. The anniversary was 2018. So, Hyperforce started in 2017. The comics under Boom Comics started in 2016. And the comics instantly started exploring that, they almost kind of built up a new universe of kind of a reboot of the series, focusing just on the Mighty Morphin team. But for the 25th anniversary, they decided to do a crossover called Shattered Grid, which they'd introduced a villainous character who was an alternate counterpart of Tommy Oliver called Lord Drakon, and he'd essentially stayed evil and stayed on Rita's side, and in his world had killed most of the villains and most of the Rangers. It was a bit of a dark and gritty take on it. The comic itself is not that dark, apart from Drakon's world. For the most part, it's quite like there's some very good family drama in it, especially in the spin-off series Go Go Power Rangers. But the actual main series itself is quite good. Features Bulk and Skull as well, so you've got some comedy elements. But yeah, they brought in Lord Drakon, and they even did a live action short to advertise Shattered Grid as a comic, which included Jason David Frank coming in as Lord Drakon and filming a scene in the Drakon suit. So they made that suit. That was pretty cool as well. And one of his guest appearances in Hyperforce was him reprising the role of Drakon. And like I said, there was people thinking that maybe Lord Draven in the Dimensions in Danger might actually be Lord Drakon, again, sort of as a tie into Shattered Grid. Unfortunately, it wasn't. I get why. They were obviously trying to keep the costs down by trying to use some Sentai footage for the bulk of the episode, because obviously they did a lot of original stuff. They did, a robot ranger army. They did a lot of CGI. They used CGI to recreate the Falcon Zord at one point. So, there was a lot of good stuff in that episode. Meanwhile, if Ninja Steel and the anniversary had kind of started to build a mythos around Power Rangers by the introduction of these alternate worlds, and then obviously the things that the comics and Hyperforce were adding on as well. The next series did kind of continue that, because the next series was Power Rangers Beast Morphers. However, before I get to Beast Morphers, I should note that Power Rangers also changed hands again in a sale that kind of surprised a lot of people. Saban actually sold Power Rangers again. However, this time, unlike with Disney, I believe he still remains listed as some kind of executive producer, and I think it's still called Saban's Power Rangers, which is also kind of a detriment. Like there was at this point a more Tokusatsu inspired mobile game called Chroma Squad, which also had a PC release. Very, very good. You basically run your own special effects studio, and you run your own Tokusatsu show before it kind of goes off the rails. It's very good. But that was in development at one point, and then the development got paused because there was legal issues with Saban. Not necessarily Saban himself, but someone at his company. So that when Chroma Squad eventually did get released, it had a disclaimer saying inspired by Saban's Power Rangers. And it's like, it's not really inspired by Power Rangers, it's inspired by Super Sentai. So it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit disingenuous, but like I said, it's it's a business, it's show business, kid. That's how these things work. So never mind. But yeah, Saban sold Power Rangers, and by this point we were getting a lot of good stuff in Power Rangers. I think it was around this time that Renegade Studios also started their board games for Power Rangers, or at least announced that they might have got the license. I don't think the actual Kickstarter came around until a year or two later, because I remember the things were being delivered during COVID. But yeah, Power Rangers just kicked off from there. And Saban sold it to Hasbro Entertainment, the same company that owns Transformers and G.I. Joe and My Little Pony. So it joined their stable of programs. And in fact, there was also, there'd been a deal with Netflix as well. And I believe Beast Morphers was going to be the last two series of the current deal that they had with Nickelodeon. But obviously the shows were also being aired on Netflix as well after their Nickelodeon debuts. But yeah, Beast Morphers came about, and Beast Morphers is really good. Like I know I've said that about quite a few of the series. Beast Morphers I really like. It's got a very different tone, quite a large supporting cast. And it uses Go Busters as the basis for the footage. Now, Go Busters was one that had kind of been skipped over, and everyone thought, oh, well, they're probably never going to adapt it. So the fact they went back to adapt it, and not only went back to adapt it, but had to recreate quite a lot of it, because so much of that had been kind of shelved by Toei, because Go Busters was not a particularly successful series for Toei. They tend to measure the success of a Super Sentai by the toy sales, and Go Busters did not have a lot of toy sales. It's why recent series have included a lot of gimmicks to make kind of like a collectible, like Gashapon type thing. Go Busters didn't really have that, so toy sales were not quite successful. But it was one that a lot of the adult fans had been clamoring for as to get adapted. And in fact, there'd been online fan discussion of having it adapted and maybe having it connect in some way to RPM, which was obviously a fan favorite, in several circles of the internet. I remember seeing that on Ranger Board years ago. The actual series itself, it introduces a couple of recurring villains who are essentially evil rangers. Like, there's characters of Blaze and Roxy, and they were almost the red and yellow Power Rangers. But then they, while they're being bonded with the things that are going to give them their powers, the morphing grid kind of gets corrupted by a character called Evox, who's like this evil snake-looking thing. Evox exists in a parallel dimension that he's trying to kind of get out of and break into the real world, and he kind of uses Blaze and Roxy as, his avatars while he's doing it. It's a pretty good series. It introduces the idea of the morphing grid being tapped into for energy to sort of supply an energy crisis on Earth, and Grid Battle Force, this group being used to sort of police everything and monitor the use of the morphing grid energy, and as a team of Power Rangers that can respond in as necessary. It's like I said, it's a good series, good characters, introduces some comic relief, but in this case the comic relief are Ben and Betty. They are two kind of hapless and unlucky security agents who work at Grid Battle Force, but I like Ben and Betty because they're actually incorporated into the show, and they are shown to be heroic. While they are kind of bumbling, there's definitely a heroism to them when we do see them actually help the Rangers out on several occasions. And to me, that works really well. I think that's a brilliant way of incorporating this kind of classic take on the comic relief, while also, in a way that's not really going to offend fans and not going to become too distracting. Because, for example, to go back to Bulk and Spike in Samurai, their scenes were very much taken away and separate from whatever the Rangers were doing. In fact, the amount of times that Bulk and Spike actually interact with the Rangers in any form throughout that series is, you could probably list on one hand how many times that happens. Whereas, at least with Bulk and Skull in the original show, they quite often interacted with the Power Rangers outside of suit. And there was they started off as the bullies, but by and there was definitely still an antagonism towards them, mainly from Bulk and Skull towards the others. But it's clear that the others do genuinely care about them. Like when Bulk and Skull join the police, the others support them. So, yeah, it's a good little show, though. I enjoy Beast Morphers. But one of the things that really makes it distinct for me is in the second series, they incorporate the clip show quite early on. And they don't do the super thing. It's not Super Beast Morphers this time. It's literally just Beast Morphers Season 1, Season 2. And when we get to the second season of Beast Morphers, things get really interesting. Blaze and Roxy kind of get saved from Evox's control, so he creates like robot duplicates of them that look slightly different and have a slightly different morphed form. And these are based on recurring villain characters in Go Busters as well. But they start to incorporate other elements, and there was a lot of like props from previous seasons dotted around in the show. And in a lot of cases, the main tech character, who was called Nate, who eventually became the Gold Ranger, and he's one of my favorite extra Rangers. I think he's a lot of fun. He's very, very young and very nerdy, and kind of almost doesn't want to be a Power Ranger, but he ends up becoming one of the best. Nate in this is always kind of working on these props, usually morphers or weapons from other teams of Power Rangers throughout the history, including RPM morphers. Suggesting that there's some kind of dimensional travel involved. And it is pretty cool, and I like it. And part of this is because for Go Busters, every year in Super Sentai, they do a team-up movie, which is, usually it's a versus movie. Like, for example, Goseija versus Gokaija incorporated a lot of the big legendary battle footage that got used in Megaforce. With this one, with the Kyoryuger and Go Busters movie, because obviously Kyoryuger was the series that followed Go Busters, it brought back not just the Dino Rangers and the Go Busters, but also brought back the counterparts of the Dino Thunder and Mighty Morphin teams. And they actually build to this, and they bring back like new reimagined versions of the villains that became Zeltrax and Goldar in Dino Thunder and Mighty Morphin respectively. And basically the villains get hold of a whole load of things, and they trying to make a new character to help them beat the Rangers. And they use their clip show footage to basically look at old villains like Lord Zed and Astronomer, and eventually they decide to reincorporate Goldar, which is where we get this new Neo Goldar suit. And we also bring back the character of Snide. Snide was a character from Dino Charge who used the he used the alternate the Neo Zeltrax suit, basically. I've forgotten the Sentai counterpart's name, but yeah, Snide had been incorporated as one of the suits and one of the original villains in Dino Charge. They'd had him bonded to a human-looking alien character called Heckle, and Snide had been like Heckle's evil half before they'd been separated at the end of the show. But yeah, they built it up by basically bringing in Sledge and his crew and Snide as well. Snide joins Evox and his villains here, along with Goldar, which then means that the Dino Charge Rangers become involved. And we get all of the team reprising their roles, although only 4 of them do on camera for various reasons. But yeah, all 6 of the main Dino Charge team return. But then, and this is where it gets really good, we then get Jason from the original Mighty Morphin Rangers coming back as the Red Ranger, and we get the full Dino team up from that movie. And it does kind of derail like a whole episode of Go Busters, because a whole episode of Beast Morphers, because it means the Beast Morphers themselves kind of take a backseat to these returning Dino Rangers. But they actually turn it into a good 3 or 4 episode arc for Beast Morphers, and for season 2 it works really well. It kind of the building villain, and then not long after that they reveal that Evox himself is actually Vengix from RPM, who at the end of RPM, Vengix had obviously corrupted the morphing grid, and the Rangers kind of gave up their powers. Dr. K took their morphers away. One of the morphers had a glowing red light, which looked like Vengix's original form. And it was obviously clearly meant to imply, as kind of an open cliffhanger, that, oh no, Vengix maybe isn't quite defeated and could possibly corrupt the Rangers. It's revealed here that Nate actually was given that morpher by Dr. K. We get to we meet Dr. K again. She comes over for a crossover, and we learn that basically Vengix took the form of Evox, and Nate had basically unleashed him, and Nate had been kind of made to forget. So then we get like a pep talk from Dr. K to Nate as well. It's a really great way of just honoring legacy. Like, so much of the current era of Power Rangers, or the recent era of Power Rangers especially, feels like it's honoring everything that came before, and Beast Morphers is a perfect example of that, because there's so many connections here to previous series while also incorporating new stuff, and they do incorporate a lot of new stuff. They bring in one of the Metal Hero characters, which Ninja Steel also did, because a couple of the Metal Hero characters in Japan had crossovers in those respective shows. And yeah, they adapt those as basically new Power Rangers-esque characters, but they don't never take their helmet off, so we never see them unmorphed. But we get to see, we bring back Snide, we bring back Sledge, we bring back his crew, we bring back the Dino Charge Rangers, the Dino Thunder Rangers, Jason, the rest of the Mighty Morphin team. It's really, really cool. And it's just nice, and we get we even get the Megazords come back for a big fight sequence, using the movie footage, and obviously the movie footage had a higher budget and just looks quite cool. And then obviously, like I said, bringing back, revealing that Evox has actually been Vengix this entire time. And when they do that, they also reveal that he's got the same voice actor. the actual actor for Venjix had already returned in this, in this show as Evox, and he'd been playing Evox the entire time using a pseudonym and an assumed voice. But now we get the reveal, and we reveal that no, it is Evox. It's just great how they include that. Really worked for me. Really, really did. And it just built to a really epic conclusion, and yeah, it was just a lot of fun. Beast Morphers was a good show. Like, a really good show. I'm not sure if it was the adaptation I would have made, but it went in so many interesting directions that feel like it included so much of what had come before that, yeah, I loved it. I really, really did. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Really good show. And yeah, then it follows on from this with Dino Fury. And Dino Fury, again, another dinosaur show. It's based off of Rhea Soldier, which followed a few years. It was one of the more recent Super Sentai shows. It's got very well done mecha footage. Like, the mecha footage is one that's kind of been criticized in a lot of modern Sentai, but they kind of redesigned the suits that they used for Megazord fights from Rhea Soldier, and it meant you got some really, really good mech footage. And the mech footage for Go Busters had already been really good, so I think to go back from that to one of the series before Rhea Soldier maybe might have been a step down. And it's a shame because there's some good Sentai series that have been skipped, but Rhea Soldier was pretty good. The Dino Fury characters, again, it's a new team of Rangers. They end up getting dinosaur powers. They team up with a dinosaur. There's a couple of aliens in there called Rafconians, who have got psychic abilities and things like that. I've already kind of spoken about Dino Fury to some extent in my Power Rangers Cosmic Fury review, where obviously I discussed some of it there, and obviously how these characters built. Dino Fury itself does a couple of things that are new in the franchise. It introduces the first queer Power Ranger in Izzy, and we actually see her forming a relationship with Fern, and it won the series GLAAD Awards for Best Young Person's Program. It's very well deserved. The only issue is that they never get to kiss properly. Like, there's cheek kisses and things like that, but of the romantic leads in Power Rangers, Tommy and Kimberly are the last ones that I actually remember sharing a kiss on screen. Like, even Wes and Jen in Time Force didn't get to share a kiss. So yeah, that's sort of par for the course. There's some really interesting ideas here, though. The idea of bringing more aliens onto Earth towards the end, kind of setting up for the future of SPD by having the Rafconians sort of come onto Earth. It introduces the concept of the Morphin Masters and says that they're responsible for creating different artifacts that have given Rangers powers, such as the Ninja Steel Nexus Prism or the Dino Charge Energems. Just some really, really cool ideas to try and, again, build on legacy and add so much more to this series, to the show. And, by this point, Chip Lynn had left. He stepped down after Beast Morphers. Simon Bennett took over as executive producer and showrunner for Dino Fury, which he carried on with until Cosmic Fury. And yeah, it was just a really good, a kind of a run-of-the-mill season in a lot of ways, but less connections than Beast Morphers had, but still building on what had already been established. So yeah, this takes us right up to sort of the modern day of Power Rangers, and Dino Fury was originally kind of designed as sort of one series. They weren't originally planning to do the 2 seasons thing, but Netflix got involved and said, "Oh no, we'd like to take over the show, and we want you to do the 2 season model for us because it's working really well." So they originally Simon Bennett and his team originally sketched out like 20 episodes of story, like hitting all the main story beats, not in a fully serialized way, but in a more serialized way than Power Rangers had been up until this point. Maybe building on some of the serialization elements that they put in some of the Beast Morphers episodes. And, for the most part, it worked well. But then obviously they got told, "Oh no, we want you to do double that." So they stretched that to both seasons, and then they incorporated new plot threads. One of the new plot threads they came up with was the idea of bringing back Lord Zed. And I have to say, the Lord Zed episodes are very, very well done. Like, the inclusion is great. Like, it doesn't feel like it was an afterthought or any kind of additional thing. It just feels like it should be there, like it was already part of the story. They use a lot of villains quite well. I think they use the Void Knight and the Void Queen. The Void Queen herself uses a suit from Tokyuja, which I wasn't expecting to see adapted, because while it's a flat like foam rubber front, it's quite buxom for the design. It's a very Victorian elegance, like porcelain doll kind of look. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'll probably have a picture in the frame of what the Void Queen looks like. It's an interesting outfit. But yeah, it was a good way of including, there are still a couple of filler episodes in there, but for the most part, I'd say most of Dino Fury is kind of worth a watch, because you're either getting the ongoing storyline with the Rafconians and the Void Knight, the Void Queen, all the other stuff that's going on there with the Rangers, or you're getting one of the Lord Zed focused stories, which again still have their own stuff going on. Like, Lord Zed manages to escape and goes off into space and destroys a whole load of stuff, and they use time travel to explain why Lord Zed is back, and things like that. And it's all stuff that's been included in the franchise for so long. And like I said, with the Morphin Masters, bringing back the Morphin Masters, bringing in Mick, having all these things come together as part of the series, I think it works really well. I think Mick had already appeared in Beast Morphers as well. Mick Canick is an interesting one. He's played by a series mainstay called Keldon Henderson, who was a prominent actor in the Disney era of the franchise. He first appeared in SPD as the character of Boom. He then played like a character in each of the next 4 seasons, right up through to Jungle Fury. Either by voice or physically. And then came in as Mick as well in Ninja Steel, and also did I've forgotten his name, the Beast Bot from Beast Morphers, the red one. I'm pretty sure he voiced him as well, who's a motorcycle. He's a robot that turns into a motorcycle, so he becomes the Red Ranger's motorcycle. And I'm pretty sure he did the voice for that as well, and then obviously returned as Mick in both Beast Morphers and Dino Fury, and then again into Cosmic Fury. Yeah, Dino Fury was kind of all ready to end, but then obviously they got told they could have another season. That's what led to Cosmic Fury, and Cosmic Fury is the big 30th anniversary special. I've kind of spoke about it before. I've also spoke about Power Rangers Once and Always, which is the proper anniversary special. Once and Always, especially, I think is absolutely incredible. I really, really, really enjoyed that. I think the idea of killing Trini off, so actually killing a Ranger, was quite risky, because every other time that a Ranger has died in the canon, they've come back. And it's happened surprisingly rarely. It's pretty much Kendrix and Gemma are the only three that I can think of off the top of my head that have actually died in canon, and none of them stayed dead. So for Trini to be killed off, I understand why. It's obviously so they can sort of have the story of losing Trini almost as like an echo to the fact that Thuy Trang unfortunately passed away back in 2001. And so obviously acknowledge that and kind of pay tribute to the actress and the character in that same way. I don't know. It kind of works for me. I get what they're going for. And yeah, it's not terrible. I think it's a decent enough idea. For Cosmic Fury itself, Cosmic Fury, they wrote this hasty conclusion to the end of Dino Fury to kind of build up for it. Gave Zato, the Red Ranger, gave him a brand new form, which is more white, as like a Ghost Ranger type of thing, because obviously he seemed to sacrifice his life at the end of Dino Fury. I quite like how they build on a lot of the elements from Dino Fury in Cosmic Fury. Like, they even bring back, like, two of them villains survive. So Mucus, who's she's a mushroom that's kind of able to change shape. She sort of survives the final battle and escapes after Void Queen is defeated. And then there's a little poster at the end which suggests that she's teamed up with Slither, who is a robot who she teams up with in a couple of episodes, and that they've sort of hidden themselves among humans as like a magic double act. And I quite like that, because Slither had like magic abilities. Yeah, I kind of like that. And they bring them back in Cosmic Fury, and they've done a proper like hero turn. They've gone from villains to heroes, and they use them really sweetly. Like, they've made themselves human, made themselves look human, which in Mucus's case means that she's been locked as a human. And she actually has a breakdown and says, I miss being a mushroom. And it's really sweet, because obviously then Zato kind of says, no one should have to live in a way that they don't want to. And that's like, Power Ranger says trans rights, everybody. And I love that. I think it's amazing. We get the idea of Ollie joining Lord Zed as a villain, which I spoke about before. We bring back Heckle and have him morph as a ranger, which, there was a ranger suit for him in Kyuruja, but they never used it in Dino Charge, so we get to see it here. We get to see a whole load of Megazords return in the finale. They start laying the groundwork for SPD, because obviously SPD takes place after this in 2025. So they introduced the idea that there's aliens coming in from all over the galaxy and coming to Earth and setting up a base in New Tech City, because everything's a bit chaotic because of what Lord Zed and his allies are doing. Fern ends up becoming a ranger, and her dinosaur spirit that she bonds to is Solon, the dinosaur assistant for the team. And Solon just has this huge amount of pride in Fern, and the fact that she's the one that gave Fern her powers. And it's like, that's really sweet. There's a little hint that maybe Zordon hasn't been completely destroyed. And obviously, for me, because this is then raised to Billy as an idea, and Billy's quest to kind of bring back Zordon was obviously quite central to Once and Always. I think if this is the end of Power Rangers, I think I'd rather watch Cosmic Fury before Once and Always, even if it is meant to take place the other way around, because then it means that you get Billy given the idea that Zordon's still alive and is still out there somewhere in the morphing grid. before we then get Once and Always, where it's like he's actively trying to bring Zordon back and accidentally brings back Rita. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a hell of a lot. I like that Zato became a morphing master at the end, and kind of lost his life properly, but in a way that he's kind of ascended. I do quite like that. And Lord Zed's fate at the end is hilarious. Like he gets this morphed form where he becomes this big Master Zed. And there's some really good moments of comedy in it as well. The Rangers are kind of ribbing him while he's transformed because he blasts a Z onto the side of the mountain, but the angle he's blasted it at, it looks like an N, which I think Fern and Izzy kind of tease him for. But yeah, he steals the powers of the Morphin Masters to sort of evolve himself and give himself this really powerful form. And that bit is pretty cool. But then Zato kind of speaks to him and says, look, you have to give up this power. And, Lord Zed kind of does and kind of surrenders, but then ends up, they kind of trap him in a like a hallucination repeating scenario thing, which is something that appeared in an episode of Dino Fury that Ion had made reference to previously. And it's a really cool inclusion because he's there and he just imagines that he's trying to conquer the world, but Rita just keeps getting him to do mundane tasks like bring her a drink and rub her feet. And, it's like his eternal nightmare is being married to Rita. And yeah, I just like it. It's a nice conclusion to everything. And at this point, we don't know where Power Rangers is going to go from here. Like, Hasbro has bought in E1, Entertainment One, with the idea of making new movies and new TV shows for a lot of their properties, including Power Rangers. So we know the comics are continuing, but we don't know if we're going to get an animated reboot, a live action reboot, whether it's still going to use Sentai as a source footage, because obviously Cosmic Fury shot a lot of its stuff in the West. Like their suit designs were all Western made. It was literally just the Zord footage that was taken from Super Sentai, but there was a lot of Western made Zord footage as for both Once and Always and Cosmic Fury. So, there's plenty of potential to show that they can do these things in America. They don't necessarily need Toei and Sentai as a basis anymore, which gives them a lot more freedom in terms of what they can do. As I spoke about before in my Cosmic Fury review, there are things in Cosmic Fury that they are able to do because they're not having to be constrained to fit the plot around this existing Sentai footage, because Sentai comes with its own storylines, and those storylines exist in both the morphed and unmorphed footage, so you can't get away from it. But doing it this way just gives them more freedom for what they want to do. And as much as I'd like to see some of the more modern Sentai series adapted, like I said, I love Q Ranger, which is the one that they took the Zord footage from for Cosmic Fury. But Simon Bennett said, he didn't think it would work because it has like 12 main Rangers, and 11, they used 11 of the Zords. So I get where he was coming from. But, I'd still like to see some of that stuff. If nothing else, it makes it a lot easier to get the merchandise. But we don't know what direction this reboot is going to take. And it's like, Power Rangers has been rebooted before, technically. Like, Ninja Storm was a reboot. Samurai was a reboot. Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, definitely, to some extent, was a reboot. Being a reboot doesn't necessarily mean that we're getting rid of this existing continuity. And to me, this continuity and this legacy, this mythos that's been built up around Power Rangers is one of its strongest aspects, and is an aspect that they have leaned on so much in these past few years that I think to just completely abandon it would hurt the overall series. Like, I understand there does seem to be a pushback at the minute to a lot of ongoing franchises, because it's like, well, nothing can just be its own thing anymore. Everything has to be part of a franchise, and we have to get a constant release of content. And, Power Rangers is a kid's show, so if anything is going to exemplify that, it's a kid's show. Specifically one like this, which is designed to sell toys, to sell merchandise, but at the same time, so much of the nostalgia for Power Rangers is around Mighty Morphin. And one of the things that the recent shows have done is not just show show legacy and respect for Mighty Morphin. They've done it for multiple seasons of the franchise. From Dimensions in Danger through to Beast Morphers through to Dino and Cosmic Fury. Yes, we've had a strong Mighty Morphin presence, from Jason and Billy and Tommy, but we've also had Wes from Time Force, we've had Coda, we've had the Dino Charge Rangers, we've had a lot of stuff come back. We've had Mick Canic as well, from Ninja Steel. So much of it is building not just on, it's not just one or two things. Even the idea that Once and Always and Cosmic Fury have done to kind of lay the groundwork for SPD, because Aisha and Adam in their roles in Once and Always, they have SPA written on their uniforms, kind of suggesting that they're in like a precursor to SPD. And it's like, the comics are so focused on the Mighty Morphin era of the franchise, whereas Hyperforce, Beast Morphers, Ninja Steel, Dino Fury, Cosmic Fury have honored so much more than that. And it's like, yes, we've had a lot of Mighty Morphin focus, and I completely understand why. It makes sense why Lord Zed was the villain to come back. But at the same time, we also got Venjix coming back. We had Dr. K come back. That stuff's really cool as well. I want to see, I want to see comics that bring back these other characters. I want to see series and cameos that bring back other Rangers. And especially if they start filming it in America again, rather than New Zealand, because it makes it a lot easier for some of these actors to come back, because you don't have the expense of flying them halfway around the world. So yeah, for me, one of Power Rangers' biggest strengths is this continuity. It's a franchise that has gone on for 30 years and has, if you want to look and you want to find it, you can see 30 years worth of connections there that build on everything that came before. And I think to lose that, to just reboot it, or to just focus on the original Mighty Morphin, I understand how popular Mighty Morphin was, but I think that's a disservice to so much of the franchise that built up and has been existing this entire time. It's like the last movie that we got in 2017, shortly before the 25th anniversary, in fact. That was a totally Mighty Morphin based movie, but that was a reboot. But it was unsuccessful for a number of reasons, and hence why I haven't really spoken about it here. But it's like everything that kind of existed off the back of that, whether it was a game or a series or anything, the Power Rangers Legacy Wars mobile game, which then inspired the Shattered Dimensions game, or whatever it was called, the Battle for the Grid. The Battle for the Grid fighting game on consoles, and the Heroes of the Grid board game by Renegade that I play as well. I've got a collection of those figures. They're amazing. But they're all stuff that don't just honor Mighty Morphin, they honor everything in the franchise. From the the other series, the other eras, to the comics, everything is represented. And to me, that's what the potential that Power Rangers has. Like, to me, I'd like to see it done as an animated show. As cool as it is that Power Rangers is live action, I think having it as an animated show frees up so much potential for bringing back older characters. But I also do kind of wish it would be live action as well, because in the West, nothing else looks like Power Rangers but Power Rangers. Tokusatsu is a big thing, and the whole sort of the transforming henshin hero is a massive thing in Japan and in the East. But in the West, it's Power Rangers. That's what it all is. All the spin-offs that we had, they were spin-offs of Power Rangers. Despite the fact that things like Masked Rider, Kamen Rider came first in Japan, to us it was a spin-off of Power Rangers. Power Rangers has this legacy because of this long 30-year history. And I want to see that history preserved, because I think it's worth preserving and worth honouring. I think there's a lot of good stuff here, even with how bad and cheesy and camp this show can be at times. It's a franchise I love because there's a lot to love about it. So, my friends, thank you for sticking with me throughout this episode. It became a lot longer than I thought it would. It's, like I said, Power Rangers is one of my favourite franchises. Like, if I was to, everyone has that one franchise from their childhood that they still unashamedly love, or at least every nerd I know does. For me, it's Power Rangers. Like, Transformers was sort of the generation before me. Turtles, I was kind of into just before Power Rangers hit big. And so for me, it's always been Power Rangers. That's been my big one. And yeah, I love it. And the fact that it's continued and has kept coming back to me at different points in my life. Like I said, I stopped watching for a bit. I then watched Space because it just happened to show on, and I was like, oh, I thought Power Rangers had ended. No, I saw the first few episodes of Power Rangers in Space. I got quite involved with that. Then again, I kind of fell off from the franchise, but then I didn't watch any of Lost Galaxy, but then my brothers got very into Lightspeed Rescue and Time Force, so I ended up watching that with them. I then went from there to kind of being aware of the franchise, but not really having any way of watching it because it was on Disney. So I kind of missed things like Dino Thunder, SPD, things like that. I'd heard Tommy had come back for Dino Thunder, but I knew nothing about it. But this was kind of, sort of early days of the internet. So I kind of learned about Ranger Board and things like that. Or I don't think it was Ranger Board then, but, online message boards and stuff. And then eventually found Jungle Fury, watched that with my kids, my oldest, who was quite young at the time, and then went from there to Samurai. By the time Samurai started, my oldest was old enough to enjoy it. We watched that. We watched our way through Megaforce. It then started coming onto Netflix, which obviously I had, so we were able to carry on watching through Dino Charge, Ninja Steel, Beast Morphers. So it's one I've kind of been following off and on for the past few years now, as an adult, and just really been enjoying it and engaging with it, as well as obviously watching and being aware of Super Sentai as well. So it's just a lot of fun. So yeah, because of that, I couldn't not take a chance to speak and gush about it. And it's, I always like to say with my episodes, I want to try and cover everything I feel like I want to say on a particular topic. And I don't always. I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. I'm undiagnosed if I have, but it's very, very easy to forget things and just be just like, oh, I wish I'd brought that up, while I'm editing this, or, or putting it together or uploading it onto YouTube or something. I'll think of something and be like, oh, I wish I'd talked about that. And, maybe one day I'll go back and look at some of these old episodes and cover all the bits I wish I said. But, because I kind of want to hit everything that I want to say about a particular topic, and this is the anniversary of Power Rangers, or, would have been if this episode had come out when intended because of the strike and a few other things. I probably, it felt right to cover the entire 30 years of the franchise. But obviously, that's a lot, so I'm quite grateful to anyone who sat and listened to it all. I really hope you didn't all do it in one go. If you did, well done you. Fair play to you. It was a long episode, but I'm glad you all listened. If you've made it this far, please leave me a comment, vote in the poll on Spotify, anything like that just any sort of engagement it obviously helps this podcast to grow, and I love seeing it. Beyond that, I hope you all look after yourselves, do whatever you can to enjoy whatever little thing in life you like, even if it is a very bizarre children's live action show featuring spandex clad characters fighting rubber suited monsters. But yeah, I'm glad you all stayed and listened to this. I'm very glad to have all of you here listening to this podcast. I've said it before, it means the world to me that I know that people are listening to this and engaging with it. So thank you very much again. More episodes coming soon, obviously. I'm probably not going to talk about Power Rangers again for a while. But expect it to be, now that I've kind of covered all my bases and talked about it as much as I want to, when the next season comes out, expect maybe season reviews in the same way that I do with Star Trek and other things like that. But, until then, just look after yourselves, take the very best care of yourself that you can. And yeah, I love you all. I'll speak to you next time. Bye for now.
Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world. Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.